Glancing at his watch, the man is amazed at how much time has passed. He remembers that in 30 seconds the power will be cut off throughout the country. The seconds count down, starting from 3, eventually reaching the point of no return. Giving his full name, which is Thailand Stretch, the man begins his address with a request. It encourages those already watching the broadcast to ask those nearby to join them. The president repeats his request, and residents indeed obey, asking their neighbors to turn on their televisions. After a brief pause, Thailand begins to talk about the quarantine situation, thanking citizens for their patience. And then he talks about how he declared a military emergency and what happened after that. As Thailand begins to talk about the reason, he pauses and asks someone around him for a cigarette. He is reminded that the opposition will be furious, but the man insists on his request. Trying to light a cigarette with unresponsive hands, the president again begins to talk about the reason for his decision. Before continuing, he pauses again to exhale the heavy thoughts along with the smoke. And saying that he only wanted a decent ending for them all, the man expresses hope for understanding. Thailand says a game scenario called Survival is currently unfolding in their reality. And the thing is that an asteroid called Njambi is flying towards them. According to morning reports received at dawn, the American military was unable to intercept it. As a result, Njambi fell into the sea near Okinawa. Shortly after this, information was received that the area had suffered catastrophic damage. The man agrees with himself, saying that right now the people of Japan are turning into zombies. It's all about the spores that the asteroid emits. They spread rapidly through the air. The president takes a deep breath, saying that today the infection will reach their country at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Addressing its fellow citizens, Thailand says that unfortunately they cannot avoid this zombie crisis. However, according to the collected data, some, including the awakened, have a chance to avoid zombification. Announcing that time capsules have been installed in the designated locations, the president asks people to head towards them. A tactical guide to combating monsters is displayed on the screen, and leaflets containing it will also be dropped from the air. The president warns that all thermal power plants will soon be shut down. He says it has been an honor to serve his fellow citizens and encourages them all to try to survive. Thailand also expresses gratitude to the anonymous informant who provided the exact date of the Judgment Day. Turning off the television, the young man expresses regret that the end of the world has come. After all, he hoped that this would not happen, but there was no escape from the submarine. And saying that he will still have to survive somehow, this young man calls himself a veteran of the apocalypse. A few months earlier, a man named To is asked if he's ready. The same one, calling his interlocutor Jack, expresses absolute agreement. The latter remarks that if he loses today, it will be the 3rd time. The rabbit princess agrees with her interlocutor, promising to be a complete loser if she falls for the same trap. Serve the First reminds them that they are constantly being taken out because of attempts to solve everything by brute force. The role enthusiast says that if you take away that brute force, these two would become practically useless. Jack suggests stopping the pointless chatter and getting started, and the rabbit princess supports him. And while Serve offers them a minute's head start, the bald man calls them idiots. And then he plans to break his record in this game called Life in Survival. Saying that he will regret it now, the young man and his partner rush into battle. The game they play is called Survivalist for short, and it takes place in virtual reality. This is a game about the apocalypse, where the enemies are not only zombies, but also other creatures such as fantasy monsters, for example. The difficulty level of this game is so high that many hardcore gamers give up immediately. When Jack is attacked, he curses and calls the monster a huge pain in the ass. He discusses with his comrade how unlucky they are, because another human shield has appeared in front of them again. Jack thinks the case is bad, and only one good idea comes to mind. Meanwhile, Serve the First reminds his comrades that the minute has passed. The game's popularity soared only to crash, leaving just 4 players online. The role lover is asked to deliver the final blow and thanks his teammate for letting him have it. The young man takes careful aim so that he can incapacitate his opponent with 1 blow. He uses a technique called the Sphere of Hope, and his surefire arrow flies right to its target. And immediately after this precise strike, she falls dead. A little later, one of the gamers expresses annoyance that he lost again, and another asks about the remaining business. Jack responds to the latter with sarcasm, and Serve agrees with him, calling the game boring as hell. Jack says he wouldn't be surprised if the servers were shut down today, and his interlocutor laughingly agrees. The rabbit princess asks for a dose of dopamine. He needs excitement. and the lover remembers his words. Serve suggests playing another game, but the bald man refuses, saying that he is already used to playing this one. Meanwhile, the role lover notices a message in the chat and asks everyone else to look at it. The whole gang immediately perks up. They start giggling and rejoicing at the fact that their game is a super hit. The newcomer thanks the guys for their kindness and invites them to see each other after he completes his training. 2 hours later, he returns, saying it was too difficult for him and giving up. Serve curses, convinced that this is a company closes style ending. The guys are discussing the fact that the developers are unable to regularly release updates and lower the difficulty level. Serve the first spits, saying that he doesn't understand anything, and announces his decision to leave the game. Wishing everyone good night, he says that he will now log off. A role lover hopefully asks Serve if he will come into this game tomorrow. He answers vaguely, and there is a short silence for a while. And at that time, he thought that at that moment, the princess and Jack felt the same as he did. And they, without saying a word, also begin to say goodbye, instilling the thought that their journey has come to an end. But the role lover didn't want to let things go, so he continued to log into the game despite the absence of others. To somehow be able to enjoy the process, he began recording videos with updates, and he even streamed day and night in the hope that his teammates would suddenly decide to drop in on the broadcast. Several months passed, during which the difficulty of the tutorial was reduced and the early game was improved. In addition to the existing enemies, bizarrely mutated monsters were added, and the update was a delight. However, in the end, the amateur was left alone because his friends completely stopped appearing online. The game's management team sends a message that support will be discontinued in a week. The role lover recalls how he wanted to kill the creature along with his friends before his final departure. However, albeit with a hint of regret, he still decided to let go of his lingering feelings and left the game. He deleted his streaming account and channel, and shoved the discs with the recordings into the closet, unable to throw them away. After that, Tiger Strong started living real life, and 3 months have passed since then. Now he talks about the reason why his nickname was Role Lover. It was extremely simple because this man has been running a diner for the last 3 years. Thinking that things are going well for him, Tiger switches to the location of his restaurant. It turns out that he runs it on the first floor of the house that was inherited after the death of his parents. Right now, Tiger is talking to the kids to tell them that their food is ready, but they call him back. This girl's name is Anna, and she giggles as she suggests that the man's business is going well today. He also mentally reasons that this girl is his regular client and a hairdresser in the neighborhood. Anna suddenly remembers something important and asks the man if he saw it, and he asks again. The girl shows a discussion about a new trend that allows you to call up a status window. Anna says that she tried this too, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Tiger laughs condescendingly, saying that such a thing simply cannot be true and that it is naive to believe in such a thing. And yet, when he gets home after work, he tries out this trend himself. The man does everything according to the instructions, extending his hand forward and invitingly commanding the status window to appear. Nothing happens, and Tiger, breathing heavily, is convinced that all these words were a lie. However, this is not the case, as evidenced by the abnormal crackling of static and a bright light from nowhere. Tiger can't believe his eyes, even though he can clearly see the status window. However, a strange thought comes into his head, as if he had already seen something similar in Life and Survival. But there are also some differences, such as the terms used in the notifications that pop up before your eyes. And yet the man decides to try to follow the clues and open the spatial gate. It doesn't cost him much effort. The energy immediately begins to spin into something completely new. Tiger is amazed by this, remembering that the labyrinth gate from Visuvash looks exactly the same. And then it finally dawns on the man that this is a system of life and survival. But I don't want to believe it, because unenviable news is bound to follow. Namely, those that will report about the asteroid in Jambi, but they are not there yet. But this is not so. It turns out that the man simply missed it, not being very interested in the news. He doesn't want to believe it even more, and Tiger tries to calm himself down by saying that it's just a coincidence. And yet, a thought on the edge of his consciousness makes him admit the idea that this is all true. In this case, the state of affairs appears completely different, prompting active action. It occurs to Tiger that there might be some evidence for his theory there. A strong premonition beckons him forward. It seems to him that there might be some evidence inside. The man's hand freezes literally a few centimeters from the gate. The switch clicks, switching to the mind. Tiger clearly understands that going inside without a plan is too risky. Changing his mind about putting himself at risk, he inserts a ladle through the gate instead of his body part. In this way, the man hopes to check if there is something on the other side. Seeing the dirt, Tiger assumes that this gate is some kind of teleporter. And then, having completed his minimal security check, he also makes preparations. Well, after this, he, encouraging and calming himself, still decides to go inside. The first emotion a man experiences is delight, which is simply impossible to contain. Seeing what spreads out before his eyes, Tiger can hardly believe that this is all real. After being in this place for a while, he begins to feel cool. There is no connection, which suggests that Tiger is in a place where people can hardly reach. This area is unfamiliar to him, but the man is not at a loss because he has something for this occasion. Leaving his first mark for himself, Tiger decides to search everything along the way to find the necessary evidence. Starting his journey in a new world, a man thinks about how serious all this is. Admitting that it's tiring him out, Tiger wonders why the forest is so huge. Stopping for a breather, he asks for at least someone to show up. His wish is fulfilled, and the man, barely avoiding a collision, screams loudly and long drawn out. The system reports that it is a valley deer, and Tiger finds it and the sudden notification strange. However, the man begins to suspect that he is not on Earth now. The valley deer continues to look at Tiger, not moving or making a sound. And then suddenly she runs away, leaving the man alone with his thoughts. Tiger admits that he was scared, but at the same time he understands that this animal did not look aggressive. And this cannot be considered as evidence, unlike other representatives of this area after the disaster. Tiger reflects on the fact that he had a premonition, but it is not at all encouraging. The man feels like this place is closely connected to survival, but he can only ignore it. Tiger doesn't want to believe that humanity is facing a catastrophe. However, this does not last long as the man finds something. This item is the solar apple, which the system immediately informs its user about. As Tiger picks it up and examines it, he expresses his hope that everything will be okay. As soon as a man takes the first bite, he begins to feel the changes that have taken place inside him. The system informs him that the solar apple restores some stamina. Tiger thinks that this effect is very similar to the one he had in the game after drinking the juice of the same name. This almost confirms everything, as does the goblin droppings lying nearby. Even though he doesn't want to, the man motivates himself to accept all of this, namely, that an apocalypse will soon fall upon the earth. Finally convinced of everything, Tiger leaves the spatial gate to begin preparations. He streamed and recorded because he enjoyed it, but now it will all come in handy. Reading the news and analyzing his notes, Tiger concludes that there are 32 days left until the apocalypse. On rewatching, the game was found to be riddled with difficulties, the worst of which was the metal decay epidemic. This phenomenon occurs within 5 hours of being infected by zombie spores, destroying all metal, and it is capable of instantly throwing human civilization back to its primitive state. Over time, this epidemic weakens depending on the region, but it takes from 6 months to a year. However, Tiger is confident that such a catastrophic illness does not matter to him. After all, he received a feature which is the exclusive spatial gate. And although this is only a hypothesis, but most likely the metal decay epidemic cannot pass through them. After the initial analysis, Tiger spent all his savings on purchasing everything he needed to survive. Among this variety are weapons, food, tools, medicines, and equipment for autonomous existence. While there was still time, the man began monitoring the mood in the community to plan his next steps. This continued all night, but as soon as morning came, Tiger bought a few more things. On the way home, he bought a hunting bow second-hand, exchanging a few polite words with the seller in the process. Thanking him once again as he said goodbye, Tiger began to think that maybe he was panicking for nothing. But be that as it may, he still thought that a couple of years of suffering would not kill him. Having finished his business, the man returned home and posted a notice on the door of his restaurant. He looked closely at the sign that they had been out of business for several months due to renovations. Tiger exhales heavily, unable to believe that all this happened in just one night. Anna calls out to him, asking about the restaurant closing, and the man begins to make excuses. The girl assumes that her neighbor earned a lot of money for the repairs, but he says that he is just old. Trying to be gentle, the man says goodbye to Anna, but she interrupts him, asking her to listen. But then she interrupts herself, saying that it is not important, and saying goodbye until the next time we meet. Watching the girl leave, Tiger ponders for a while what she wanted to say, and then the man thinks for a long time about how he could have stopped her from asking about it. and yet he chooses silence and inaction, because he has more important things to do. The first thing Tiger does when he rises to his place is open the interdimensional gate. He recalls that in games he is a meticulous strategist, a planner. It is for this reason that among experienced players he has always lacked physical skills. However, characteristics are not given for leveling up. They are obtained through hunting and discoveries. Letting out a long sigh, Tiger wonders if he can do it. The bowstring is drawn easier than he expected, and the man assumes that with good aim he will succeed. Meanwhile, the man on the screen gives him a signal to shoot, which slightly puzzles Tiger. And yet his intention is serious, so, getting ready, he places the arrow on the bowstring more tightly and pulls it back once more. He remembers the time when he was hanging out in survival and was the best of the archers. By releasing control, the man allows the arrow to accurately reach its target. Amazed at his talent, Tiger suggests that he was Legolas in a past life. Through trial and error, he later learns that his maximum is about 5 times. This motivates the man to actively train, and he sets himself 2 goals. The first is whether he can hunt monsters at his current level or not. The second one involves creating a hiding place in this place for storing weapons and items. However, until the ordered weapons and equipment arrive, Tiger cannot take any risks. So he abandons his stupid plans and for now rejoices in his unprecedented luck. Tiger believes he was able to remain a veteran in the game thanks to his preparedness for any situation and his focus on the future. Something comes to the man's mind, and he tries to remember where exactly he saw what he needed. His memory does not fail him, and Tiger finds the desired object with his eyes. Saying its name out loud, the man heads straight for the goblin's droppings. The reason he was looking for it was because one bunch is not the norm, because goblins are social. After conducting a detailed analysis, Tiger suggests that this individual was expelled from the flock and did not eat properly. The man wants to find him in order to test himself in a real fight, because such an opportunity is rare. This takes quite a long time, and Tiger notices that it is already starting to get dark. He notes that he can still hear the howling of wolves, meaning he is still close to the valley. And then the man notices him, hiding behind the nearest tree as quickly as possible. Tiger mentally notes that this specimen looks exactly like the ones he saw in survival. Being the lowest class in rank, goblins primarily use spears and poison needles. They especially enjoy tormenting their opponents with paralyzing poison. It was for this reason that Tiger chose arrows as his first weapon. The man looks at the goblin more closely, becoming convinced that this old man has been exiled. Tiger is absolutely sure that if he doesn't panic, he can kill the monster. And with these thoughts, concentrating as much as possible, he releases the arrow. The old man turns at the whistling sound, noticing the attack at the very last moment. But he manages to cover himself to avoid a fatal head wound, much to Tiger's disappointment. But that's not all, because the goblin's next actions make the man curse, and then again, but not at the creature, but because he felt uneasy. Without allowing himself to hesitate, the man quickly grabs his spare weapon. Well, the goblin extracts his own from somewhere, hissing menacingly. The next moment, they both rush forward, not wanting to be the one who loses. As the blades separate, Tiger lunges again, wanting to distract his opponent. However, the goblin turns out to be no slouch, dodging the blow without much effort. And then he himself uses a technique similar to his opponent, striking and making him scream. It turns out to be more painful than Tiger expected, but there is no time to relax and cry. Rushing forward at full speed, the man not only knocks the weapon out of the goblin's clutches, but also knocks the opponent off his feet. Pressing on the creature so that it could not escape, Tiger grips the knife handle more firmly, and he thrusts sharply into the goblin, causing the monster to cough, which turns into a death rattle. The old man gives his killer one last conscious look, after which, along with the last sound, he lets out his last breath. Trying to catch his breath, Tiger is happy with what he has done and laughs with relief. Suddenly, he notices an inconspicuous bag and decides to look what's inside. There is powder and vegetable oil, from the mixture of which an ointment should be made. But the first thing Tiger decides to do is bury the body and do it before the pack notices it. He thinks that if he is simply abandoned, he will turn into a bony monster. The movement causes the man to look up from his activity, and he notices a trout. And then a thought bursts into his head that makes him feel uneasy. After all, this could only mean one thing, that Tiger was about to check it out right now. The first thing that catches the man's attention is the red eye looking straight at him. And then he is convinced that his guess was correct, and an owl bear is now standing in front of him. Barely audible, with only his disobedient lips, Tiger notices that things are bad. Meanwhile, there are 31 days left until the apocalypse. The role lover greets his followers, and some of them even reply. He shares with them that today he has prepared a guide to the monsters that live in the forest. Some viewers say he has few views because the content is boring. Tiger disagrees. However, there are those who provide financial support, and the gamer thanks this person. And he says that it's nothing, he just earned a little extra money to pay for today's stream. This topic starts to develop in the chat, and Tiger asks to stop interfering with his stream. And then he reminds them what they discussed last time and what else he explained to them. Now the role lover says that the most dangerous creatures in this forest are werewolves and owl bears. The gamer begins to talk in more detail about the latter, saying how to calculate their territory. And if he has chosen a certain location, it means that balance has been established in the monster ecosystem. The role lover moves on to how to deal with the owlbear. And right now, he is mentally wondering why he is remembering happy moments from the past. The only thing that comes to mind is that his whole life is flashing before his eyes. But the man immediately pulls himself together, forcing himself to believe that this is just a reminder for him. A message from his old friends telling him that he needs to pull himself together immediately. Therefore, the man urges himself to be extremely careful now. If the owlbear stands still, it means he is not hungry. Otherwise, Tiger would be torn to pieces. And what is happening now suggests that this monster is provoked by only one thing. And this is an invasion of his territory, the place where this red trout lives. If this is really the case, then there is only one way out of this situation. By taking a more stable position, the man reminds himself that his mind is the mind of a role lover. But at the same time, he does not forget that the body itself belongs to Tiger Strong. But despite everything, he simply has to carry out his plans in order to survive. And to give himself courage, the man shouts encouragement loudly and out loud. When the owlbear tenses, Tiger remembers that these creatures see well at night. However, at the same time, they are vulnerable to sunlight, so the man knows what to do. As the creature approaches, Tiger reminds himself that he only has one chance to create a powerful flash of light. But to do this, the man will have to resort to radical methods, risking his life. And all this was done in order to shine a flashlight directly into the creature's eyes, creating the appearance of sunlight. It actually works, because at that very moment the creature bursts into a heart-rending roar. While Tiger continues to shine, choosing if he is going to go, then go all the way. The next morning, the man is woken up by his alarm clock, but he has absolutely no desire to get up. Raising himself up on trembling hands, Tiger notes the pain echoing in every cell of his body. He can't believe that he passed out just after leaving the gate and for so long already. And then the man remembers what happened and expresses hope that something like this will never happen again. Tiger's stomach rumbles indignantly, reminding him that he hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. An attempt to get out of bed ends unsuccessfully, and the man swears harshly. He states the fact that his legs can't support him at all. And then somehow he crawls to his goal and decides to eat a couple of fruits. As soon as he starts eating, the system sends a notification about the user's stamina being restored. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tiger says he now feels human again. And now that his strength is back, he expresses a desire to fill his stomach. As he goes down to the first floor, the man becomes puzzled. Seeing Anna in front of him, he asks her what she is doing, and the girl replies that she came to have a snack. Tiger wonders why they're sitting together, but the girl is on her own wavelength, believing that eating together is tastier. And then Anna asks if the man has tried what they recently talked about, and he clarifies. She's referring to the status window, and Tiger understands why she cut off the connection then. Showing the news to her interlocutor, Anna admits that she considers it real. It says that cash has disappeared from the store, and Tiger is amazed at the girl's naivety. The man returns to the question of the window and says that he tried, but it didn't work. He believes lying is the only sensible choice because his trait is not a combat type. Moreover, this power is meant for solo play, not for team play. Besides, Tiger sees no point in revealing his cards when his own safety is not guaranteed. It would be tantamount to signing your own death warrant. And yet the man is haunted by the thought that this girl is so persistent. Meanwhile, Anna apologizes, admitting that she lied about something. Thinking that this girl is good, Tiger assures her out loud that everything is okay. He invites her to tell him later if she wants, when and if she plucks up the courage. Sometime later, Tiger sees a mountain of packages being unloaded in front of his house. The man thanks the courier for his hard work, but he says everything is fine. Tiger carries things that will be needed later to the roof, and those that are needed now to the second floor. After this, taking advantage of the opportune moment, he selects the items needed for today's operation. Having placed some of them in front of him, the man examines them meticulously. His mission today is to find a place that could become a refuge for him. Tiger believes that he must get it no matter what the cost. The man doesn't think it will be that difficult to find shelter, if only because he had already noticed one interesting place when he was looking for the old goblin. He remembered the way to it well, so he walked confidently, allowing himself to take shortcuts. Finding himself right in front of this place, Tiger notes that this is the perfect place for his future shelter. The most important thing in this matter is the ability to find out what kind of monsters live here. Looking closely at the tracks leading out of the cave and back, Tiger realizes that they belong to kobolds. The man considers this a stroke of luck, so he can't even contain the grin that's bursting out. After all, his plan is designed specifically for low-level monsters. Tiger checks the direction of the wind, and then he notes that his idea will work perfectly on nocturnal kobolds, like a powerful sleeping pill. To carry out his plan, Tiger rushes to collect firewood, which smells worse than he expected. And then he places as much as he thinks will be enough, right next to the entrance. After this, the man pours gasoline on the brushwood, and only the last step remains. Thinking about this, Tiger suddenly hears familiar sleepy voices, followed by yawns. Still yawning after a sweet sleep, the kobolds emerge from the cave. Unfortunately, Tiger is within their reach, so it's not difficult to spot him. The man is at a loss, because for some reason he completely failed to foresee such an outcome. However, he reacts just as quickly, gripping the axe shaft more firmly. It takes him literally a couple of moments to neutralize the enemy. And then he thinks about the fact that drowsiness was just a temporary effect. What's also surprising is that Tiger can still kill these creatures with one hit. He decides to deal with this later, wanting to carry out his plan before the others wake up. Tiger recalls that all low-level monsters in the game had one thing in common. Each of them had a vulnerability to sudden phenomena and effects. The man considers that burning the monsters directly would be better than simply using smoke. However, from the point of view of someone who is going to live in this place, this would be irrational. It is for this reason that the man chose this strategy. After all, according to her, the monsters will weaken and thus enter a state of confusion. Well, and accordingly, Tiger will be able to destroy them all in one fell swoop. The man recalls that kobold packs usually consist of 7 individuals. He thought that 5 would run out now, but after counting the number of monsters, he realized that he was wrong. There turned out to be only 3 of them. But even with this scenario, the man is not going to deviate from his plan. The kobolds begin to shout something in a language only they understand. Well, Tiger, without thinking about the meaning of this adverb, swings his fire axe wide. And he goes on the offensive, wanting to get rid of the interference as quickly as possible. The kobold's screams become even more furious, but Tiger doesn't hear them. Snatching his next tool from his belt, he moves on to the next part of his plan. By spraying the spray directly into the face of the nearest kobold, the man causes it to cough chokingly. Falling on its back, the creature begins to choke, trying to say something. His brother suffers an even more cruel fate, and his dying cry suddenly dies down. Tiger addresses the last survivor, stating the fact that he is the only one left. Saying that he knew the leader would sit in the rear, the man says goodbye to the monster. And he promises not to even doubt that he will find a worthy use for his shelter. Later, the man breathes a sigh of relief, considering that it was relatively easy, except for the low stamina. Looking at his status window, Tiger notes that his stats are declining just like in the game. Still, leveling up gave him some perks, so the man considers today's catch to be quite good. But there is something that he considers even more important, and that is the use of something. And of course, by these words he means winning and holding refuge. Only first of all, he notices that he will have to properly clean up this lair. So, consider that as soon as Tiger gets a shelter, he starts cleaning it. Its depth turns out to be approximately 15 meters, which, in fact, turns out to be quite small. And maybe because Tiger is fresh out of a fight, he finds the work there hellish. And yet, this cannot but please, because now the man has his own safe place. Plus, he can use the gate, which makes his job a little easier. Tiger thinks that he is so tired that he feels like he is going to pass out. But not without discoveries. The man learned one curious thing during the process of interdimensional travel. At first, the idea of fixing coordinates in both worlds seemed unrealistic to him. But then he realized that it was possible to make objects interact even at the boundary of dimensions. And looking around his shelter after cleaning, Tiger comes to the conclusion that it is cozy. But that's not all. He figures it would also be a good idea to wash the blood off everything and fill the floor with concrete so that things can be stored there. Tiger is estimating how long it will take for the mortar to dry and also wants to install the panels. His attention is drawn to two types of stones, light stones and fire stones. The man recalls that for newcomers to the game, these were essential items, a gold mine, and he decides to start mining them immediately after he finishes preparing for construction. The next day, an otherworldly wheezing sound is heard from his house again. The man can't understand why his body aches so much. Is he overworked? At the same time, his hands begin to itch, and Tiger notices strange small cuts of unknown origin on them. Looking at the sunny apple, the man thinks that he feels sorry to waste it on this, and then he decides to test the effect by using ointment instead of an apple. But first you need to prepare it. For this, you need to mix this powder with vegetable oil. The proportions should be 5:5, and you need to stir until the resulting mass thickens. The system reports that this ointment is quite useful, as it helps to slightly heal wounds. Tiger doesn't hesitate and immediately tries the ointment, feeling its effect from the very first seconds. However, the man thinks that if this happens every time, he will not last long. Tiger believes that in order to improve his stats, he needs to keep up the good work. He begins to think about which weapon is most effective for him now. The flow of ordinary comparisons is interrupted by one rather unusual thought. And Tiger says out loud that he has an interesting idea, although he is not sure that all this can happen in reality, since it is only connected with the backstory. But despite everything, the man considers even the side branch useful and informative. He ponders what would happen if the same backstory as in the game were repeated in the real world. And this will bring him a lot of goodies, so Tiger's going to check everything in advance. As he had planned, the man climbs onto the roof to begin preparing for construction. His work is going like clockwork because the bags of the required solution had already been pre-ordered. After this part of the plan was completed, Tiger went down to the first floor to get the rest. And just as he begins to drag the boxes, suddenly a familiar voice calls out to him. Anna greets him in her usual manner, and the man cannot understand when they manage to become so close. He notes that they have begun to see each other often, and the girl reminds him that she comes to eat every day. Tiger apologizes for his inattention, citing exhaustion, and Anna supports him. And she explains her words by saying that previously the man came to her for a haircut once every 3 months. Tiger agrees to this, and the girl offers him to get a haircut right now. He agrees with the idea that shorter hair is more convenient for outings. A little later, Anna asks her dear client what he would like, and he asks to cut everything off. The girl is puzzled by this answer, and she clarifies the reason. Tiger says that it is a sign of a new beginning. Anna treats these words with understanding, promising to do everything in the best possible way. The girl notices that Tiger has become broader in the shoulders. He says that it's probably because he recently started training. During the process, Anna says that she heard that the status window is somehow connected with the game life is survival. Tiger is surprised by her words that those who have played it at least once become awakened. The man asks the girl where she got this information. The hairdresser begins to hesitate, but the sound of the door opening saves her from the awkward question. Noticing the man who entered, the girl turns to him, asking why he is so late. Silkrane replies that he came to share something with Anna. This man once got into a fight with Tiger because of his loud singing, and the man is surprised by their acquaintance. Meanwhile, Silkrane says that the guy decided to grab all the information, deleted the video, and ran away. The blonde guy says their group is trying to find out where he lives, but the girl doubts that this is legal. While Tiger warms his ears, Silkrane speaks again, but now there is a nervousness in his voice. He asks Anna if they are in a position to get out now, and as they continue their discussion, Tiger becomes convinced that these people are looking for him. Meanwhile, Silkrane asks Anna if she has thought about joining the team, but she has doubts. And Tiger thinks that he deleted the video not because he wanted to seize information, but because of frustration. The blonde continues to press, trying to convince the girl that everything is going exactly like in the game. Silkrane believes that if the blogger had simply posted the information, they wouldn't have had to do this. He warns the girl that he doesn't intend to wait long, and Tiger thinks about how people treat him on the forums. Silkrane still won't back down, rushing Anna, and then our hero pulls him back. He says he doesn't know what they're talking about, but suggests they discuss it later. Silkrane answers him with a clarifying question, and then asks who he is anyway. Tiger advises the blondie to get out of here while he's still good. Otherwise, he'll get his face blown apart like last time. Silkrane starts to say something, but stops short, and instead of finishing his sentence, an indignant cough escapes from him. In the end, the man leaves, hissing discontentedly and saying that apparently today is not meant to be. Anna says goodbye to him. The girl allows herself to exhale only when the door closes behind him. Tiger calls out to her. He offers to exchange numbers with the barber just in case, because Silkrane is a rotten person. Coming home, instead of continuing construction, Tiger decides to do something else. So, having learned that he is really being slandered on the forums, he begins to feel disgust towards people. And although he feels sick from them, the man's spirit does not fall. On the contrary, it suddenly becomes clear in his head. Opening the dimension gate, Tiger enters it and spends the next 2 days setting up a shelter. As he wanted, he is engaged in the extraction of lightstones and firestones until the ore is depleted. He mixes and then fills the surface of the floor line with a solution of water. And after this, he carefully and meticulously levels it out to avoid imperfections. After finishing the work, the man goes outside to wait for the material to dry. Looking at the moon, which was shining so brightly in the darkness, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Tiger thinks that injustice should be responded to in the same way because he is not a hero. He doesn't need any great mission, he just needs to stay alive. And just as Tiger makes this decision, a sound behind him makes him turn around. The man knows the name of the creature that appears before him. It's called a bone crawler, and Tiger curses uncontrollably at the thought of it. The sounds coming from the creature become increasingly terrifying, but the man is in no mood. By saying this out loud, Tiger also notes how unenviable the situation he found himself in was. Meanwhile, there are 27 days left until the apocalypse. Thrown back by the explosion and hit so hard that he lost consciousness, Tiger begins to slowly come to his senses. The first sign of this is a convulsive contraction of the muscles that cause the fingers to move. And then Tiger suddenly jumps up, letting out a scream and coughing sound from his chest. Looking around, the man tries to understand what happened to him. Noticing familiar bones nearby, fragments of memories begin to form into a coherent picture in his head. However, Tiger still cannot remember how he managed to survive. A little later, he finally manages to remember that he managed to react a couple of moments before the explosion. This was the only way he managed to jump back and not die, even though he had already been hit pretty hard. The most obvious proof of this are the fragments of the monster's bones. Noting this, Tiger brings up the status window, his voice becoming unresponsive and trembling with pain as he does so. Studying it, the man notes that, although the characteristics have decreased, there are no breaks or fractures. Based on the fact that he received points and his level increased, it turns out that the game counted him as having killed the mob. Thinking about how bad he feels, Tiger orders the dimension gate to open. Returning home, the man immediately begins treatment. The first thing Tiger does is remove the shards from himself, which turns out to be quite a torture. After this, he applies a miraculous ointment to stop the bleeding, which is also very unpleasant and painful. When the man begins to bandage himself, wanting to check the condition later, a surprise awaits him. Tiger gets so sick that he just passes out halfway through. When the sun rises and begins to knock on his window, the man slowly comes to his senses. Breathing out through his teeth in pain, he thinks that it won't be long before he dies. Tiger believes he should have tested whether the ointment worked before passing out. Checking his characteristics, the man sighs with relief because everything seems to have worked as it should. Tiger wonders where a creature like a bone crawler came from in that place. Although, on the other hand, he understands that the forest is huge and anything can come out of it. Tiger decides to upgrade his perception in order to better sense and recognize enemies. He recalls that there were 2 ways to improve your performance in this game. This is obtained through experience and the ability to obtain items with bonuses to characteristics. However, since this is a hardcore game, you will have to try hard to get a special item. High-level monsters also have skills that can be obtained by fulfilling certain conditions. But some of them may not be suitable, so Tiger decides to dig into the backstory of the game. It describes pre-disaster phenomena that make it possible to obtain artifacts before the apocalypse, provided that these phenomena actually occur and powerful monsters appear. Wanting to understand everything in as much detail as possible, Tiger reads the story for a long time. He analyzes the game's chronology of events out loud, but some information is still missing. Ultimately, the man comes to the conclusion that the incident with the orc that happened on the mountain is the earliest. Having analyzed and compared all the data, Tiger decides to leave in such a way as to be there by dawn. But he is distracted by a ringing bell, and the man tries to understand why the hairdresser is calling him at such an hour. Eventually, they decide to meet, and a little later, they are already sitting in a cafe. Anna asks Tiger if he is okay, to which the man is surprised by the suddenness of the question. She was confused by the man's unusual expression and the fact that he was wearing long sleeves in such heat. The girl suggests that it's because he had to stay late last time because of Silk Rain, but Tiger denies it. Anna breathes a sigh of relief, admitting to her interlocutor that she had managed to get a little scared. Tiger agrees that he really doesn't like this man. The man tells how last winter Silk Rain caused a disturbance and ran over an elderly grandfather. Anna is surprised by this and asks a clarifying question about it. She says that she didn't think the blonde was like that, but Tiger isn't surprised since Silk Rain was causing trouble at night. However, the man asks why Anna called him, and the girl says that she wanted to tell him something. The hairdresser confesses to her interlocutor that she is awakened, but he does not understand why she is telling him all this. He decides to play along, pretending to laugh and saying that he himself, unlike her, has not awakened. Anna apologizes for this, explaining her actions by the fact that she felt awkward lying. Tiger expresses understanding, and then he thanks the girl for sharing such information with him. Tiger says that thanks to Anna, he feels a little better, because he was on edge because of the renovation. He says goodbye to the girl, offering to see her in this game and saying that he now plans to study her. Tiger's mood improves, so he rents a fancy drone and a car for the rest of the time, after which he goes to bed in order to have a good rest and be in perfect shape. The next day, as soon as the sun rises, Tiger begins to prepare equipment for hunting the orc. In the process, the man thinks about the need to crush the firestones with extreme caution. After all, one wrong move would be enough for everything around to burst into flames. After the work with them has been completed, the light stones come into the process. Although flashes from them hit his eyes every now and then, Tiger makes a promise to himself to endure for the sake of a good cause. The man does this until he completes basic training for hunting. After this, he adds sugar, gasoline, and various organic solvents to the resulting grains of sand, and then mixes them with a hardener to fix the combustible mixture and resin. Having set up a table with fixed coordinates of the gate, Tiger returns to reality. There he approaches the rented car and opens its trunk, wanting to check its contents. And he expresses joy that he didn't spend money on a good car in vain. Having mentally checked everything, the man comes to the conclusion that he has everything he needs. And then he asks himself if he is ready and says, "Let's go." Tiger is eager to get to Mount Chili, where the orc will appear, putting his foot down on the gas pedal. He arrives at the Gorney campsite parking lot shortly before midnight. The man spends the time he has left before the orc appears training, and at the same time, to check the equipment that will be useful to him to confront the monster. As soon as the next day arrives, Tiger sets out on a full-scale search. He doesn't find anything even after 2 hours, but the rain seems to have become even heavier. Tiger reasons that, in addition, because of the fog ahead, he can't see anything. As he moves further and further, the man begins to lose hope, wondering where the orcs could come from. Last time he appeared near the camp, but the problem was that he had already checked everything there. The thought that the game's backstory doesn't play out in reality returns. However, Tiger doesn't even have time to say it out loud completely, because a thunderous roar is heard ahead. The man jerks sharply, because he understands perfectly well what this sound is. He recognizes it among 1,000. And the terrifying silhouette of an orc already appears at the edge of view, attracting attention. Plus, it's red, which means you're guaranteed to get a skill when you kill a creep. The man desperately began to urge himself to calm down, slowly getting down to business. He expresses confidence that if he just follows the plan, he will definitely cope with everything. Tiger runs through the plan to catch the orc in his head, taking it apart piece by piece. The first thing the man plans to do is use the creature's aggression to distract its attention. For this, of course, he will need this smoke bomb. After this, Tiger remembers the next point of her plan when she attracts the orc. And so far everything is going well. The monster actually notices the bait thrown nearby. And after that, also in accordance with Tiger's plan, he attacks her. At that moment, the man himself takes aim, estimating the distance between him and the monster. And then, switching the orc's attention to himself, he simultaneously opens a portal. Just as the monster is about to rush at him, Tiger makes a feint. And although he is scared, he imagines himself as a strategist in the game, precisely adhering to the intended trajectory. The next point in his plan is to use a flashbang grenade. She distracts the orc's attention for a while so that Tiger can move on to the next point of the plan. While the monster growls angrily and squints, the man partially crosses through the portal. He thinks that he has about 20 to 30 seconds left until the orc's vision returns. And after this, a very difficult stage begins, which is the time trial. As Tiger lunges at the orc, he thinks he needs to damage the creature's muscles first. He needs this in order to limit the orc's movements, thereby slowing him down. Meanwhile, the monster's vision begins to slowly return, and he screams, noticing his opponent. The orc doesn't hesitate to wait until he can see perfectly, already starting to strike. For Tiger, this turns out to be a truly difficult stage, because a mistake will cost him his life. And yet, he's doing well so far, successfully dodging the monster's attacks in the process. Tiger's own blow makes the red orc howl wildly. The severed tendon causes weakness in the legs, and the monster collapses to the ground. And Tiger gets to the point where the orc's head is level with his own. This is necessary in order to be able to shove a can of fuel down the creature's throat. In fact, this is what Tiger does, overcoming the fear of being maimed by an orc. He doesn't even have time to understand what happened, and the man is thrown back by the force of the explosion. Pleased, he asks how the creatures did this, confident that even for an orc it would be fatal. However, he is unable to finish speaking since the monster, contrary to expectations, is still alive. A loss of vigilance leads to a mistake that costs a man quite a strong blow. This is what Tiger says, trying to catch his breath from his suddenly soaring pulse. When an angry person moves towards him, the man has no choice but to curse. Tiger feels so lousy that he looks like he's about to pass out right now. Closing his eyes in helplessness, he mentally wonders if he is really going to die like this. And yet the system informs him about the level increase, additional points, and the acquisition of a skill. Tiger struggles to get up, sighs heavily, and says that this is simply unbearable. But suddenly he becomes interested in where the item that was supposed to drop from the orc is. The rain made it hard to find him, but Tiger now sees that he has gained perception glasses. However, one question remains open. What should he do with the orc's charred corpse now? Remembering that this incident was kept secret in the game, the man considers the best course of action. At the same time, Tiger recalls Anna's words regarding the method of emergence of the awakened, and his mood becomes pessimistic, because this means that there are at least several thousand of them. Tiger begins to speculate about what they might be like and what will come of it, and he is not at all tempted by the thought that among the awakened, even a minority will be like Silkrane. After all, such people are likely to destroy the system for their own gain and cause mass unrest. Another problem is that if you leave the ogre here, it will become a bone crawler. Suddenly, a question bursts into the man's head. Why didn't he think about the fact that he could become a zombie? After all, even if he is awakened, there is no guarantee that he will not turn into a zombie after becoming infected with spores. Tiger doesn't understand which choice is right and can't bring himself to make a decision on the spot. Yet one thing is certain to him, so he decides to open the portal. Even for the sake of the few who survive, Tiger wants the world to come to an orderly end. As he stuck a shovel into the ground on the other side, the man cursed rudely, and then he rhetorically asks when he should have time to dig a hole and bury this creature. Tiger is confident that if his body were in good shape, he wouldn't be suffering so much. When the acquired skill is activated, the man expresses a desire to end everything as quickly as possible. And in principle, even without this skill, he has no choice but to speed up. Later, Tiger reflects on how, at first glance, the will to live is a useless skill. But it's more about what happens to the body after the effect wears off. It will take some time for the user to recover before they can move normally again. Hours later, Tiger wonders if this is for real. Checking his plan, the man notes that he should have already started building a defensive line. The inaction is not encouraging, but in contrast, it is a relief that the remains of the red orc have definitely been erased. Considering that it's too late to start anything serious today, Tiger decides to check out the community and the packages. First of all, he unpacks so as not to languish himself with a long wait. Mentally checking the list, the man happily notes that this is exactly what he needs. Of course, he may use some things in reality for other purposes, but that's not bad either. However, Tiger suddenly remembers specific items that for some reason are not in the box. The answer to why this is so is found in the note, according to which the same spear will not be able to pass customs inspection. The doorbell rings, and Tiger, assuming it's another delivery, asks to simply leave the packages outside. However, the sound does not stop, leading the man to assume that the courier did not hear him. Addressing the delivery person, Tiger repeats his words, offering to leave the package at the door. And yet he opens it himself, and then is surprised, because it is not the courier in front of him at all. Tiger asks Anna what she is doing here, and the girl apologizes and says that she really wants to chat today. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so if the man didn't mind, she would really like to fix this. And while Anna invites Tiger to eat together, there are 24 days left until the apocalypse. Sometime later, the man, watching the girl cook, thinks about it. He is puzzled by the thought that Anna is now in his house. A strange thought comes into his head, although Tiger finds it difficult to believe it is true. And while he is developing it, Anna finishes cooking and invites the man to quickly start eating. He agrees immediately, confirming that he will start eating right away. But remembering the girl's words, Tiger asks what exactly she wanted to talk to him about. Anna recalls how the man said that he would look for information, and he realized that he was mistaken. And yet, he considers sharing the information with this girl to be the right decision. After all, the apocalypse is just around the corner, and good people are worth their weight in gold in such turbulent times. That's why Tiger agrees, and Anna offers to take out the trash while he's cooking. After a while, the man finds a better way to share information without revealing that he is awakened. The best way to do this is through the community, and so Tiger begins his story with a detailed explanation of the epidemic. After this, he explains that groups of 10 or more people are more likely to attract the attention of infected monsters, and also about the fact that the perception characteristic is critically important for survival. Amazed at the restaurant owner's knowledge, the girl writes everything down. Reaching perception, they dwell on this moment in more detail. Anna is interested in it. Having answered all her questions, Tiger says that there is something else that he has found, but the girl stops him. She notices that Roll Lover is getting a lot of hate, just like Mr. Silkrain's son said. And then he asks Tiger why he thinks this man doesn't share information. The man says that he doesn't know. After all, he had never played this game, and then he asks Anna about her assumptions, and she says that she partly understands the amateur. She says that everyone has their own reasons and their own circumstances, understandable only to them. Then the girl shares that she rejected Silkrain's offer, and Tiger asks the reason for this. Anna begins to talk about what happened when she met this man with one of the group members. The girl turns on a recording in which two people are discussing her, speaking in not very flattering terms. Although Tiger doesn't say it out loud, he mentally calls Silkrain a rotten bastard. He tells the girl that if a disaster does happen, many will show their true nature. So he advises Anna not to trust anyone, and she asks what about him. The girl says that she wants to be in the same group with him. Although he is pleased, the man cannot directly agree to this proposal. After all, he already has several very significant goals. One of them is reaching level 10 before starting the training in order to open your own store. This is the problem, because in the game, the level of monsters is adjusted to the player, which means that if this girl is in a group with him, she will simply die. So Tiger says that he appreciates her offer, but he might turn into a zombie, but Anna doesn't see that as a problem. In order to reinforce her words, the girl demonstrates her ability to her interlocutor. She's confident that Leap will allow her to dodge before he can bite her. Tiger is worried that Anna is just showing off her ability, but the girl did it as a sign of trust. After this, she expresses confidence that both of them will not become zombies. And in general, Anna wants them to at least be allies, if they can't become one team. Sometime later, Tiger thinks that building a fence is not that difficult. The first thing he does is start driving support posts into the ground around the entire perimeter. After this, he wraps each of them with barbed wire in 1 or 2 layers. And of course, to ensure that everything doesn't end up meaningless and durable, the structure needs to be secured. A man admires the result after installing infrared sensors. He likes how it turned out, so he thinks it deserves at least 1 dexterity point. Now that the defensive line is ready, Tiger is going to start moving the boxes. When he completes this too, he notes that what needed to be moved first has been done. Once he divides the space with panels, the interior arrangement of the shelter will be almost complete. Tiger barely has time to finish his thought before he sneezes loudly. And then he notes that inside it feels as if it is already late autumn outside. Thinking that he will soon have to spend the night here, the man believes that something needs to be done about it. Since he's here, Tiger decides at the entrance that it would be best to make a door. Thus, his already long to-do list gets another addition. After this, the man pops into the nearest carpentry shop to order and buy some things. And on the way back, 5 hours before the start of the epidemic, Tiger slowly finishes all his business. While checking the list and adjusting it, the man suddenly hears his name being called. Noticing Smeshrid nearby, Tiger greets him in a friendly manner. The man notes that they haven't seen each other for a long time. By occupation, this man is the owner of a gym. Noticing the changes, Tiger asks his friend what's wrong, and he says that a lot has been happening lately. Smeshred admires the changes in the man's body, who says he's just doing a little renovation work. Tiger asks the elder how he is doing, and he agrees that the world really is ending. The brunette asks if his interlocutor has heard about this too, and he confirms it. Smeshred asks if Tiger himself believes this. He starts to hesitate, and then Smeshred continues. A friend from the gym told him about it, suggesting he watch more carefully, and he took off. Smeshred says that he saw it with his own eyes, and Tiger says that he himself did not awaken. With obvious annoyance, the gym owner says that he is exactly the same. And that guy said he was heading to the TV station to hit the jackpot. He said back then that he had agreed on everything with the producer and they were supposed to have a meeting. Tiger assumes that the existence of the awakened will soon become known to everyone. But Smeshred has his doubts. He says there are worse things, like the shootout in Agenda. This makes Tiger ask again, and his interlocutor is slightly surprised that he hasn't watched the news. The brunette admits that he was busy, and his friend suggests that he go online right now. Reading the news, Tiger considers control of the media to be madness. Smeshred supports him. The younger one asks about the subsequent reports, and his interlocutor, clearing his throat, tells. He says the news said it was just a shootout carried out by a deserter. And yet, the Agenda area is now cordoned off by the military and police, which gives rise to certain thoughts. Tiger runs away, saying that he has some important things to do. Smeshred makes fun of him. Sitting at home, the man, analyzing his friend's words, comes to the conclusion that the government knew about the situation. But he just can't understand how this could have happened, because it's unlikely that anyone could have known the exact time. Tiger remembers what he did with the orc's body in order to not let things slide. However, he is very much disturbed by the shootout that occurs at that very moment. The thought comes to mind that someone could have leaked all this information to the government in advance. And most likely, this person, unlike himself, did not have an offensive feature. So he went to the front, and although Tiger is not sure, he has some guesses in his head. However, he cannot know this for sure, he can only guess. But the fact that there is someone behind the government is an unshakable fact. Thinking about who it could be, Tiger narrows the suspect pool to the creator of Life Survival, and also up to 3 veterans of this game because they are no less suspicious figures. But after much deliberation, Tiger excludes the creator from this list. The man is very interested to know how they did it, but so far nothing sensible comes to mind. And yet, the likelihood that the creators of the system are the instigators of the apocalypse is extremely high. Tiger believes that if the government was behind all this, they would not have allowed him to kill the orc. So for now, these 3 are the main suspects in this case. For some reason, Tiger is more inclined to believe that this person will be served the first. And if his theory is correct, he himself won't have to share information with the government. The man sighs resignedly, saying that he himself no longer understands anything and is confused. After all, in the game, most people behave in a way they don't in real life, even he himself. And yet the man finds himself thinking that he misses his veteran friends a little. Ultimately, he decides not to intervene for now, since exchanging information will not be able to prevent a catastrophe anyway. 2 days later, after a difficult, exhausting job, the man breathes a sigh of relief. Looking over the results of his efforts, Tiger is happy that he has finally sorted out his supplies. And so the first phase of his shelter's development is complete, and he now has a food storage facility and a weapons room. In the second phase, Tiger plans to install steel shelving in this area and drill into the wall with a hammer drill. Figuring things out, the man comes to the conclusion that there is less space here than he thought. Tiger glances at the basement's waterproofing and notices that he can't store anything there yet. The man plans to sort out everything else during the second stage. Approaching his desk, Tiger says that he has more important things to do right now. As he studies the size of the island, he is amazed at how big it is, as he had imagined it to be smaller. The man is overjoyed to have this drone. After all, now he doesn't have to worry about ambushes while carrying out reconnaissance. He is also pleased with how easy it is to create maps in real time this way. Tiger is happy that he didn't buy such an expensive model in vain. He sets the shelter as a central point and begins a full-scale reconnaissance of the area. As a result, Tiger finds out that in the northwest there are dangerous snowfields and some kind of monsters. In the south, there is an ocean that is free of any aggressive animals. But there is a lot of prey there, and Tiger is going to go there to set fish traps. Thus, after a fairly decent amount of time, the reconnaissance of the area was completed. Tiger's first step was to explore the valley to study the ecosystem around his hideout. Luckily, there were no owlbears or werewolves nearby. Flying up to the place where he met the previous owlbear, the man sees that his corpse has disappeared. Tiger assumes that he was eaten by a fellow creature, although the creepy skeleton did not look like a goblin's. But he decides not to jump to conclusions, as there are many different tracks nearby. Looking more closely, Tiger realizes that there are traces of goblins among them. Estimating the distance between the shelter and the valley, he notes that it is about 1.5 kilometers. This could mean that his refuge is in greater danger than he initially thought. Deciding that the goblins are somewhere nearby, Tiger presses the button, not wanting to lose his treasure. Even on the way back, the drone transmits data about the forest ecosystem to him while the man is busy with the map. While reflecting on the landscape and wildlife of this place, Tiger makes appropriate notes. And then he says that now he needs to check each zone personally in order to collect the most complete information. Tiger decides to check everything from the nearest swamp to see if it is possible to develop agriculture in this area. Suddenly, his phone bursts into a sound that has never been heard before. This can only mean one thing, that the infrared sensor has been triggered. Putting on his protection and looking around cautiously, Tiger notices that the goblins have no manners at all. But he doesn't think that this is the entire tribe. The maximum would be 6 or 8 individuals. Saying that he was just thinking about them, Tiger suggests that they might have gone hunting. The man grins contentedly, thinking that these creeps came into his hands on their own. He begins to suspect that this is all because his perception parameter has increased. After all, now every rustle and sound seems louder to the man than it was before. At some point, Tiger realizes that these goblins are very close. He begins to observe their squabble, hiding behind a tree and remaining unnoticed. After observing for some time, the man comes to the conclusion that the little green men are fighting over food. Tiger could change the location, but he doesn't want to because it's just perfect for an ambush. A plan immediately appears in the man's head, and he begins to implement it immediately. The tiger releases the arrow in a twisting trajectory, and at its final point, it hits the target exactly. When the tribe leader falls, throwing up his arms in a stupid gesture and croaking, the other goblins stop their argument. For a moment, they don't understand what just happened and start looking at each other. However, one of them turns out to be smarter and gives a signal to start looking around, and they don't argue with him. Then Tiger decides to take him down too, delivering another precise blow, and the goblin's relatives are lost again. But now they know where the arrow came from, and with a war cry, they rush straight there. The green men slow down slightly when a person appears in front of them. But Tiger, unlike them, is not going to hesitate, going on the offensive first. Having quickly eliminated the first, the man rushes like a wolf at the second, taking out another weapon. He lands one precise blow on his opponent, and that is enough. Putting the weapon back in place, the man states that he has already taken out 4 people. Tiger begins to speak, addressing the goblins, but they are not going to listen to him. The man calls the little green men rude because even villains don't attack when someone speaks. But the goblins remain indifferent to him, and their new leader gives the order to attack. Tiger understands this strategy since the poison didn't work on him, so close combat will be the solution. The man encourages his opponent's choices by encouraging them with kind words. But everything is not so simple, because all this did not apply to goblins at all. As for Tiger himself, this choice turned out to be the best solution for him. As the goblins begin to vomit, the man notes that the effect worked as intended. And this can only mean one thing, that it's time for him to finish here. With these thoughts, Tiger takes off and finishes his duel with an intricate cut. Allowing himself to exhale, the man notes that he decided to do this when the goblins were weakened. In fact, he still can't believe that his idea worked so well. Tiger says it's tiring, and then that he finds what happened funny. What he means is that the survival instinct didn't kick in during the fight, but it kicked in when he started digging. But this is also not bad, because now he will spend less time on exhausting and unpleasant work. Tiger believes that activating this skill wasn't completely useless. Unlike the orc, since only his health had dropped, he could see that the recoil wasn't that strong. As he finishes burying the goblins' bodies, the man states this fact. After this, he turns his gaze to the prey and decides it is necessary to check it. Discovering a familiar fruit among the supplies, Tiger learns what it looks like in its unprocessed form. Based on the vegetable oil, the man concludes that there is a place nearby where it is collected. After this, Tiger decides to look into the boss's bag to find out what secrets it is hiding. The man's gaze catches something strange and he wonders what it is. Seeing a toad-like creature in front of him, Tiger assumes that this is it. Listening to her breathing, he wonders why goblins would carry a living creature around with them. But something catches the man's attention, and he slowly begins to understand everything. The musty smell and that nasty green goo speak for themselves, creating a bad feeling. Tiger realizes too late that this is the same paralyzing poison that the goblins use. The man wants to raise this creature at any cost, and also thinks the toad is cute. The ability to obtain and then use paralyzing poison means several things to Tiger. Firstly, he will subsequently be able to increase his own resistance to poison. And secondly, it means that its paralytic properties will make hunting much easier. Addressing the toad, Tiger tells her that from this day on he will call her Montag. The system's messages that the toad now belongs to him confuse the man. He doesn't remember anything like this in survival, and concludes that it's some kind of hidden feature. There is another version, according to which, while he was away from the game, an update was released. But Tiger thinks this is nonsense, because it would be stupid to release an update right before the servers are shut down. The man pulls himself up, telling himself to stop thinking about it, because now he needs to explore everything. With these thoughts, Tiger opens the interdimensional gates and begins to pass through them again and again. Having completed all the preparations, he immediately begins to inspect all the surroundings. This is how the man manages to find a spring that he couldn't see even from a drone. Tiger is amazed by this and the fact that such a place was so close to his hideout. To be on the safe side, he tests the water's composition, and to his relief, it turns out to be perfectly ordinary. Since this solves the thirst issue, Tiger won't have to go to the swamp for now. Behind him, the man discovers what he was also looking for, the very same fruits and pods with vegetable oil. Without wasting any time, he begins to collect the guaca fruits as quickly as he can. After this, having collected a sufficient number of pods, Tiger decides to leave the rest just in case. In order not to forget the way back, the man places his marks everywhere, and only after this does he calmly note that now he can go back. The next day, Tiger's gentle voice is heard in his house, addressing Montag. Carefully lowering an insect into the toad's terrarium, the man asks the amphibian to open its mouth. Montague needs no special invitation and makes contented noises as he devours the offered treat. Tiger is delighted by the amphibian's good appetite and thinks that for now he has decided to leave him here on the second floor. The man notes that toads live at temperatures ranging from 18 to 25 degrees. So if he had left Montag in the shelter without proper heating, he would have obviously died. However, besides caring for his new pet, Tiger has many other things to do. The most time-consuming of them all is the preparation of the miraculous ointment. But Tiger assumes it's because he made too much of it. The man thinks that he cannot give her to Anna because the girl is also awakened. And while he is thinking about what to do with it, an idea comes to his mind. Tiger thinks that the ointment could be given to Smeshrid for safekeeping. Sometime later they meet, and the elder one happily drinks the protein that he is owed. With a blissful sound, he says that the cocktail Tiger bought is amazing. The younger one suggests that he is a little late, and Smesh agrees with him, saying that he was expecting him earlier. In response to the friendly banter, Tiger pointedly points out that he didn't come empty-handed. In response to this, Smeshrid admits that he did not expect so much protein, but he wonders what kind of ointment it is, and Tiger replies that it seems to be good for wounds. Smeshrid is afraid that his friend is trying to sell him some nonsense, but he says that he's not such a sucker. The man thanks his interlocutor, including for the fact that Tiger sent him information about the game. He reciprocates, because if it weren't for Smeshrid, he wouldn't have found out about that shootout. Tiger asks casually if it's too quiet in the gym. Smeshrid tells him that everyone has gone to make plans, and receives a clarifying question in response to these words. His interlocutor reminds him of the guy who was supposed to go to the TV station. It seems that before leaving, he shared the information with the others, and at the request of the participants, they decided to set up a base here. Tiger is surprised by this news. He asks how many people are there and learns that there are about 20. Our hero reminds us that gatherings of more than 6 people are not recommended, but this doesn't frighten Smeshrid. Saying that they are all theirs, the man does not even allow the thought of leaving them. Smeshrid asks what Tiger himself will do, and he replies that he is going to think about it some more. As the gym owner reminds his friend that he is not awakened, a scream is heard. He switches to this sound cautiously and quickly, and Tiger asks his friend for permission to open the window. Never receiving approval, the man, driven by instinct, does this voluntarily. And when he sees the one who is screaming, he feels uneasy. After all, the one who is now lying at the foot of the gym turns out to be none other than Anna. Shouting her name, Tiger rushes down and runs up to the girl who is opening her eyes. Anna starts asking the man why she is here, and he says that he wanted to ask the same thing. The girl says that she doesn't remember well, but it seems like someone attacked her. Smeshrid curses. The latter asks Tiger to stay with Anna, but he asks the elder not to get excited. Smeshrid interrupts the younger one and, saying that everything is fine, announces his intention to check the entire territory. Tiger's mind is filled with terrifying images, each one worse than the last, but he doesn't mind. Instead, the man asks Anna if she remembers what the attacker looked like. The girl says she doesn't know. It turns out that her vision went dark, but it didn't look like someone had covered it. Everything becomes clear to Tiger. Mentally cursing, he states that they have already begun to act. The man asks Anna, if this ever happens again, to immediately use the jump. The girl tries to object, but Tiger interrupts her, saying that she is obliged to use this skill. Saying that he will also send her self-defense equipment, the man asks Anna to be careful. There's a meme that's been circulating for a long time, according to which 1 in 5 people in a room is a complete scumbag. And this is the pure truth, because trolls exist in absolutely every part of the world, especially in games where there are practically no restrictions. Even though they respond, they do nothing. So trolls have joined teams more than once, pretending to be ordinary players. However, they then lured their group into a dangerous place, after which they were all killed there. Trolls like to approach newcomers, pretending to be kind and offering their supposedly free help. And then they get rid of the naive fools and take all their things for themselves. Trolls do all sorts of strange things, including harassing players against each other. It was because of such antics and the fact that the game was already unpopular that what happened happened. Namely, that in just 1 year, Life for Survival has completely failed. Although the main reason for such a catastrophic online situation was something else. The fact that Tiger harshly taught a lesson to those few who were still left at that time. The man talks about how, after that shootout, the awakened communities united. Tiger is surprised when he finds a section selling his videos. However, catching his eye on the merchant's nickname, he remembers that this man was definitely a troll. He lures customers in with stories of how Roll Lover trained him when he was a newbie. And Tiger, on this side of his monitor, wonders when he ever helped anyone. The man assumes that this person is trying to lure as many people as possible with this cutting. He finds it simply unbelievable, amazed at how this troll even got to this point. Tiger begins to think about what can be done to fight back against such freaks. But at the same time, the conclusion suggests itself that he needs to train more. For the next 13 days, Tiger trains in every free minute he has. He studies not only the use of weapons, but also combat techniques from videos. But so far, everything he sees is mostly about attacking monsters, including clearing out shelters. Moreover, many weapons and tactics do not take into account the possibility of an epidemic developing. So from today on, Tiger is going to choose his main weapon, and do it in such a way that it can be used even if the epidemic returns. This weapon should be suitable for both fighting people and exterminating monsters. Looking at his arsenal, the man comes to the conclusion that almost nothing suits him. Then, choosing one of the weapons, he first intends to try it out. Tiger thinks that the slingshot is a tool that is quite multifunctional. However, there are also costs that the man is about to clearly examine right now. The clay balls themselves are rather weak, so their benefits are rather questionable. It is for this reason that Tiger's choice falls on the Indian War Club. The man thinks that the easiest way to get rid of zombies is to crush the spores. And the first item he is going to buy in the store is just such a weapon. Therefore, the man considers it necessary to improve his skills. But Tiger is tormented by the question of whether such a weapon would be suitable against people. After making several lunges and imaginary attacks, the man finds the idea dubious. In parallel with his training, he thinks about what will happen to him during a clash with the awakened ones. The man believes that in this case, he will not be able to move even a finger. And even though this is true, Tiger cannot just leave it, because his life is at stake. The man recalls that killing a person in Life of Survival awarded 50 points. After that, his thoughts smoothly flowed to the kill system, which required fighting with nearby players, and about what happened if the user was registered as a killer. While this system prevented the abuse of kills, players found loopholes. These were mostly those who killed other players to get extra points. Tiger clearly remembers that at that time, these people weren't even bothered by fines. And with thoughts of these unique individuals, the man destroys his imaginary enemy. He looks at the ruined target, trying to get his ragged breathing back to normal. Tiger believes that it is best to avoid such people until he has finished improving his skills. And since he's here, it's worth completely dismantling the store and installing a sensor on the second floor. Hearing the incessant, heart-rending howl, Tiger tries to understand who is its source at such an hour. Deciding to figure this out, the man realizes that an animal was wounded near his shelter. Arriving at the scene, the man cannot believe his eyes. Tiger states the fact that he can ride the gray wolf lying in front of him. But unfortunately, the little animal has already breathed its last. The man tries to understand how the wolf ended up here, whether it was just a stray or fleeing from an attack. In order to try to find out, Tiger decides to first examine the animal's wounds. As he begins to do this, the man does not pay attention to the rustling in the bushes nearby. However, Tiger's senses, heightened by the skill, warn him of an attack. But since this happens at the very last moment, the man is unable to dodge. Seeing the pup, Tiger assumes that the fallen gray wolf is his mother. And while the man watches the young defender motionless, he continues to put on a brave face. Tiger wonders in his mind what he should do with this now. After all, he can't drag the little wolf cub away from the corpse of his parent by force alone. However, there is no time to waste. To avoid adverse consequences, the body must be buried as quickly as possible. After all, if this wolf was a monster, he would certainly turn into a bone crawler. If not, his corpse would attract other creatures, which is why Tiger dug this hole. When the man looks at the wolf cub, he feels sorry for him because the puppy reminds him of himself as a child. Another reason is that Tiger remembers the dog he raised when he was little. Interrupting his nostalgia, the man picks up the puppy, saying that he doesn't care. And then, struggling and snapping, he tells the wolf cub to listen to him first. Turning the puppy towards the hole, Tiger says that his mother will now sleep in this place. The man promises to make a hole in the door of his shelter so that the little one can come to the she-wolf whenever he wants. At the same time, Tiger makes a promise to take care of the wolf cub so that he does not go hungry until he grows up. In return, the man asks him to help him with his excellent sense of smell. And Tiger asks the little one how he feels about such an agreement. Shaking a piece of meat in front of the inquisitive muzzle, the man invites the wolf cub to come with him. When he barks, Tiger interprets this reaction as a gesture of agreement. Then, calling him Dingo, the man says that from now on he is counting on him. Sometime later, when there are 19 days left until the apocalypse, Tiger turns to the puppy. He asks his pet if Dingo is ready for what is about to happen. And then, thinking that his little genius is a genius, he asks him to repeat what he taught him. Tiger's first command is to ask the wolf cub to give him his paw, and he does so without any problems. After this, the man orders the baby to turn around its axis, which is also received positively. During this time, however, Tiger taught Dingo the said command. But that's not all. The next test with the command to lie down also does not meet with resistance from the puppy. But the command to be quiet doesn't really please the young wolf cub. He whines slightly with displeasure. The penultimate command they managed to learn during this time was wait. Well, for dessert, Tiger saves what is probably his favorite of all of this. Throwing a treat into the air, the man gives the wolf cub the command fetch, and he yelps in anticipation. Even though the bone is still too high, the puppy is showing resourcefulness. Pushing off the ground, Dingo helps himself by skillfully using the surrounding environment. Overjoyed at his success, Tiger suggests that it's because the puppy is from another world. The man considers the wolf cub a gift from fate because he can track a wolf even by smell. Calling his pet his good one, Tiger begins to say what will happen at this rate. But he stops short as the phone in his pocket vibrates, notifying him of a new message. The sender turns out to be Smeshrid, and Tiger is surprised that his old friend wrote to him first. Meanwhile, he learns from a message that the owner of the gym asks him to search the word levitation on the internet. Tiger does just that, and soon, in response to his request, he finds information about the first superhuman, zombies, monsters, and disaster. The man decides to study this in more detail and finds an article in which the awakened one decided to reveal the truth. Because it all happened live, the article rose to the top spot. Below it, the man finds numerous comments from people who have never even heard of life to survive. Others, including some who had awakened, were also in a panic. But Tiger thought it was hilarious. People curse when players don't share information, but hate it when it becomes public. Still, Tiger is very curious to see how the government will react to all of this. The man notes attempts by some to use shock and superpowers as a pretext for rallies. However, Tiger comes to the conclusion that he shouldn't delve into this. The man ponders what will happen when the second sign appears. He clearly remembers that the goblin event will start then, and assumes that the government will react to it. So Tiger decides to use his time even more efficiently. Saying that they are starting reconnaissance from today, the man asks Dingo if he can handle it. Tiger chose interdimensional exploration for several reasons. Now giving the wolf cub the bag to sniff, he asks if he can find what he needs. The first reason for choosing interdimensional reconnaissance is to prepare for the upcoming goblin event. After all, Tiger needs Dingo to properly study and remember the smell of these creatures. When a puppy finds a hiding place simply by the residual scent, the man admires it even more. After this, Tiger decides to test whether his pet can remain calm in a real fight. However, at the same time, they had to carry out his commands in a timely manner, which they had learned precisely for such moments. Tiger, keeping a close eye on his puppy, remains more than happy with him so far. At the same time, the man, trying to kill two birds with one stone, wants to find out something else. At this very moment, the herbivorous creature, although it notices someone's presence, does not have time to react. By praising the dingo for his excellent work, Tiger confirms his thoughts that hunting in another world is possible. The man remembers how the last time this creature ran away, and he was not able to get a good look at it. Analyzing the size of the long-eared creature and its claws, Tiger comes to the conclusion that the local animals are definitely stronger. After this, the hunter and his faithful dog continue their interdimensional reconnaissance. The man becomes curious about what Dingo's intelligence would be if it were translated into characteristics. Tiger decides to check this out, but to do this, they will have to go to the valley. When a man's health increases by 1 unit, he is surprised at such rapid progress. Looking back on his net health, Tiger notes that it is growing at an insane rate. Meanwhile, the wolf cub starts barking at something and the man calls out to him. Seeing that his pet has gotten into something, Tiger reminds him of his words not to wander the forest alone. Trying to analyze the wolf cub's behavior, the man comes to a literally obvious conclusion. He quickly figures out what his pet ate, but still asks. Tiger is surprised that he found bull pepper in such a place. Praising his puppy, the man promises to give him lots of treats later for such a find. As Tiger sets out on his final hunt, he asks Dingo if he smells anything strange. Although the man thinks that the red trout is not classified as a monster and nothing is given for it. However, for a curious growing puppy, even just the experience is worth it. Tiger suggests that his pet finish preparing for the second stage of construction and return home. This is what they do, and the next day the man is informed that the demolition is complete, and they suggest contacting the company within 3 days if any problems arise with the repair. Still coming to terms with the fact that everything was really torn down, Tiger felt a bit heavy in his soul. However, despite all this, the man believes that this choice was necessary. Tiger begins to wonder what would happen if someone were lucky enough not to end up as a zombie. He is absolutely sure that in this case, robberies will still not be avoided. Tiger tells himself to stop complaining about things like this, because if he survives, he will become exactly the same. He starts talking about cleaning, but a voice behind him interrupts him, assuming everyone is on the same page. Smeshrid shares with the younger one that yesterday he also left only the bare necessities. The man makes a flicking gesture when Tiger asks him what he's doing there. Smeshrid says that he came to see if his friend is alive or dead since he abandoned him yesterday. Hearing and then noticing the wolf cub, the man asks if Tiger always had a husky. Our hero answers in the negative, saying that his dog died long ago. He says that Dingo is a new pet that he has adopted. Smesh thinks the wolf cub is cute. Tiger again asks the elder about the reason why he came to him. His interlocutor repeats his words about how he was worried about his friend's life. Tiger finds it hard to believe that this is the only reason, and Smeshrid confesses, although he again starts talking about the fact that he was really worried. Smeshrid says that he has found out who those who attacked Miss Anna are. This is not a conversation to be had on an empty stomach, and the men move to a more suitable location. Tiger asks if the guy in the Caps group was really targeting Anna, and Smeshrid confirms it. And he says that there are rumors about a refuge for these people, which is located at the foot of the mountain, where construction has been suspended. Tiger asks the elder how he learned all this, and the man tells him in response that everything just came together so perfectly. Smeshrid asks Tiger if he remembers the guy who was recently on that entertainment show. Just in case, the man asked him, and the boy confirmed that he had met with Stillsol's group. Each of the 3 turned out to be a real bastard, so Kendor refused them. And after the incident with Anna, the girls began to leave the squad one after another, and this became decisive. Smeshrid asked them about the reasons for leaving, and they all answered that they had received offers from other groups. It now becomes clear to Tiger that, unlike Anna, they were all most likely lured in by deception. Smeshrid says that there are 4 left in their squad, including himself, which stuns his interlocutor. And he says that he understands those who left, because in their squad there are only 2 awakened ones. Tiger finds it ironic, but Smeshrid doesn't see anything special in it because that's life. However, now he is more concerned about his own daughter, and the man wonders whether he should call his ex. Tiger thinks that their situations are different and decides to ask his friend something. He begins to ask about the day when the apocalypse will begin and people will start making threats. Smeshrid says that he is ready to kill, despite the fact that his principle is not to harm others. However, the man is surprised that his friend asked such a question because it is not like him. Tiger laughs nervously and says that it just came to mind when suddenly a scream is heard. Smeshrid reflexively curses, telling his friend that he really scared him. And then he clarifies whether this is really a cry for help, but Tiger gently interrupts the man. Turning to the elder, the man asks him to look after his pet for a while. Out of fear, the girl squeezes the clicker with force while her actions are met with ridicule. Asking Anna what kind of circus she has created, Silkrane tells her to quickly get down from where she has climbed. However, the girl stands her ground, asking why they continue to pursue her since she refused. The blonde suggests that she think again, but his friend says that from now on he will do everything his own way. And Stillsol tells the girl to get off while he is still in a good mood. The third one to appear with them is Mr. Boss, who is also called the skinny one on the side. Stillsol suggests that Anna not waste her energy, reminding her that they also have superpowers. And as he announces his intention to count to 3, Tiger moves closer. As Stillsol begins counting down, our hero cautiously peers out from his hiding place. When the gang leader says 2, Tiger places his projectile on the throwing tourniquet. And before Stillsol can say 3, the man makes his gun fire, and the projectile reaches its target just before it finishes its countdown. The pain is so unexpected that Stillsol gasps in amazement. When he suddenly collapses, Silkrane stutters and asks who dared to do such a thing. Meanwhile, Tiger is already nearby, repeating the blonde man's question. And in response, he asks him if he seriously thinks that he will reveal his identity. On Silkrane, Tiger decides to try out his other weapon, just to see if it's suitable against a person or not. Having quickly dealt with his second opponent, the man is already rushing to the next one. He, sensing something is wrong, exhales loudly, but at the same time activates his ability. Noticing the black color, Tiger suggests that it must have been she who blinded Anna back then. And then he successfully dodges and, grabbing the weapon more comfortably, hits Mr. Boss with it. Without giving his opponent time to recover from his surprise, Tiger delivers another blow from above. Despite his success, the man's breathing becomes labored. It's difficult to move so quickly in a motorcycle mask. Tiger turns to Anna, asking if she's okay, but the girl interrupts him, asking him to be careful. It's understandable. Stillsol has already recovered from the pain shock and is now ready for revenge. And not only is he ready, he succeeds, because from a stupid blow, the glass on the helmet breaks. While Tiger notes the destructive power of the blow, although it was not strong, Stillsol addresses him. The man understands that his ability is offensive, and his opponent promises to cripple his new acquaintance. After this, Stillsol turns to his henchmen, ordering them to also take their place in line. The man orders them to attack with full force. Even if Tiger is not awakened, the blonde agrees. He says that Tiger talked a lot, so now he will get what he deserves. A man, thinking about using his abilities, wonders what he should do. If these idiots use them, it would also be advantageous to summon the interdimensional gate. Meanwhile, there is no time to think, as Silkrane is already attacking. However, he is unable to advance far. Something is quickly approaching him. And then our friend makes the man stop and hiss through his teeth from unexpected, unbearable pain. An unfamiliar male voice appears with Dingo, asking if they are serious and if this is normal. Smeshrid, who appeared in the alley, suggests that the trio leave right now if they don't want problems. Demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions, the man asks how they like his proposal. Stillson immediately changes his shoes, ordering his gang to retreat for the day. Smeshrid is amazed at the audacity of those who can be easily taken out with just one blow. The elder asks Tiger if he is okay, and Anna, who is descending, also addresses him. She asks worriedly if he is injured anywhere, which causes the man to become startled. Anna clarifies whether he is all right since his helmet is cracked. Smeshrid offers to carry him. Suddenly, Tiger realizes that these 2 idiots are superimposed on the images of those 2. Anna thinks that he needs to go to the hospital immediately, but the man refuses. saying that he doesn't have time to rest. Tiger approaches the elder with a request to accept a girl into the squad, and he agrees without any problems. This comes as a surprise to Anna herself, but she says she will be happy. Tiger says that he needs to do something. Dingo agrees with his master's words. Looking after them, Smeshret asks Anna why their mutual friend is behaving like this. Returning home, Tiger decides to organize his thoughts and moves on to the second stage of preparation. He thinks that his hasty departure was inevitable, because when he saw these two, he felt something. Tiger thought that he could trust them with the secret of his ability, but such a choice was impossible. After all, he must level up faster and gain skills to get the most out of the privilege of owning the gate. This was necessary in order to crush these rotten people by force. The man thinks about the gap in levels, which will be 5 or more if he prepares for the apocalypse according to his plan. Because of this, the monsters that spawn near him will become an even bigger problem for his teammates. With these depressing thoughts and a heavy heart, Tiger continues to work until he is distracted for a while. It's already very late, but the man has no regrets because he installed a wood stove in his shelter. This means that now he will be able to sleep peacefully at night even here. It is also pleasing that the pet also appreciated the work of its owner. Now all that remains for Tiger to do is install what will soon arrive, and the initial setup will be almost complete. The thought comes into the man's head to work all night today since his productivity is at its maximum. The news reports fresh data on the location of the asteroid in Jambi. The space agency says it has entered the middle part of the solar system. All this time, close monitoring of its trajectory continues. However, it is also reported that Jupiter's gravitational field broke the meteorite into pieces. The head of the meteorite monitoring department made a statement about the 2 fragments that formed. They are called Alpha and Beta, and they cannot get close to Earth. Tiger believes that Beta was the first to fall in 5 days, landing near the Russian ship. The tsunami caused by the fall washed the ship ashore in the port of their country, and that's where the first zombies appeared. Tiger remembers how strange this backstory seemed to him, but now everything falls into place. The news outlet goes on to report that the president has not left his residence since the shooting incident. In response, opposition leaders issued a joint statement demanding the truth and announcing their agreement to hold hearings. The presenter continues to say something, but Tiger turns off the TV, saying that the world is ending. The only thing that makes him happy is that the media itself has shown interest in all of this. This means that it will now be more difficult for the awakened to commit crimes. After this, the man decides to look into the community, wanting to find out how things are going there. In principle, the atmosphere is typical of everyday life, with netizens discussing the upcoming zombie event. Tiger notes a couple of harsh comments, but overall he's not impressed by anything else. But just as he is about to leave the community, something still catches his attention. This article is about Midrim, a fairly well-known player who was known for his kindness to newcomers. Tiger even recalls how they all played together several times. The man learns that Midrim has built a bunker and is inviting 4 life veterans to join him for survival. But since there is no news that his comrades have joined him, Tiger himself will not write to him first. Still, he adds Midrim to his bookmarks, and then wonders if he should finish the second shelter. The next day, the man comes to the conclusion that it is indeed possible to not sleep for 2 nights in a row. And yet, a little later, he begins to feel that if he only closes his eyes, he will immediately pass out. However, the man is so inspired by the view from the outside that he literally feels his strength being replenished. And yet Tiger is confident that the most interesting things are just beginning. The man believes that using energy from solar panels is much more difficult than it seems. After all, you need to tinker with the wiring to make sure everything is compatible with electrical appliances. As Tiger carries out what seems like a routine manipulation, he prays that he gets it right the first time. And when this happens, the man cannot contain his joyful exclamation that everything works. Trembling with excitement, Tiger is silent for a moment and then begins to speak. At first, the quiet voice is replaced by a loud and enthusiastic one. The man is happy to lay the foundation for survival in this world. He admits that for the first time in a long time, he felt such a strong surge of energy. Tiger is sure that everything was not in vain, because he found something where he collected glowing and fiery stones yesterday. And it was a mineral that was much harder and sharper in structure than obsidian. At the same time, Tiger recalls how he discovered emeralds in approximately the same place. And although they are of little use now, the man believes that it is better than nothing. He decides to hang the LEDs later, and for now to sort out the supplies in the basement. Suddenly, Tiger hears a heart-rending howl, and the first thought that comes into his head is about Dingo. The baby barks loudly, his eyes unblinking as he stares at what's right in front of him. Leaving the shelter, Tiger tries to understand what happened to his pet, but it continues to bark. Having the opportunity to see what his puppy sees, the man does not hold back his curses. The thing is that in front of him stand maned wolves, monsters from Life for Survival. Tiger wonders what the creatures that live in the highlands are doing here. Dingo continues to bark. Despite his size and the number of opponents, the baby holds his own, and the man guesses. Realizing that these creatures killed Dingo's mother, Tiger gives the wolf cub the command to remain quiet. But the animal instinct proves stronger, and the man realizes that he is in trouble. He understands perfectly well and mentally admits to himself that he cannot overcome them now. And if he goes for a normal weapon now, the wolves will attack him from behind and tear him to pieces. An idea appears in Tiger's head to force the leader of the pack to leave this territory. Then the others will leave too, and this theory is not without foundation. Maned wolves are very cautious. Tiger knows for sure that they act only after the leader makes the first move. Once they are sure it is safe, they get used to attacking together. Tiger knows wolves well, so he knows that they are all sensitive to strong smells. Luckily, the man still had the pepper spray he used against the kobolds in his pocket. In other words, if Tiger manages to spray it at the leader, the advantage will be on his side. Although it won't be possible to kill the animal this way, it will be possible to drive it out of the shelter's territory. However, if the wolf were to attack Tiger now, it would be the last thing the man would see. And now he wonders if he can stop this creature and hit it with a spray can. There is little time to think, and just then an idea appears in Tiger's head. Theoretically, it is feasible, but the man cannot vouch for its practical application. And in order not to lose his courage, Tiger turns to the leader and throws his knife at him. Tom manages to successfully jump to the side, and he turns his muzzle directly towards the man. The wolf is not only insulted, he growls in anticipation, warning the foolish little man of his imminent end. Maned wolves are excellent jumpers, which this redhead demonstrates to Tiger. However, the man hesitates, does not run, forcing himself to freeze and wait for the right moment. Realizing that this is exactly what he needs, Tiger moves on to the second point of his plan. He summons an interdimensional gate, first opening and then immediately closing the portal. And then comes the very moment that must decide everything. And Tiger confidently holds the can out in front of him, carrying out his plan and hearing the squeal of the red wolf. The creature's reflexes are no worse than those of the kobolds some time ago. However, Tiger is not satisfied, saying it is still too early for that. Wanting to get rid of the monster for sure, the man takes one more action. And then he jumps back out of harm's way, but that turns out to be enough. The wolves run away, but Tiger only allows himself to relax once they are out of sight. Falling to the ground, the man sighs wearily, admitting that he thought he would die of fear. While Dingo is feeling grateful, Tiger asks the baby to stop sniveling. And then he asks the wolf cub to just wait a little, giving him a promise. Tiger promises his pet to definitely avenge his mother. Immediately after this, the man goes to the hardware store and the pharmacy, wanting to somehow protect himself before going to bed. 68 hours of sleep is not easy for him, and Tiger lets out a loud and long yawn. He thinks that he got off easy, because if werewolves had been in the wolves' place, he wouldn't have had a chance. Looking back, Tiger realizes he let his guard down. After all, he was thinking about the monsters that lived nearby and did not take into account any accidents. However, Tiger now vows to send out drones for reconnaissance more often and expand his shelter. And while he is developing this thought, Smeshrid notices his acquaintance and calls out to him. However, Tiger, being deeply immersed in his thoughts, does not hear him at all. The man is thinking about adding receivers, and that's when the elder's voice reaches him. Tiger responds, and Smeshrid asks him what he is doing so far from his home. The younger one answers evasively, to which his interlocutor asks if he also came for weapons. Tiger is surprised by this and asks a question, to which Smeshrid replies that it is not for himself. The man says that one girl asked him to do this. There is no need to even name names. Sometime later, one of them decides to sum it up by recalling what happened at the hardware store. Tiger clarifies the point about how they didn't want to sell the girl a weapon. Smeshrid adds that they didn't believe her. Our hero remarks that he should have simply shown the report, but the senior salesman counters that the salespeople don't believe in the epidemic. There is something about all this that makes Tiger wary, and he cautiously turns to Smeshrid. He asks the man why this girl is just standing there silently, and then she speaks up. The new acquaintance says that she recognized Tiger as the owner of the diner and notices changes in the man's appearance. However, she quickly apologizes for her rudeness, assuming that she is meddling in something that is none of her business. The girl introduces herself as Amelia Pear, and Tiger responds by giving his own name. Having glanced at the business card handed to him, the man is surprised by the profession of his new acquaintance. It turns out that Amelia is a doctor, and this changes Tiger's attitude towards her. This forces the man to bring the girl up to speed on survival issues, just as he did to Smeshrita and Anna before. But Amelia admits that she doesn't really believe in all of this. After all, if you try to explain this game from a scientific point of view, then winning it is impossible. But the girl still has a question, and she warns Tiger about it, and he allows her to ask it. Amelia asks the man if he is truly awakened, and he becomes confused. In response to Tiger's denials, the girl replies that he is very well informed about everything, and this is what made her think about it. Amelia thanks the men for their help, considering the main thing that they can be trusted. In response to Smesh's comment that they are different, the girl says that they are simply at different levels. And then, turning to Tiger again, Amelia invites him to become friends. The next day, the man chuckles, saying it's just a blade on a stick. Still, Tiger thinks the spear looks quite presentable. Noting that the main equipment is ready, the man turns to Dingo, who responds. Tiger tells his pet that today they will avenge his mother, and he responds as if he really understands everything. But the man also admits that it is not only about revenge, because no one can be allowed to discover this refuge. Tiger asks the wolf cub if he understands him and says that today he must give it his all. Finding himself in an ambush, the man carefully examines the area, counting the number of enemies. There are 4 of them in total, and there is no leader among the wolves. Moving the telescope further, Tiger suddenly notices a very interesting picture. It follows from this that those 4 came running to the aid of their relatives and the leader. Tiger is confident that it is very easy to deal with a pack of wolves that has no leader. Even now, they all look as if they have suddenly become stupid. There is no coordination in the monster's actions. Tiger thinks that now these creatures can be taken out one by one. For example, like this first despairing one, who lets out a whine from surprise. The wolf continues to whine and struggle when Tiger tells him that everything is okay. Saying that he will finish quickly, the man finishes off the creature and gets 3 points for it. The other wolves notice something is wrong, and at the same time, all of them, as one, turn towards Tiger. The man doesn't even try to hide. On the contrary, his actions reflect his plan. The creatures, noticing and pursuing the victim, burst into frantic barking. They also decide to resort to tactics, splitting up in order to chase Tiger. The same one, as soon as one of the wolves jumps on him and ends up where he needs to be, uses a proven method. Everything happens exactly as Tiger planned, and the other 2 monsters surround him at this time. The man has foreseen this too, so he bows down and draws back his weapon, ready to strike. And the very next moment he catches up with the wolf, who is not expecting such a turn of events, throwing the creature aside. Suddenly, the last creature leaps, and Tiger realizes he's miscalculated slightly. But then help comes to his aid, and the man, praising Dingo, says that he can handle the rest on his own. After killing the monster and receiving 3 points for it, Tiger tells them what to do next. And then all they have to do is kill everyone else, which helps increase the user's level. When the system informs Tiger that his ability has gained new effects, the man is surprised. Looking into this further, he realizes that these are new effects for his ability, such as invisibility and projection. Tiger is amazed that now his gate is hidden from outsiders and he can now know what is happening on the other side. For example, while in this world, a man can see what is happening in his home. Tiger suggests that the invisibility effect is also at work. The man recalls how he was afraid that his gate would look like the entrance to a dungeon, but this solves old problems. He assumes that as the level increases, there will only be more new effects, since they are already present at level 5. Tiger never considered the level so important. This is another reason not to miss the coming signs. And yet, despite everything, he still has a lot of work to do. However, first of all, it is necessary to bury all these carcasses so that they do not turn into bone crawlers. 2 days pass after the wolf cleanup, during which Tiger manages to get a lot of things done. The first thing the man decided to do was to re-examine the ecosystem of another world. From this he learned that within a radius of 1 kilometer there were only animals. The area was clear of monsters. Tiger allowed himself to make sure of this even twice. But about 3 kilometers from his shelter, the man discovered a goblin nest. After he had done all this, he decided that it was time to get to work. Dingo agreed with him. In order to transform this place into a proper shelter, Tiger clears the area and levels the land. Dingo helps him with this, and then a circle with a diameter of 30 meters is formed around the territory. After building a barbed wire fence, Tiger decided it would be a good idea to dig a ditch outside. All this time, he was monitoring everything in real time using the new effect of his gait. In the real world, Tiger buys building materials at a store far from his home. A man buys a set of tools at a hardware store. On his way home, Tiger drops by Stilrissel's hideout to gather dirt on him. To make it before the Iron Death, a man rents a motorcycle with a mini excavator. And every day he injects his pet with a dose of poison to develop resistance and a paralytic substance. However, Tiger is now completely confused, wondering if this is a prank. The thing is that he saw the news that someone had recruited Serve the First. This leads to certain thoughts about that shootout and government censorship. Tiger wonders if all of this is just a coincidence, just like the president who has locked himself in his residence. After all, the man assumed that Serve was with the president not only because of his knowledge of omens. Tiger recalls that the man was a collector who traded items for information. He believed that Serve would contact the president and trade him a huge hideout in exchange for information. The news seems like nonsense to Tiger. He doesn't understand why a good guy like Midrim would do this. And although all this is confusing, the man knows for sure that delay will not give him anything. And if Serve the First really did join Midrim, Tiger would have to change his plan. The man immediately begins to think it through and is soon already working on its implementation. Before proceeding with the main part of the plan, Tiger checks everything thoroughly. He writes to Midrim from a new account, but plans to delete the message if he doesn't receive a response for too long. Tiger invites a friend to a virtual meeting, intending to find out if the information is true. Before entering the White Room, the man exhales slowly. Midrim thanks the stranger for the invitation, and Tiger welcomes him. Although his interlocutor considers their meeting to be unpleasant, our hero is interested in the reason. Midrim doesn't like Tiger's secretiveness, but the latter points out that it's not in his interests to anger him. Midrim is surprised, clarifying with his interlocutor that he is a veteran of life for survival. Tiger answers this question evasively, and Midrim agrees to these conditions. However, he puts his own, saying that he will recognize the unknown person if he answers 3 questions correctly. The first of these is the question of the maximum height a werewolf can jump. Tiger answers without delay. The second question is the owlbear's weakness, which is also very easy. In the finale, Midrim asks about the stages and types of zombie evolution, and his interlocutor also knows the answer to this question. But it turns out that this is not all, and Midrim asks about omens, but this is a tricky question. But despite everything, Tiger's answer satisfies his interlocutor, and he is convinced that he is one of the old men. Tiger, saying that since there is enough evidence, asks to call Serve the First. However, Midrim says that he cannot call this person right now, which makes Tiger wary. Midrim changes the subject, starting to talk about the weather and how it feels like something is about to happen. Wondering if the man is crazy, Tiger suggests he's stalling. And then one idea about the reason for such behavior bursts into the man's head. Midrim says goodbye and leaves with Tiger's guess that he's been tracking his IP all this time. Meanwhile, someone enters the computer club and the administrator welcomes the new guests. The man walking in front orders his bodyguards to guard the door, and they confirm the order. The girl apologizes and says that the account will be topped up at the cash register, but the man refuses. He says that they did not come to play, but to find someone. The man asks her for assistance, and judging by the administrator's response, he used the ability on her. Tiger guesses everything, including the fact that if he is caught, he himself will become a puppet. He starts thinking desperately, and a win-win plan begins to form in his head. Tiger goes to the bathroom, preparing to use his interdimensional gate. Meanwhile, Midrim approaches the person who most catches his eye, politely apologizing. Using his ability, he asks him if he is the unknown. He denies it. Midrim's men were also examining the premises at this time, but they also failed to find anyone suitable. Realizing that there is only one place left, the man heads to the toilet and suggests that the unknown man stop hiding. When there is no response, he begins his own search, assuming that Tiger is an awakened stealth type. However, the man does not despair, sharing with an invisible interlocutor that he has already dealt with secretive monsters. Splashing water, Midrim says that such people can be found in the places she goes around. As he begins to talk about what will happen when they catch him, Tiger breathes a sigh of relief. In his mind, he is glad that he summoned the interdimensional gate close to the wall. And yet, when a man is so dangerously close to him, it makes him tense. And Midrim, having examined everything thoroughly, states the fact that Tiger's ability is not stealth. Reporting the mobile type over the radio, the man gives the order to begin the search, but if found, to take him alive. Looking at Midrim, Tiger remembers that in the game he was a rich and kind guy, but now he understands that this is not true. By and large, it was the way this man tries to enslave people that played a role here, but our hero is grateful to him. After all, before he saw all this, he continued to hesitate, but now Midrim helped Tiger make up his mind. And from now on, the man makes a promise to himself to judge a person by his own standards. Tiger says that he will now respond to cruelty without any mercy. Midrim ponders out loud which of the veterans might be the unknown. He talks about what will happen even if this person's peculiarity is connected with movement. Midrim suggests that with that kind of playing time, there must be something else, some kind of hook. Meanwhile, Tiger comes closer and makes his presence known, greeting his old acquaintance. And while Midrim is surprised and trying to figure out what to do, the man points a spear at him. Leaning forward, he manages to inflict a wound, and Tiger realizes that his poison has done its job. This can be seen by how the veins on exposed areas of the man's skin bulge and turn green. And Midrim so banally states the fact that Tiger is the unknown one. Our hero doesn't like the fact that his opponent wants to turn towards him. He asks who gave him permission to do this, but then cools down, wondering if Midrim likes being poisoned. He swears and tries to say something, but Tiger advises the man to keep quiet. He reminds Midrim that neither the apocalypse nor the training has begun yet. This means that the killer system is also not yet active, and a very simple conclusion follows from this. If Tiger kills Midrim now, he will go unpunished for this act. The man says this is what it means to be a real veteran. Tiger asks Midrim why he betrayed Serve the First and targeted the good people. He notices that now he himself looks more like a monster from which one can collect prey. Unable to bear being treated this way, Midrim calls Tiger a bastard. He also says that this is precisely the price to pay for trying to deceive him and subjugate him. Tiger warns Midrim that next time he won't hold back. And before the thugs arrive on the scene, the man leaves the internet cafe and heads home. Having moved to another world, Tiger decides to first check Midrim's documents. From them, the man learns that the real name of this person is Ruler Svei. He is 38. Ruler owns a golf club, using it as a base, has 3 bunkers, and has numerous affairs with women. Tiger also suggests that this man is leveling up his ability as he levels up. The final piece of useful information is that Ruler uses mind control. However, Tiger recalls that the game clock does not guarantee the strength of the feature. The man reflects on the fact that, if you think about the main goal of the game, his gait looks almost like a cheat. He decides to leave it at that until he sees more of the veteran's characteristics. The man thinks that as the apocalypse approaches, he has only one certainty. The fact is that awakening itself enhances the user's physical performance, especially when you put it into perspective with the average person. However, Tiger also believes that all his recent training has not been in vain. Next time, the man wants to practice shooting without a loaded magazine. Tiger decides to check the computer and something surprises him. The man can't understand what happened and why he has so many notifications. He reads breaking news about monsters, strange screams from above, sudden lightning, and other anomalies. And all these messages can only mean that the second sign has just begun. With the thought that there is no time to waste, Tiger immediately heads to the scene of action. He checks the time, replaying memories from the game in his head and comparing them with the news. Cursing, the man cannot understand why the second sign occurs in this particular place. At the same time, Tiger scrolls through the news, plotting a more suitable route for himself. His path lies along the reservoir since the monsters were last seen there. To avoid making unnecessary noise and attracting unwanted attention, Tiger parks the car further away. Of course, he takes Dingo with him and tells him that they will now hunt goblins. Tiger discusses the reasons why he rushed to the mountains, the first of which is the police cordoning off the area. Secondly, goblins are wandering monsters, so they must set up a temporary base under the command of a hobgoblin. Noticing a change in his cub's behavior, Tiger interrupts his thoughts and turns to him. He asks the child if he has caught the scent of a goblin, to which he receives confirmation of his words. Dingo falls silent for a while, starting to sniff carefully. Tiger doesn't rush him. Having explored the area with his sense of smell, the wolf cub turns to his other sense. And only after this, having finally become convinced of everything, does he allow the owner to follow him. As Tiger goes after the baby, he assumes that he really did manage to smell something. Dingo runs forward, not paying attention to obstacles, instantly breaking through them. This is more difficult for Tiger, if only because his endurance is inferior to that of a wolf. But the difference in height also plays a role, as the man has to make an effort to overcome the bushes. And unable to bear it any longer, he asks his little one if there is a better way. The same one barks invitingly, drawing the owner's attention to the picture in front of them, and Tiger swears. As Tiger approaches one of the police officers, he mentally tells himself to calm down. Before jumping to conclusions, he checks everything carefully to make sure that these people are still alive. Carefully examining the bodies, the man notes that there are no obvious wounds, and it is simply paralysis from the poison. But then he becomes interested in who took the policeman's gun before or after the attack. Tiger expresses confidence that these people will come to their senses in about half an hour. After this, looking around the area, he expresses his intention to examine the goblin corpses. Bullet wounds indicate that the police officers were definitely armed. Tiger still doesn't understand why they took the gun in such a mess. After thinking for a while, an idea matured in the man's head. And although it is doubtful, there is still a possibility that there is a golden goblin in this squad. The man is absolutely certain that if this is the case, he must not let this goblin go. And then he decides, borrows a cop's phone, and calls the emergency services. And before leaving, he sends a message with the location of the police, asking not to leave the goblin corpses to rot. Now that monsters are being discussed on social media, there is no point in hiding everything any longer. Tiger turns to his wolf cub and tells him that he is counting on him. In response to this, the baby barks, as if saying that he can be relied upon. As the heavy club comes down on the shield, the man holding it hisses through his teeth, willing himself to withstand the onslaught. Somehow the policeman even manages to push the goblin away from himself, but he only giggles disgustingly. Seeking support, the man asks his captain if this will definitely work. He asks what kind of tank he is, even though he is not even awakened, and his interlocutor gives in. The man says that since his ability is telekinesis, he needs time to prepare. However, he asks his comrade not to worry about it too much. After all, it doesn't take that much time, and the captain's attack turns out to be quite effective. The man asks the captain if he is sure that the others are already on their way, and he reports the location of the detachment. The only problem is that it won't be easy for them to climb up. The brunette suggests that they retreat as well, but the captain suggests that he consider this his chance. He says that he saw these creatures in the game, and they do not have a primary weapon like a spear. This is why there is no need to worry too much about the seriousness of this skirmish. The brunette tries to object, but his interlocutor interrupts him, asking him to simply continue in the same spirit. After all, if they can deal with these goblins and catch the breakaway group, they will gain a huge advantage. Preoccupied with controlling objects and encouraging his partner, the man does not notice the object flying at him, and he hits him right on his leading hand, forcing him to curse, gritting his teeth in pain. While the brunette asks if he is okay, the man mentally acknowledges the fact that he is fed up. His friend, realizing that things will now be more difficult, asks what he should do now. And the goblins, as if on command, rush at the weakened humans in a crowd at once. Suddenly, one of them starts wheezing and, suddenly slowing down, falls. The same fate befalls his relatives, causing bewilderment among their opponents. The brunette, noticing the arrows sticking out of the goblin's body, wonders. He wonders where the shells came from and who fired them. Tiger wonders if he got into this for nothing when he himself has a lot to do. However, reason tells him that he paid a fair price for it. Thanks to them, Tiger found out that the awakened ones cannot penetrate this place. They simply cannot see it. And this means that now he will be able to meet the weakened squad of goblins without any problems. Now, however, Tiger reminds himself that he must act immediately. And the man talks in his head about his plan to destroy the goblins. Tiger initially plans to distract the goblin by making him pay attention to himself. But the point is that the monster will not be able to understand who threw the stone and will come closer to the interdimensional gate. After all, his attention will be riveted to a strange object, which will become his destruction. Tiger will make him scream to attract the attention of the other creatures. The man will use the interdimensional gate as an impenetrable wall, and then he will pull the spear out of the suspended body and erase the traces of his attack. But it will be too late, as the hobgoblin's high perception will respond to these actions. And then, seeing his fallen subordinate, he will give orders to others. He will direct the remaining 3 goblins to explore the area for the presence of the enemy. And at some point, Tiger will allow himself to be discovered and attacked by these creatures weakened by fear. The man will wait for the right moment and then act exactly the same as last time. He will cut down 3 of them at once with one sure blow in order to save himself time. After this, according to Tiger's plan, the remaining hobgoblin will begin to act. However, something happens that the man did not even think about and therefore did not take into account. Tiger assumes that the monsters have had a fight, which causes him to change his plan on the fly. Since everything is going this way, the man decides to go all in. And while the enraged hobgoblin runs towards him, he is mentally amazed at his own recklessness. Tiger sincerely believes that what he is about to do now is sheer madness. However, at the same time, he understands that he has no other choice now. When Tiger is hit by a hobgoblin's blow against a tree trunk, the wind is knocked out of him. The man mentally admits that this blow turned out to be stronger than he expected. And while the hobgoblin looming over him laughs ominously, Tiger prays he doesn't pass out. When his opponent gets very close, the man's heart skips a beat from fear. But still, everything goes as it should, and the will to live skill is activated. The hobgoblin doesn't yet understand what just happened, but he senses that his prey has escaped. While Tiger, who deceived him, is hurrying towards his true goal, already pulling the trigger. Without a moment's hesitation, the man fires a bullet at the golden goblin, who is taken aback by the surprise. While he drowns in the echo of his own death scream, Tiger opens an interdimensional gate. Sending his catch to a safe place, the man says that's all for now. But the hobgoblin doesn't like this arrangement. He runs at the enemy, growling wildly. While Tiger, taking advantage of his advantage, quickly weakens the monster. The man asks him if the goblin seriously thought he could defeat him. And without even thinking about waiting for an answer, he continues, saying that now it's his turn. Reading the notifications from the system, Tiger breathes a sigh of relief, glad that it's all over. When receiving orientation, the man notes that this skill would have been very useful to him at the very beginning. Upon receiving a new item, which is a pair of gloves, Tiger immediately puts them on. A piercing sound and voices are heard nearby, indicating the approach of a search party. Wondering if he has taken everything, the man is convinced of this and opens the interdimensional gate. He believes that all he can do is sit in the shelter until the search is over. The next day, Tiger groans in pain, not wanting to leave the kingdom of Morpheus. Glancing at his watch, the man suddenly realizes that he has slept the whole day. From now on, unless the situation demands it, he intends to refrain from the will to live. The first thing Tiger does before leaving the room is to check his prey. Clearing his throat, the man realized that the golden goblins were different from their fellows. He enjoys the opportunity to have a revolver, but Tiger considers something more important. The mithril knife of eternal strength is not subject to metal decay. The man did not even expect to see it. However, questions are raised by the fact that the goblin had an item worth 100 points in the in-game store. Looking at the knife more closely, Tiger is also confused by its uneven surface. The man stops himself. A guess comes to his mind. It concerns the goblins themselves. After all, in another world they also use metal weapons, but they couldn't do it themselves. The level of development of these creatures is extremely low, unless they have mutated. Tiger laughs at his own assumption, thinking he's pushing himself too hard. He decides to take a closer look at the knife later, but for now he will examine the rest of the things. Tiger is delighted to have shade grapes because they improve his night vision. But now the man understands why goblins roam so calmly at night. Checking his level, Tiger notes that it is growing much faster than in the game. Having finished checking things, the man opens an interdimensional gate. He is amazed that as soon as the network appeared, messages started pouring in. Tiger can't remember ever having so many people following him in his life. The first thing the man decides to do is visit his old friend at the gym. Entering Smeshrid's office, Tiger greets him, but the man enthusiastically interrupts him. The gym owner says he was very worried about him, and Tiger apologizes for that. Tiger notices other people and asks who they are, and Smeshrid starts introducing everyone to each other. The young man introduces himself as Merit, and the girl's name is Violet. Expressing understanding of this, Tiger responds by stating his own name. The man asks Smeshrid where the other one is, and he replies that he went to the tourist goods store. Tiger is surprised that such a thing exists, to which Anna replies that it opened literally about a month ago. Smeshrid asks his friend if he watched the news about the new incident yesterday. Tiger agrees, saying he saw everything on the popular video platform. The doctor who dissected the goblin warned humanity to prepare for the apocalypse. And Thai President Stretch convened a meeting of the National Security Council. They said they would investigate the creators of survival and listen to the awakened. Smeshred asks Tiger what he plans to do now. The man clarifies what exactly he is talking about. The gym owner says that his friend knows a lot, so he wants to ask his advice. Merritt reminds Smeshred that he already gave him advice, and the goblins give points and maybe a couple of levels. Listening to him, Tiger mentally notes that this man's words seem strange to him. He decides not to remain silent, and turning to Merritt says that this is not so, but he is interrupted. A new acquaintance asks Tiger if he has ever played Survivor, and he replies in the negative. Hearing his subsequent words about reading forums, Merritt says it is unwise to trust them. Violet asks the smart guy who turns into a zombie when exposed to zombie spores and who survives. The girl wonders if there is any condition for this. Her interlocutor says something unintelligible. Violet clarifies what he means, and then Merritt asks her why she thinks he woke up. The guy says that his awakening is directly related to contact with the survivalist system. Merritt states that those who are not awakened will be safe with the awakened. Violet likes this theory. The girl suggests that they should stick with him then, and the guy agrees. Anna asks if Merritt completed the training, and if so, how difficult it was. The guy asks not to worry about this, swearing that he will protect everyone, which makes Tiger even more nervous. After all, he knows for sure that there is no evidence of immunity in the awakened one. Trying to contain his anger, Tiger thinks that this will lead to nothing. He assumes that Smeshred called him because he himself could not trust this troll. Tiger thinks that it's time for him to go, and Anna and her friends suggest that the man stay at least a little longer. He says out loud that he has things to do and will call when he's done, but Tiger thinks that he won't trust Merritt. After leaving the gym, he begins to think about his future plans until the epidemic hits. Having done everything necessary, Tiger returns home, but notices that Amelia is waiting for him there. She asks if he has a minute because she wants to give him something. The man agrees. Amelia gives Tiger painkillers and antibiotics that are not available without a prescription. The man expresses uncertainty about this, but his interlocutor reassures him, saying that everything is fine. Amelia says that if more is needed, she will get it, and shares her home address with Tiger. She says it's a favor for a favor and expresses confidence that they need to know each other's addresses. Amelia shares that she will also stop by the gym. Tiger wishes her a safe journey. The girl asks the man not to forget to pay for the medicine and to remember her address. Tiger thinks that Amelia is like a natural disaster because this meeting has made him a little nervous. After this, time begins to fly by again, during which the man looks into a variety of places. He purchases additional equipment and goods and builds a warehouse from panels. And when the mini excavator is delivered, all free time is spent on creating ditches. Keeping up with the news, Tiger notes that the world is becoming even more chaotic. On television, almost every channel broadcasts discussions between alarmists and skeptics. The UN is calling an emergency meeting, and headlines are literally teeming with news about the president's intention to meet. And at the same time, strange press releases about mysterious ships appear. Information about the meteorite going around the Earth changes to the sharply opposite. Each of the 4 days is accompanied by approximately such rich events. Of the omens, the last one remains, which is the Russian ship. And Tiger, knowing this perfectly well, sets off for the port where all this is supposed to happen. After making sure that there is no one there, the man enters the abandoned building to get ready. As Tiger opens his interdimensional gate, he thinks about the reason why he came to this place. It is extremely simple and consists of obtaining additional weapons from a Russian ship. Zombie spores are highly penetrating particulate pathogens. It won't be easy to avoid something like this, and conversion will only be a matter of time. Tiger thinks that he will turn either today or in 5 days, but this does not particularly frighten him. He doesn't have a family, so it doesn't make much difference, although, on the other hand, he could live with Dingo. However, when Tiger thinks about it, he realizes that it doesn't make sense. On the other hand, the man mentally notes that he is not burning with the desire to die either. He simply made a different choice than most, because the higher the risk, the higher the reward. Reviewing the list of changes he had compiled, the man says that such is life. Tiger gets the feeling that the developers are reacting to the end of the world even in real life. And when his phone rings with a piercing signal, the man notes the fact that the final sign is beginning. A tsunami warning message is broadcast over loudspeakers. Nature itself and its inhabitants seem to have gone berserk in anticipation of the impending catastrophe. It seems like it's just bad weather, but then a Russian ship appears on the horizon. He is carried towards the shore too quickly, accompanied by merciless and pitiless waves. One of them turns out to be so huge that it surpasses the average multi-story building. Luckily, Tiger is located on a hill, but scattered spray and strong currents of wind still reach him. Cursing, the man admits that fighting zombies or monsters is easier for him than fighting the elements. After all, natural disasters make him feel maladjusted and powerless. Tiger carefully studies the ship through binoculars to assess the scale of the upcoming operation in advance. He feels uneasy, but one way or another he needs to start moving. Inaction will lead to nothing good. Tiger quickly changed his clothes and rushed to start implementing the plan, thinking that there was not a minute to lose. He thinks that he needs to manage to implement his plans before government agents arrive here. The man constantly pushes himself with thoughts that he simply has to do everything beautifully. As he does this, Tiger reflects mentally, noting that so far everything is going according to his schedule. An interesting thought appears in his head, awakening memories along with it. Looking at this debate, Tiger is inclined to believe that Merit was right and the awakened do not become zombies. After performing some manipulations, the man notes that he does not feel any side effects. Tiger considers this a good result, but reminds himself that it is time to go. Climbing on board, the man looks closely at the zombies. They behave no differently from their usual behavior. Then Tiger addresses them, drawing attention to himself, and it works without fail. While telling the zombies that they haven't seen each other for a long time, the man thinks about their peculiarities in life of survival. In this game, zombies cannot infect with viruses, and they perceive anything as food. And the more nutrients these creatures receive, the stronger they become. Tiger has no intention of standing still, rushing towards the enemy with words about why they have their mouths open. Taking out one of his weapons, the man advises the zombie to cover his mitten. As Tiger begins his onslaught in earnest, he suddenly notices one very interesting feature. The man is finding the fight too easy and assumes the zombies have been nerfed too much. After all, in the past, to kill one, several blows with an iron weapon were required. And yet Tiger doesn't want to relax, remembering what happened that time with the orc. He believes that even a veteran has had enough of this, so once is enough for him. As he passes the cabins, the man is horrified and cannot help but curse. That's because there are more zombies inside than he ever expected. First of all, the man decides to get rid of those who walk along the corridor. While earning points for kills, Tiger suggests that one of the zombies might have a gun. Thinking about checking the wheelhouse, the man moves forward but slows down when he hears a shot. Wondering if it could be him, Tiger is amazed that someone else could still be alive. From this, he concludes that ordinary people can also accidentally survive, even without contact with the awakened. Tiger runs forward, thinking that he needs to try to save the survivors. Another thought appears in my head, but because of what I saw, it remains unspoken. Realizing that he was late, Tiger felt regret, and it became even more difficult when he looked at the photograph. The man looks at the young man for some time in silence, paying him respect with his silence. And then he approaches him and says that even though it won't help anymore, he will do it. After fussing over the deceased for a while, Tiger thanks him for his efforts. As he leaves the cabin, the man takes one last look at the young man's body. And then, looking up, he allows the inevitable thought to enter his head. Tiger believes that this will happen often once the apocalypse begins. He thinks that perhaps he too will sometimes have to kill for his own survival. Noticing a figure in the sea, Tiger assumes that someone else is also obsessed with finding loot. However, when they get close, neither one reacts to the other, as if no one is around. Even when they pass each other, no one turns their heads, as if what is happening is self-evident, and they are just random passers-by. But Tiger doesn't see anything wrong with this. On the contrary, he likes it. The man sees no point in pretending that he himself is not a hypocrite. The next day, when it gets light, Tiger thinks that he should still contact the response headquarters. He began to lean towards this after the president's decisive actions in response to evidence of the existence of zombies. Tiger assumes that these people really do think exactly the same way as he does. The man wants to provide them with the final proof and at the same time all the information he has. When a man from the task force answers him, Tiger tells him that he knows the exact time. His interlocutor asks permission to identify his number, and the man reminds him of the hobgoblin's bullet wound. This dramatically changes the operative's attitude towards Tiger. He begins to speak, but is interrupted. The man warns that any words here will be superfluous. And then, without further ado, he names the exact date and time, adding that they will receive a package today. Tiger hopes they can put her to good use. At the end of the conversation, the man wishes his interlocutor good luck. Tiger later notes that the president's determination was impressive. He checks information through social networks and sees a great response to it. However, since this happens through forums, Tiger is not sure about the veracity of the data. The military urges citizens to stock up on provisions and immediately return to their families. They repeat their message about stopping all activity and returning residents home. Tiger considers this reaction ideal, almost regretting that he did not warn the government earlier. It's depressing and makes you swear, because otherwise the man would have taken a risk and done everything differently. But at the same time, he understands that even this would not have prevented the disaster. Tiger tells himself not to forget the promise he made that day. The man reminds himself that he is not a hero, but just an ordinary person. Since the real world now had limitations, Tiger decided to stay in another one. On the third day, he finishes digging the ditch, estimating how many more days he will need to implement his plan. After this, Tiger sorts the tapes, dividing them into categories. While scouting with Dingo, the man discovers that the sun apples have already fully ripened within a month. Because of this, he decides to check if the entire forest is enchanted fertile land. On the very last day, something makes the man wary, because he discovers that he is short 2 packages of sweet potato jelly. Picking up what's lying nearby, Tiger realizes that it's a dried grape. Tiger turns to Dingo, asking the wolf cub if he accidentally ate them. The man hisses in displeasure, telling the puppy that it is wrong to lie, and the puppy begins to whine. Judging by this reaction, Tiger comes to the conclusion that the thief was not the top. The dingo barks, and the man takes this as a reproach and an instruction to better check the cameras. This idea seems rational to him, and Tiger immediately gets down to business. The idea proves effective, as the man actually finds someone involved. Or rather, those involved, since several beetles pass through the dog door at once. Tiger suggests that the grape was left as payment for the marmalade. The man becomes increasingly amazed by what he sees, becoming convinced that this beetle has intelligence. Tiger is upset that he didn't see all this with his own eyes. However, his own well-being is more important to him, and the man decides to lock the dog door for now. Remembering that guests are expected to come to him today, Tiger opens his interdimensional gate. Thanking everyone for coming to see him, he notes that everyone made it on time, despite the restrictions. Noticing a new face, Tiger asks about the stranger and learns that he is the last member of their group. Stuttering through his greeting, the young man introduces himself as Wellbane. It turns out that he is an awakened person. Although he has hardly played Life on Survival and is studying to be an electrical engineer, Tiger also introduces himself, describing himself as unawakened, and well expresses his joy at meeting them. Since time is short, the man suggests that everyone share the information they have with each other. Tiger turns to Smeshrid, asking him to start, and he is a little confused. A man talks about how he was talking on the phone with his ex-wife, and the connection suddenly ended. Then he became worried about his daughter and went to check if everything was okay with them. Everything turned out well, but on the way back, the man saw something. On the highway he was driving on, soldiers were setting up barricades. From them, he heard about the evacuation of those who lived near the petrochemical complex. Then it's Amelia's turn, and the girl says that she has only one piece of news. She learned that a shelter had been built in the civilian park, but otherwise the doctor was with her group. Smeshrid says he can't believe it, but Amelia says she saw it all with her own eyes. Anna says that she and Wellbane went to the store and heard something there. People were talking about high-ranking officials who spoke out against the president being detained. By expressing understanding out loud, Tiger thinks that the information was better than expected. The man begins to discuss why he should question each of those present individually. In order for a person to understand something, he needs appropriate arguments and information. If Tiger had admitted that he was a veteran, it would have been easier to convince everyone. But everything has its risks. Asking the boys to take his words calmly, he suggests that the president is striving for a controlled apocalypse. No one understands what this means, and Tiger begins to explain it to them, starting from the beginning of the inexplicable restrictions. Speaking about the downtime of government institutions, the man asks why the government needs it. Wellbane fills the pause with a moan, and Amelia says that the end is near. She continues to talk about this topic, and Tiger agrees with her words. Wellbane jumps up from his seat, starting to worry about his family, but the veteran tells everyone to gather. He warns that his words will sound harsh, but says that now survival is more important than family. Tiger asks those present not to forget one more important thing. Absolutely any of them can become a zombie at any moment and not live until tomorrow. After everyone has calmed down, Tiger says that he will now get straight to the point. It turns out that the reason for the meeting is his desire to share a training guide with those present. Smeshrid asks how his friend knows all this, and he says that he saw the Role Lovers recordings. Tiger apologizes to Anna for hiding it, but she doesn't mind, because she lied to him too. The man allows them to use this information in any way they please. However, when it comes to training, he asks everyone to follow the instructions strictly. After everything was over and everyone had left, it was midnight. Even though he has prepared a lot, Tiger is still not sure that everything is perfect. Moreover, he believes that his egoism, disguised as necessity, could backfire on him. However, even realizing this, Tiger says he has no regrets. Looking at the horizon, the man notices something rapidly rising into the sky. Following the first rocket, the second and third ones fly out until there are 5 of them. The moment they reach their final destination, Tiger swears. Watching all this through binoculars, the man asks himself a pressing question. He is interested to know whether the end of the world is really inevitable. On the day the apocalypse is supposed to happen, the government lifts restrictions. By this time, Tiger has just finished the basic preparations, which include bulletproof glass and a reinforced wooden door. Following his usual morning routine, a man injects himself with a small dose of paralytic poison. After this, he forces himself to train to build up resistance to this toxin. To be fully prepared, Tiger changes into the clothes he has prepared in advance, and then he has a leisurely breakfast in the company of his faithful pet. There are no plans for today, and Tiger spends the rest of the time waiting for 9 o'clock. At the moment when it all begins, he wakes up and acknowledges the fact. Dingo also wakes up with a special signal, but the wolf cub pretends to still be resting. At that very moment, Thai President Stretch begins his address to the citizens of his country. Watching him, Tiger thinks that this man's speech is incredibly powerful. It's hard for him to imagine anyone other than this man being able to take control of the apocalypse. With a heavy sigh, the man admits that he hoped the apocalypse would not come. And then he says that there is nothing to do. And since he is here, he will have to somehow survive. Tiger says that's exactly what you're supposed to do if you're an apocalypse veteran. There are 4 hours left before the zombie spores drop, during which the man spends checking the warehouse with supplies for farming. At the same time, he is preparing the equipment that will be needed after training at the Iron Death training ground. When Tiger returns to the real world, he realizes that it has already turned into a living hell. People, anticipating competition, have already grabbed each other, wanting to start gnawing each other's throats. Some of them decided to give free rein to their secret desires, because they had nothing left to lose. They talk about this openly because they are sure that they will die soon anyway. In such circumstances, people appeared who killed without the slightest remorse. Silkrane speaks dismissively of the downed one, but his friend turns out not to be so cruel. Stillsoul doesn't see a problem with what happened, believing that such a person wouldn't have been of any use anyway. Noticing someone's gaze on him, the man addresses the person looking at him, comparing him to a maniac. Stillsoul says he's doing Tiger a favor by giving him some fame points. The veteran asks the man why this declaration of war was made. Noticing the leaflet, Tiger looks at the others, amazed at the government's concern for the well-being of its citizens. Catching one of the flyers, he reads about the location of the shelter and says that it doesn't apply to him at all. Tiger believes that if such people were common, even the apocalypse would be quite bearable. However, he says that nothing can be done about it because all people are different. And the man leaves, saying that it's time for him to return to preparation. With only minutes left before the zombie spores drop, Tiger completes his final check. Looking at his equipment, he wonders if it will last until the epidemic. Reproducing the map in his head, Tiger says he has memorized all the routes. The man believes that after the epidemic, it will be too late if he forgets to change his watch to a magical metal one. Tiger reassures himself that this is not paranoia, but a thorough approach. At the same time, thoughts appear in his head that he did everything he could. Since it is now 1 o'clock in the afternoon, according to the plan, 4 hours have passed since the spores fell. From this, Tiger concludes that zombie spores have reached his country. With voices trembling with fear and exhaustion, people ask to be saved. Those who do not believe are soon convinced that everything they said about zombies and the epidemic turned out to be true. Living dead people begin to wander the streets, making ominous sounds. While Tiger, racing past them on a motorcycle, is slightly surprised. The man mentally notes that there were far fewer zombies on the streets than he expected. This means only one thing, that Tiger checks right away. Most of the people in his town spent their last hours with their loved ones. Although Tiger suggests that at the same time there might simply not be those left who did not convert. In fact, he thinks that for now it's even good for him. After all, for the pharma, this situation is much more profitable than he expected. Tiger thinks so because he's sure that the survivors would only get in the way. The next thing also makes the man happy, because the shutters are not down, and he won't have to bother with them. Breaking the glass with one sure move, Tiger enters without wasting any time. By throwing his instrument on the floor, the man opens an interdimensional gate. He begins to move quickly, because he knows for sure that now everything needs to be done quickly. Tiger recalls that it takes time for spores to completely take over a body, and if he makes it to the hardware store before that moment, he can avoid unnecessary collisions. When a bubble lands next to him, Dingo has no idea what's about to happen. The wolf cub doesn't even have time to really be surprised when he's overwhelmed with medication. And Tiger on the other side notes that the pharmacy cleanup is over and everything is going very smoothly. The man assumes that he will finish everything much faster than he planned. However, as he moves forward, he realizes that he has miscalculated and that things are never simple. The double protection makes a man wonder if she's serious, and Tiger is glad that he took a cutter with him, just in case. The only thing he doesn't like is that the instrument makes too much noise. Tiger talks about how, even with the weakening of zombies' ability to track the living, hearing someone else's footsteps behind him, the man turns around to assess the approaching enemy. While noting the number of zombies, Tiger leaves out the fact that their ability to track people has weakened. After all these cute zombies are limping straight towards him. The man reminds himself that he has already seen this during the incident with the Russian ship, so he knows. And in general, zombies at an early stage, before they have had time to profit from anything, are very weak. Therefore, Tiger has no reason to be afraid. His level is already higher than it could have been at this point without training. In general, the man believes that even a beginner can take them down if he hits their weak spots. These thoughts give Tiger confidence, and he feels less uneasy now. As he begins his battle, the man realizes that he was right. Fighting these zombies is not difficult. This level of difficulty is even much lower than in Life of Survival. As Tiger earns points, he thinks that it has now become easier to earn them too. But the problem is not so much the complexity, but the quantity, which makes one think about something else. Tiger is thinking about techniques, the standard of which is to lure the zombies into an alley and pick them off one by one. However, the problem now is that the man is limited in his movements. But Tiger finds a way out of this situation too, remembering that he has an autogenous blowtorch with him. So the man decides to turn it on and burn out all the zombies at once. By dodging the blow, Tiger warns his opponents immediately. He says he has avoided them until now because he didn't want to waste his time on them. And already starting to strike the zombies, Tiger says that it was not at all because he was afraid of them. And the living corpses continue to appear and try to get their victim. Tiger continues to chat with them in response, this time asking the zombies to use their brains. He says that he is the one who has spent more than 5,500 hours on this garbage game. And saying that there are no dead people here, he asks his brainless opponents a question. Tiger asks them if they really think he'll give up on people like them when they can't even get it together. Having dealt with everyone, the man admits that it still amused him. So Tiger suggests that they consider this his reward. Putting his instrument into ready mode, the man gets down to business. And turning again to the zombies, he gives them a promise to send them to the next world with a light. After a big battle with zombies, a man runs into a store and heads to the local police station. To his disappointment, the armory is empty, and Tiger realizes that he is just a little late. However, the man doesn't have time to get too upset, as his attention is drawn to one corpse. If it weren't for the big backpack, Tiger probably wouldn't have noticed it. And ironically, it turns out to be exactly what the man needs. Tiger can't believe his luck, thanking fate for such a gift. After this, the man begins his journey to the 4th farming point he has chosen. And he mentally notes that for now, he has everything under control, despite minor deviations. Tiger is greatly assisted by the terrain detection skill he received from the hobgoblin, and also heightened perception of objects, acquired earlier. After all, it is thanks to them that Tiger easily manages to escape from the zombies that are chasing him. Arriving at the motorcycle dealership, the man is not even surprised, perfectly understanding that everyone thinks alike. Then Tiger decides to put away the supplies and leftovers that haven't been picked up yet in storage. And then, checking his condition in the real world, he comes to a reasonable conclusion. The man takes a short break to clear his debuffs, saying that the dimensional gate is broken. Having regained his strength and caught his breath a little, he again leaves the other world and goes outside. Tiger is wondering where he could go now to farm. But I can't think about it for long because these idiots appear. Silkrane advises Tiger to stay home, remembering that he has no awakening. And he asks the veteran if he knows how long they had been looking for him. When Tiger manages to dodge this attack, a question arises in his mind. He wonders why these two are so clingy, since they will see each other soon anyway. Not knowing what to do, Tiger opens an interdimensional gate. Silkrane tells Boss to keep an eye out for zombies, and he agrees. The blonde tells Tiger to prepare for death, and he figures that the training hasn't started yet. After all, this means that the system will again not be able to consider him a murderer. Such a concept does not exist yet. Silkrane begins to suspect something when Tiger begins to have radical thoughts. While the blonde man tries to find his victim, the man remembers that even after training, he would have simply received a first warning. But although Tiger doesn't see this as a problem, it still worries him. The thought flashes through his head. Is he really capable of killing a person in real life? Silkrane is amazed that Tiger is awakened, and he asks her to simply answer him calmly. He wonders why these three are targeting him, and he learns that it is, if only because they took away the one he was drooling over. Tiger doesn't understand what they're talking about and asks again, and Silkrane asks him not to play the fool. And then he gets it for saying that Tiger and Anna are already up to no good. The veteran says that he is giving Silkrane one last chance to atone for his guilt, and he clarifies what he means. Tiger asks the blonde not to touch at least innocent people, and he starts laughing, because the man himself came here to rob. Calling Tiger a jerk, Silkrane says that they are the same. The man unflatteringly calls such people selfish trash who think only of themselves. Contrary to expectations, his attack proves pointless and Tiger speaks up. Slowly approaching the man, he says that he now understands that he is right. Tiger thanks Silkrane for helping him clear his head. While he agrees that he is the same trash as the blonde, the latter asks for mercy. Well, Tiger ends it all with the words that he simply didn't want to admit it. While the system awards points to the user, he reflects on how he has fought hundreds of deadly battles. However, he had no idea that killing a person in reality would be so much worse. Tiger continues to talk about this. At the same time, turning to Boss, he calls him a crybaby. And then she condescendingly reminds the man that he needs to be more careful. He immediately understands that something is wrong, asking inquiringly whether there is really someone behind him. And while he screams and sobs from unbearable pain, asking for help, Tiger talks about such people. Having already internally resigned himself to his fate, Boss nevertheless repeats his request in a weak voice. These turn out to be his last words, and Tiger just finishes his thought. He believes that such people deserve to die most in such an apocalypse. The assassin system was introduced 3 months after the game's launch to prevent intentional trolling. But despite the developers' good intentions, the rules left much to be desired. For example, for the first kill, they only gave a warning because they were afraid of losing users. But for encouraging injustice, the player would be put under surveillance and, after the third murder, would receive a brand. The second murder was accompanied by an investigation into complicity, and the possibility of getting away with it remained. The main reasons why players became assassins were to gain points and improve their stats. These also included stealing your opponent's unique skills. After the update that came out a week before the game's servers closed, the new abilities also became a weighty argument. This was enough for people to squeeze the maximum amount of fun out of a boring survival game. But there was a downside to this, because of which the killer had to kill, and that was the killing field. If 3 or more players gathered together, a spell would automatically activate that would create a barrier. Inside it, the so-called deathmatch was also forced to begin. At first, this situation seemed advantageous for the killer, but with the decline in online activity, everything changed dramatically. Tiger now recalls the circumstances that led to him becoming a murderer. At the very least, a characteristic pulse should appear, but the man does not feel anything like that. This confirms that the system is not yet operational, as training has not yet begun. In other words, Tiger will be able to kill people with impunity for a few more hours for sure. The man pulls himself up, reminding himself that he is not in the game and assuming that he too has gone crazy. He tells himself to stop thinking about nonsense and to continue living, sticking to his plans. At the same time, the man thinks that his iron rule has remained unchanged, and they must respond to injustice in exactly the same way. Tiger thinks about what he will do now if he gets the chance to kill a person again. By making the transition and cleaning up his tracks, he sets himself the task of strictly adhering to his rule. Tiger still thinks stopping by the heavy equipment and pesticide store was a good idea. However, he is not particularly pleased that these zombies are staging a sit-in here. Tiger wonders how long all these people are going to hang around there. He's wondering where this will all lead over time, when someone breaks down. The left group asks its opponents to leave peacefully, and they remind it about the zombies at the entrance. This man asks his opponent if he is an idiot for not understanding obvious things, and he asks him to choose his words before he shoots the brunette in the head. The latter responds with a provocation. The man with the crossbow grins, saying that he decided to take on the wrong person. He says that in the country's capital, he specialized in shooting this little one. When an arrow hits his shoulder, the man first cries out in pain and then asks a question. He rhetorically asks if this bastard is really crazy, and his colleagues react accordingly. A man with a crossbow believes that the apocalypse is an era for the survival of the fittest, and he tells the opposing side to get lost unless they want to get an arrow in the forehead. Watching the trio leave, the four begin to discuss them, speaking unflatteringly. The man with the crossbow expresses joy that the people have left, but his group is called out. The brunette reminds him of his warning that there were zombies outside and they were driven out, and he announces his intention to leave these guys a parting gift, backing up his words with actions. Witnessing loud sounds and screams, the man with the crossbow exposes his opponent's plan. Meanwhile, he encourages his guys, telling them to run faster. But the zombies turn out to be on a completely different side from where they expected to meet them. And Tiger, watching all this, admires what a rare spectacle they have arranged for him. The man thinks that if they ever meet alive, he will owe him a gift. Later, he wonders if he has collected everything, except for the infantry battalion and the apartment area. Tiger notes that there is just over an hour left, which means that in this situation it is better to abandon the idea of the battalion. However, he doesn't want to go straight to the apartment. His thoughts are getting stronger, and the man turns to Dingo. Thinking about changing the order, Tiger tells the wolf cub that it's his turn now. A tricky question is, where do the most zombies congregate at the beginning of the game? Tiger himself answers this question, because such places are those where there is a lot of so-called food. And these are the large supermarkets that should always be avoided in such a situation. Tiger also thinks that those with over 1,000 hours of playing time behind them think differently. This is what distinguishes them from newcomers who suffer from a lack of resources. The man believes that if you are well prepared in reality, you will see this as a chance to quickly improve. This is a golden opportunity to reach level 10 before the tutorial and unlock the in-game store. However, now that everything is ready, Tiger is starting to feel reality weighing on him a little. The man suspects that he was being wasteful by pouring gasoline on the already oil-soaked floor. And yet, after thinking it over soberly, he comes to the conclusion that this loss is not so great. Tiger is confident that this will be a great training session for Dingo, and they have time for night training. Turning to the puppy, the man asks him if he will do as they rehearsed. When Tiger raises his hand, about to give her the appropriate sign, Dingo watches him closely. And as soon as the man gives the wolf cub the command to move forward, he takes off. He hurries to his goal so quickly as to please his master and prove his usefulness. Having identified the nearest targets, Dingo begins to bark, attracting their attention. It works. The zombies, distracted from their activities, begin to look for the source of the sound. And then each of them sets their own goal to catch this meteor, but in vain. Now pushing off from their clumsy bodies, now nimbly maneuvering, the wolf cub overcomes each of the obstacles. The zombies are just wasting their time because Tiger's pet is elusive. The puppy faces one last obstacle and the zombie horde is already very close. When Dingo successfully overcomes him, Tiger mentally admires the wolf cub. Counting down the seconds until he moves on to the next point of his plan, he calls his pet a majestic figure. And then, mentally noting that this is exactly what he expected from the wolf cub, he makes the flame of the lighter flare up. When his wolf cub enters the interdimensional gate, Tiger drops the lighter into the gasoline. The crowd of enraged zombies slows down slightly, their attention drawn to the fire. And Tiger finishes his thought by thinking that his boy is a real genius. At the moment when the explosion occurs, the system reports an increase in the user's level and awards him points. Upon reaching level 10, the player's trait gains an additional effect. Having finished collecting food, Tiger grabs 3 system units and other necessary things. A man thinks about what he knows about the sudden destruction of buildings. So he opens a portal right on the road and saves the coordinate point. And then he moves to another world on a motorcycle that has already served its purpose. To protect himself, the man changes into non-metallic equipment. Then he went to the firing range, located about 1 kilometer from his shelter. The tiger dresses in pre-prepared equipment in advance to avoid any unpleasant consequences. After finishing packing, he wonders what he looks like now, apart from the absence of all metal. Checking his watch, Tiger notes that there are 3 minutes left until the start. Along with thoughts about this, the man begins to feel some strange anxiety creeping up on him. Tiger recalls becoming convinced that zombie spores and epidemics were spreading through the air. Thinking about the dangers of arguing for people, the man draws another parallel. The disease we are talking about now destroys objects, so we must not let our guard down. This is precisely why Tiger is now at the training ground, far from the shelter, where there are only trees around. The man tries to calm himself down, asking himself what there is to worry about now. If the equipment falls apart, he can rush out of here at any moment to minimize the damage. Tiger reminds himself that he only needs to focus on one thing right now. As he opens the portal, the man says to himself that he needs to focus only on this. At the right hour, namely at exactly 18 o'clock, the epidemic hits the country of Tiger. In Life on Survival, this plague was known as the Metal Plague. This nasty infection destroyed the civilization built by humanity. And all this happened literally in the blink of an eye, just as is happening now in the real world. All this time, Tiger watches the apocalypse from his hiding place. After the scale of this disaster, there is no doubt that people have been thrown back into the Stone Age. While observing the disaster, the man acknowledges the fact that he had been preparing for this. But despite this, he wants to say that this is too much. But he stops short and instead of continuing, he curses. Such a powerful explosion suggests that an infantry battalion's ammunition depot exploded. But the man stops himself, reminding himself that this is not important. The iron balls are much more important now. Luckily, they remain unchanged, and only after making sure of this does Tiger allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. But then he pulls himself together, urging himself not to act so relaxed. After all, it's impossible to say that everything is so good. The man is tormented by doubts about this, and he decides to close the portal. Tiger thinks that now he just needs to follow his plan and prepare for what comes next. That was what he was thinking about on the way back to the shelter. But something immediately went wrong. Noticing the familiar bugs, Tiger admits that it all really does confuse him. The man wonders if one was not enough and why they returned. Noticing roots in the insect's limbs, Tiger also wonders why he needs them. The idea that this is a gift of reconciliation crosses his mind, but the bug disproves this theory. Tiger then suggests that the insects want to trade the roots for sweet potato jelly, and they agree. Calling out rudely to the beetles, the man remarks that he tried to be kind, but they were already becoming impudent. But these words do not meet with resistance, and Tiger, on the contrary, begins to think that these insects are quite cute. After thinking for a while, the man makes an offer to the small traders. Admitting that he doesn't need food, Tiger says that he needs all sorts of special items. When insects don't live up to his expectations, the man washes his hands of it. In fact, he is even upset by the fact that they will not be able to talk, despite the intelligence of these creatures. However, Tiger is in for a surprise because the very next moment the bug finds a way out. The man gasps, covering his mouth with his hand, because he did not expect what he saw at all. Based on the bug's drawing, he asks if they can exchange the ore for marmalade right now. Tiger, overjoyed, extends his hand to shake to seal the deal, but even here a surprise awaits him. The man apologizes to the beetle, asking if he is rushing things too much. He notes that it is quite interesting to watch how their meeting goes. When the chief beetle extends his paw in response to seal the deal, Tiger is amazed. The system's message that the main black beetle is requesting a contract puzzles the man. And based on this, he understands that particularly intelligent creatures cannot simply be recorded as one's property. Tiger signs the contract with the thought that he has nothing to lose anyway. And then the system informs him that the swarm of black beetles is considered the property of the user. Tiger's confusion doesn't last long, as he quickly notes that the beetles have already run off to fulfill their part of the deal. But the man asks these guys to wait a little, and he clarifies the point that the bugs came to him because they were hungry. Giving the insects some sweet potato jelly, Tiger says it's their bonus for signing the contract. And while the bugs are babbling with joy, the man says that he is counting on their support. Tiger jokingly asks them not to even think about running away just after eating, because they must bring back prey. Otherwise, he will forget about the apocalypse and will chase them to the very ends of the earth. In the world of games, the learning phase usually begins under the cover of the lingering night. Estimating how much time he has left, Tiger comes to the conclusion that he still has 2 or 3 hours to spare. The man decides to skip the rest stop and continue with his plan. The equipment these guys have impresses him because Tiger expected to see something worse. Of all the supplies, the man is especially impressed by this ceramic knife. Tiger doesn't think it matters whether they're hunting for survivors or not. He still wants to scout out their base. Having finished sorting the equipment, the man takes out the system unit and the NAS drive. At the same time, Tiger remembers the residential complex where he got these things. By connecting them to the docking station, the man starts scanning. And when he opens the folders, he discovers that they are filled to the brim with media files. When Tiger finishes his search, he stumbles upon something he never expected to see. The man is seriously stunned when he learns that Anna was a singer. But Tiger agrees that it would be surprising if someone with such an appearance was an ordinary city girl. And yet he decides to permanently delete the incriminating evidence against the girl. Tiger figures that, remembering the old days, it's unlikely that Anna would want to keep such memories. With these thoughts and words about what he has seen, the man ends his search. Tiger thinks it's a good time to check out the level 10 rewards. Opening the store, he notes that its interface is practically no different from the one in the game. The only difference is that after the last update, the prices have jumped significantly. Tiger chooses 2 items he likes and calls out their numbers. After their materialization, the man comes to the conclusion that everything is happening just like in the game. Remembering the bug that only works in the tutorial, Tiger decides to exploit it if it hasn't been fixed. After that, he looks at the bonus skills and realizes that it is, in fact, a hotbar. As he names the 5 slots in order, the man finds the new option astonishing. This means that he no longer has to constantly carry around a bunch of junk. And at the same time, there will be no need to hide weapons behind the portal in advance. After distributing all the items into slots, Tiger notes that this skill has top scaling. The man turns to Dingo, telling him to keep a close eye on the house and guard it while he is gone. Tiger calls upon the interdimensional gate, saying that it is time for him to move out. The man enters the portal with the thought that he must complete this training. Finding himself on the other side of the gate, Tiger notes how dark it is around. He remembers hoping that the moonlight and his skill and insight would be enough for him. But his expectations are not met, so Tiger calls upon one of his slots. The man admits that he has never encountered anything like it in this world, so he wanted to save it. However, now he sees no point in saving, because he could die simply because he's gone blind. While eating shadow grapes, Tiger is reminded of their ability to temporarily improve night vision. The system reports on its users' actions and the effects achieved when he himself already feels it. Tiger says he can see everything perfectly now. By putting the helmet on his head, the man voices his intention to find a safe place for a while. Tiger recalls that one of the survivalists' trademarks is a wild and unintentional hostility towards the player. It manifests itself in the fact that the game almost never warns its user about the beginning of events. And yet, the tutorial is an exception, because the appearance of the moving wall of zombies is the official start. Tiger mentally thinks about the conditions under which zombies are triggered. The first one is getting into the undead's line of sight. That's when they notice you. The second trigger occurs when the player picks up a special training item. However, in order for this item to appear, a number of specific conditions must be met, and you need to start by staring at an empty point at the corresponding coordinates for a certain amount of time. When this happens, a bug that only exists in the tutorial comes into play, but only if you grab the weapon a moment before the spawn ends. Tiger finishes his thoughts with a satisfied grin, saying that it's so easy to copy an object. The man thinks about an item different from the game, which turns out to be a premium ebony club from the store. He recalls that most other patch notes were too vague to be trusted. Hearing a commotion outside, Tiger turns around to see the goiters stirring. However, he asks them not to rush, because even if he wanted to, he would not be able to escape from them. And instead, he will have to admire their scary faces until he throws up. Tiger recalls that there are several ways to go about this training. The first option is to simply kill zombies. Moreover, you will have to do this until you have completely wiped out every monster on the map. But there is another option if a bloodbath is not in the user's plans. It involves trying to force your way through a wall of living corpses. However, even in this case, it will not be possible to avoid bloodshed completely. You will have to get dirty. Realizing that the onslaught of the living dead is too strong, Tiger hastens to retreat. Trying to find a foothold, the man does not hold back his curses. Tiger is starting to think that he won't be able to get away with it, but he tries not to get upset, trying to reassure himself that he doesn't care about it. To be more confident, the man reminds himself of what exactly his strategy was. It turns out that she was searching for the boss that Tiger wanted to find and crush. To do this, the man needs to hide from a crowd of angry zombies, and he runs without stopping, reminding himself that he is not just running around looking for the boss. Tiger recalls that there is always a checkpoint in the training area, and at that moment, when the user reaches it, the boss will finally appear. But Tiger can't find her, and the effect of the shadow grapes is already coming to an end. The man thinks that the control point is one of the buildings, and it must be within a radius of approximately 3 kilometers from the start. Tiger is absolutely sure that there shouldn't be a single zombie in that place, and the same cannot be said about what is happening around him now. And yet luck turns out to be on Tiger's side, and at some point he finds the right building. As soon as the man gets into it, the system informs him that the effect of the shadow grape has ended. Tiger allows himself to catch his breath until the boss shows up. Until this time, the man expresses a desire to go up to the roof, and not without reason. He's going to find out which specific enhanced boss will appear so he can prepare well for it. Suddenly, the door leading to the roof swings open and Tiger freezes in his tracks. However, his worries turn out to be in vain as soon as he hears a familiar voice addressing him. After listening to Anna, Tiger asks her about the guys from the audience who, it turns out, survived. Then the man becomes interested in how the girl managed to end up here. In her defense, Anna says that she did not ignore the instructions at all. The girl talks about how Merritt insisted that they stick together, but then the zombies came running. As Anna continues to make excuses, Tiger is mentally amazed that she cannot follow simple directions. Thinking that this is a complete headache for him, the man asks the girl to listen to him carefully. Tiger feels bad about continuing to pretend to be unawakened, but he does it. When he tells Anna about his boss, she correctly guesses his motives, but the man counters by saying that he is simply in trouble. Tiger makes some unflattering comments about how someone messed up and now he has to clean it up. And he continues to say, referring to the video, that the crowd of zombies will disperse as soon as you defeat the boss. Supposedly quoting the role lover, Tiger says that then the torpor will collapse and the aggro will reset itself. The man shares that the training will end if he hides or runs away at this moment. Anna asks Tiger when this enhanced zombie will appear and receives the answer that it will be any minute. As confirmation of his words, a crackling sound reminiscent of static is heard nearby, and Tiger notes that everything will be as it is happening right now. Looking at the boss, Anna assumes that these growths on his head are antennae. The man chuckles thoughtfully. As if by the way, Tiger asks the girl how she is feeling. Anna, in turn, clarifies why he suddenly decided to ask such a question. Tiger tells her that he heard that zombies with such growths on their heads conceal something. The girl becomes tense because of this and asks in a stuttering voice to wait, and also tries to call up the status window. But it's too late. Anna tells Tiger that he was right and her feature was blocked. The man asks the girl if she trusts him as much as before and receives a positive answer. Then Tiger asks her if she still has the things he sent her, and she again says yes. The man expresses satisfaction with this and asks Anna to distract the zombies from the roof. He himself leaves with the words that he will take the boss on himself. Tiger's thoughts differ from his pompous dissent. He wonders what he should do now. After all, his own ability is blocked in the same way as Anna's, and this is the most unpleasant outcome. And as soon as the man begins to grumble, he reminds himself that there is nothing surprising about this. He recalls that the game had no features and, accordingly, no monsters to block them. Tiger reproaches himself for relaxing and regrets not putting the bow in the first slot. He decides to test it out for fun and is surprised that everything works as it should. The man suggests that the additional effect was not blocked because the zombie was a level lower than him. Taking this for granted, Tiger considers it luck and calls for the second and third slots. But there is also bad news. If these zombies are lower in level, you can forget about getting the skill. The drop chance will also be negligible, which means that the game is not worth the candle. Tiger thinks that there is nothing to do, because he remembers that he is not alone here. And while the man decides to wait for the next chance, a piercing screech is heard from the roof. Anna copes with the task assigned to her quite well. Observing her behavior, Tiger notes that the girl is holding herself quite decently. But at the same time, the man believes that he too has no reason to complain about his fate. When the system reports that his strength has increased by 1, Tiger says that he still reached 0. Thanks to the zombie for this generous gesture, the man is going to finish him off with a blow as a reward. Tiger's arrow turns out to be so lightning fast that the boss doesn't even have time to track it, and she pierces the zombie's shoulder, knocking a desperate half-scream, half-wheeze out of its mouth. However, Tiger is not happy about this, and he, hissing in displeasure, laments the fact that the darkness did not allow him to get there the way he wanted. But on the other hand, the man doesn't mind doing the zombie boss a favor since he's his first in the real world. And in connection with this, Tiger decides to finish off the monster with his own hands. Raising his new weapon over the living dead, the man says goodbye to the creature. And as soon as he mercilessly brings the club down on his head, the effect of the feature blocking is removed. Tiger only gets 10 points for the kill, and as he thought, he doesn't get any skill. But the man doesn't waste his last chance, wondering what about the drop. It is found soon. It turns out to be a Louboutin bracelet, which gives a 2-unit increase in perception. But for some reason there are 2 objects, and this raises questions for Tiger. Hearing Anna's words, the man realizes that the drop didn't come from the boss, but rather was a reward for completing the training. And he believes that random points could be the result of changes in the reward system after the patch. Tiger hands Anna a bracelet, saying, "Here you go," and the girl is surprised. The hairdresser says she feels awkward accepting it because she has done almost nothing. But Tiger insists, saying that they only managed it thanks to Anna. After this, the man invites the girl to go to the gym together. Later, Anna asks Tiger's opinion about the building being slightly tilted. The man agrees with this, recalling that usually buildings up to 5 to 8 stories high stood normally. He thinks it's better to move, even if the building doesn't collapse right now. After all, if it is so tilted due to poor construction, it could collapse at any moment. Anna promises to convey these words to Smeshrid, and Tiger suggests discussing the killer system at the meeting. His thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice, which says that he knew the man was alive. Anna and Tiger are surprised almost simultaneously by the appearance of the former owner of the gym. Our hero expresses joy that Smeshrid did not become a zombie, and he jokingly calls him a brat. The man invites Tiger inside, saying that he has a lot to tell his friend. Later, Smeshrid clarifies whether Tiger really failed the training boss who copies skills. The veteran tries to justify himself, saying that there is nothing special about it. He says he was only able to go out with him once because Anna led the rest of the zombies away. Wellbane still finds it impressive, believing Tiger to be quite brave, and he laughs nervously. Tiger then asks the men if they got any credit for their training, and the answer is no. Smeshrid adds that there were no checkpoints that Tiger spoke about. The man asks if his interlocutor received points for anything other than killing monsters. Smeshrid says he got points for helping Velbane, and Velbane confirms this. Analyzing this information, Tiger comes to the conclusion that in reality, points are given for escaping from encirclement or for helping others. Anna sums it all up for him, guessing that it has become easier for peaceful awakened ones to earn points. Tiger confirms this, and his friend immediately turns to him. Smeshrid asks him about his skill and asks him not to pretend to answer his stupid question. The man says that Tiger himself said that the system turned on at the beginning of the training and gave him the skill. Our hero reflects on this matter and comes to the conclusion that all the survivors have become awakened. Exhaling heavily, he thinks that this all looks like complete nonsense. After all, if the rules change so easily, then Tiger's knowledge is not the ultimate truth. He becomes interested in what Anna is thinking about now because, unlike the men, she got the item. Smeshrid is the first to open up, revealing that he has a physical enhancement that increases strength and agility. Velbane turns out to be a puppeteer, and by closing his eyes, he gains the ability to see, hear, and move through the puppets. Tiger already knows Anna's ability and also understands that, judging by the conversation, he will also have to confess. However, he is unsure whether he should reveal his true skill. On the one hand, if he does this, he will no longer need to lie to these people. But it's a completely different question how they will all react to these words. While he continues to be tormented by his thoughts, Anna quietly addresses the coach. Because of this, Tiger pays almost no attention to the girl's behavior. He thinks that he is ready to reveal his true skill only to those whom he will trust unconditionally. Continuing the thread of these thoughts, Tiger confesses that he too has awakened. However, he lies when he says his skill is attack prediction. Wellbane states the fact that with such a feature, it is impossible to catch him off guard. But Tiger says it's not that simple, and he only sees the monster's trajectory as a residual trace. And then the man switches gears, asking what their gym group plans to do next. Smeshrid says he plans to focus on survival and leveling up, and then he wants to try to kill those bastards from the villa who tried to harm Anna. Tiger is mentally amazed by this attitude, satisfied that he leaked the information to Smeshrid earlier. To Tiger's surprise, Wellbane asks him what his level is. The boy, ignoring Anna, recalls how the veteran took down the training boss single-handedly. He's almost certain that with skills like that, Tiger was taking down zombies from the very beginning. Velbane keeps talking and talking, unconsciously bringing the veteran's hidden feelings to the surface. But Smeshrid calms him down, taking Tiger's side and suggesting that he is at most level 4. He turns to Anna, asking her opinion, and the girl agrees, saying that she herself is only at level 2. They ask Tiger about this, and he confirms it, and mentally understands what this whole performance is about. It's not hard to understand that these two are covering for him so that he doesn't feel awkward. They even strangled the boy for this. Tiger says goodbye to everyone, saying that it's late and he has to go. As he turns to do so, he hears Smeshrid calling out to him. The man offers his friend a pair of plastic binoculars that Wellbeing made and some food. Tiger asks if Smeshrid is sure he wants to give it all to him, and he expresses confidence. A man asks his friend if he told him about the reason why he and his wife separated, and the friend is surprised by the suddenness of the topic. And he remembers that Smeshrid didn't want to tell this because he was ashamed, and he also confirms this. A former gym owner says he was afraid of losing muscle mass. He talks about how, when sitting down at the table, Smeshrid was afraid that his muscles would deflate, so he only pretended to eat. The man is exhausted by this comparison, so he decides to tell his friend everything straight to the point. And he, saying that everyone has their own secrets, offers, if only Tiger wants, to share his with him. The veteran begins to think about this, assuming that Smeshrid and Anna have guessed that he is lying. Keeping his tone casual, the coach begins to say goodbye to his friend, but he is stopped. He says that the difference in levels will even out over time, and Smeshrid will become stronger once he gains experience. Tiger asks his old friend to live until the day they meet again, and then, without waiting for an answer, he leaves, ending everything with the words that he will drop in to see them from time to time. Sometime later, Tiger expresses his disapproval of what is happening. He can hardly believe that in reality the heat is unbearable, and in this world there is suddenly snow. The man can't get used to this idea, so he continues to protest. However, he expresses joy that he managed to transfer all the supplies to the warehouse, otherwise things would have been tight. But then a thought occurs to him about whether everything is really that bad. Even though it was an accident, his line of defense was strengthened, and he definitely wouldn't have to worry about a goblin invasion for a few days. The only unpleasant thing is that due to the frozen ground, it will not be possible to dig a ditch for now. But Tiger is still not despondent, deciding instead to take stock and make plans for the future. The sole purpose of the survival life was, as the name suggested, survival itself. This basically involved killing hordes of monsters to survive. Players could equip up to 5 items and have a maximum of 10 skills. If the limit was exceeded, the oldest skill was replaced by the newest one. To avoid this, players had to select optimal combinations. Looking back, Tiger thinks it was only like that in the game. He is almost certain that in reality, everything will now be different. Tiger assumes that a patch was released while he was offline for a week, so he is not aware of the latest innovations. Thinking about this, the man tries to understand what he should do now. But Tiger believes that in reality, little has changed for him. He must also hoard supplies, get better items and equipment, and of course, survive. All this taken together means that he needs to do exactly the same thing as before. Tiger talks through his short-term tasks in the forest, which include finishing the ditch and dealing with the owlbear. In reality, he wants to collect fireworks for the festival and track the group's movements from the villa on the hill. Tiger clutches his head as he remembers the number of things he has to do in the long term. This abundance drives him crazy, and the man decides to put off thinking about it for now. When prioritizing, Tiger chooses to go after the fireworks first, but this is after nightfall. But you just need to prepare for this, which is what the man is going to do right now. Somewhere in the city, Stillsol's voice is heard dismissively calling someone a mediocrity. He mocks a member of his squad, saying that he can't even open a canister properly. He tries to justify himself, for which he almost gets it. Fortunately, the girl stops the scumbag. She suggests that Stillsol cool down and have a drink instead, but he says that won't do. He has other plans. The man wants to kill Tiger as soon as possible if he has also become awakened. He doesn't even realize that the person he mentioned is nearby and hears all of this. Noticing the bottle in the hand of the awakened woman, Tiger assumes that these people want to burn down the house. Considering possible problems in the future, the man is not going to give him mercy. Stillsol tells his subordinate to finish quickly, but he is interrupted. He asks Tiger why he is outside, and Tiger replies that he went out the back door. Hearing the mention of fireworks, Still Soul becomes puzzled and asks why they were needed at such an hour. Tiger says the reason is that zombies are active during the day and fall asleep at midnight. And he adds that if you avoid the monsters that appear at dawn, you can walk freely. Still Soul reminds him of one more condition, and that is the player's level, which must be higher than 7th. He's level 5, so he's not worried, and Tiger feigns admiration, assuming his interlocutor is well prepared. However, the man asks if Still Soul thought that the information from Silkrane might be unreliable. He clarifies what Tiger is hinting at, but Tiger says that it does not concern his interlocutor. And then he says that, thanks to him, his plans have changed, and now he has decided to first clean out Still Soul's hideout. He becomes furious, asking if Tiger has really gone completely crazy, and he orders his henchmen to immediately deal with this crazy person. At that very moment, the earth begins to tremble, and terrible sounds are heard behind. The girl squeals as soon as she sees the monster and asks what it is. Stillson notices that Tiger is running away and angrily calls him a son of a bitch. He orders the veteran to be seized immediately, and his henchman, wanting to curry favor, says that he is the first. He thinks about how he was always picked on because his skill wasn't the best. And the guy thinks that if he catches Tiger now, Still Soul will recognize him. Trying to finish this sentence out loud, he is forced to interrupt due to a blow. The guy's friends, seeing him fall, don't understand what's going on because there's nothing in front of him. Stillson swears as he runs past, and the girl stops to check on her friend. While scouting the area, the man wonders what the hell happened. Remembering that a monster is chasing them, the girl abandons her plan and runs after it. They decide to split up, but the awakened one runs into a crawler and, frightened, asks Still Soul to save her. However, it is too late. The monster explodes in the manner typical of its species. When Still Soul is thrown back, he curses again, then rhetorically asks what the hell this is. The terrifying creature appears next to him in one leap, and the man tries to understand where he went wrong. As he strikes, Still Soul asks her if she seriously thinks he'll just die that easily. However, the monster turns out to be not so simple. It easily evades the attack. As the terrifying teeth flash before his eyes, Still Soul gives up, saying it's useless. And these turn out to be the last words that the awakened one speaks. And Tiger mentally thanks Still Soul for letting him give him one last punch, and he expresses his intention to finish everything with the final blow. However, it doesn't end there. The creature only flinches after the attack. Tiger fires a few more bullets at him, thinking that they are disintegrating faster than expected. However, the damage still occurs, so the man plans to shoot until the monster dies. He succeeds, but Tiger thinks that there is little pleasant in this spectacle. After all, whether you decided to do it yourself or had someone else do it, murder is still murder. While taking Still Soul's backpack, Tiger asks its former owner not to hold a grudge against him. The man argues that the trash was attracted to the trash, and that's why he died. After this event, the morning farm goes like clockwork, and Tiger looks into Still Soul's hideout. What's inside isn't quite what the man expected, but there are things that could be sold profitably at auction. After the cleanup in this place is finished, Tiger goes for fireworks. Looking at them, the man is impressed by the appearance of the pyrotechnic composition. It turns out to be very convenient that he took Dingo with him. After all, thanks to him, Tiger manages to avoid collisions with dangerous monsters. Also during this trip, the man manages to kill quite a lot of sleeping zombies. Thanks to this, the awakened one's level quickly rises and points are awarded. Tiger expresses joy at receiving additional goodies, and Dingo echoes him. However, not everything is so rosy, and Tiger faces one problem on his way. The farm man finishes work closer to 7 in the morning, replaying the success of this mission in his head. Tiger talks out loud about the success of his raid, but also finds pitfalls in it. After all, lugging supplies back and forth several times is quite a hassle. Looking to the other side of the portal, the man says that he considers winter to be an additional source of the problem. He thinks that it would only take one spark for the entire shelter to blow up. Therefore, the man considers this option to be the best and at the same time discusses his future plans. There are ominous sounds coming from outside, and Tiger starts cursing. Looking out into the street, the man asks a rhetorical question, amazed at such terrible weather. While a typhoon rages in the real world for 2 days, Tiger focuses entirely on building a moat. He decided that it would be too risky an undertaking until the cold subsided. Another day passes with these thoughts and work on the current task. Looking at the fruits of his efforts, the man curses, saying that he will never do that again. By the time the ditch was completely finished, fortunately for Tiger, it began to warm up. Along with this thaw, the ice walls built by nature over all this time are collapsing. Tiger can't help but breathe a sigh of relief as the weather finally becomes livable. Opening a portal to check the situation in the real world, he notes that it would be a sin to complain about such a thing. After all, others awakened by the typhoon most likely cannot even move normally. And this gives birth to thoughts in Tiger's head that it's time for him to move on to the next part of his plan. Taking Dingo with him and a weapon at the ready, the man goes into the forest to reconnoiter. And Tiger thinks at this time that this is the real cheating in life of survival. And the reason for this is simple, if only because firearms are weapons for advanced play. As far as Tiger remembers, it only opened there after the epidemic. Watching the monster, the man continues to develop his thought. He thinks that weapons in survival can only be obtained through farming and considers this crazy. Tiger mentally agrees that Dingo played a major role in finding the best route for them. And he also suggests that his own perception has grown thanks to the watch. After all, this means that Tiger's orientation on the terrain has reached the second level. And yet, the fact that the owlbear didn't even sense his presence is astonishing. In his mind, the man estimates that he has 15 bullets left in his gun. And this is in order to kill the owlbear, who is stronger than the keeper. Tiger knows for sure that even with bullets not weakened by the epidemic, he needs to hit at least 7 times. At the same time, the man reminds himself that he has nowhere to replenish his ammunition now, which means that in this world he will have to use his ammunition as efficiently as possible. And yet, despite the fears and risks, the first blow turns out quite well. Yet this does not kill the owlbear, and the creature, slowly turning around, begins to growl ominously. At some point, his movements become sharper, but the animal fails to detect his offender. Tiger shoots an owlbear, asking him where he's looking. After all, the monster's gaze is really directed in a direction different from the man's location. When the second bullet hits his body, the owlbear cries out in surprise and anger. But Tiger doesn't give him time to get his bearings, releasing another projectile after the previous one. Approaching the beast closer, the man begins to speak, expressing his joy at having achieved what he wanted. After all, he initially wanted them to be on the same level. And looking into those bloodshot eyes, Tiger invites his opponent to begin their game. When he next addresses the owlbear, he minces no words in provoking the creature. And this provocation turns out to be quite successful, as he rushes at the brag with a wild roar. Tiger, keeping calm, summons 2 item slots, the first and the second. And the very next moment, what he had just prepared for this occasion appears in his hands. The man doesn't hesitate, lighting the fireworks on the first try with one deft, confident movement. And then, calculating the distance, he throws his improvised projectile precisely at the enemy. The owlbear doesn't stand still, forcing Tiger to use a means of protection. But the blow never happens because his opponent is distracted by the fireworks that are already going off. At this point, Tiger jumps back to avoid being caught if the owlbear starts waving its claws. Seeing that his plan worked perfectly, the man expresses joy about it and mocks the monster. And then, jumping almost immediately so as not to waste time, Tiger opens the 4th slot. And grabbing his weapon more comfortably, he says that it is time to end their game. Tiger adds to his words that the owlbear should get out of the valley. The creature's furious, pain-filled scream continues until it abruptly ends. After reading all the reward notifications the system sent him, Tiger calls the 4th slot. And then he reads the description of the new skill Silent Movement, which has abilities that are consonant with the name. Tiger is unimpressed by this skill and effect, considering both of them to be weak. The man estimates that owlbear claws should be in demand as weapons. And then, since he's here anyway, Tiger decides to make the best of the situation. Later, while eating a delicious meal, the man chuckles contentedly, considering such a life luxurious. Dingo begs his owner for another fish, and Tiger is amazed by this because the wolf cub has already eaten 5 of them. And yet the man cannot resist his pet, even though he calls him a glutton. On the other hand, Tiger doesn't mind Dingo growing up so he can work with him as a pair. Looking at the puppy with a different look, the man suddenly realizes that he has really grown up. Once the wolf cub has eaten his fill, Tiger reminds him that it is time for them to move on. Since the man has already reached level 15, he decides to take a look at what has opened up to him. This is the auction. Seeing the information about the 10% commission, Tiger is amazed by this because in the game it was half as much. The man says that he considers this to be outright robbery and takes the lot. Deciding to look through the list of goods, Tiger notices that someone has already listed the lot. The man urges himself to calm down, remembering that players could change not only their gender but also their voice, and also the fact that users' nicknames were only visible in the general chat. It followed that it was impossible to find out anything about a player unless he himself told them. Tiger believes that the problem is that the more experienced players are, the less they follow the developer's plans. While reading messages in the chat, the man comes up with an interesting idea. Tiger first says hello and is asked who he is, introducing himself as the Rabbit Princess. Because of this, the man mentally assumes that this person has the same character in reality. Then Tiger introduces himself as the Role Lover, but the person on the other side of the screen takes a long time to respond. The man mentally notes this fact and suggests that the Rabbit Princess might suspect something. And then Tiger's interlocutor bursts out laughing, saying that he believed in him and waited a long time. The princess assumes that the lover is with the president, but he denies it, saying that he is on his own. After this, they talk about who leaked the information to the government, and a mutual understanding arises between them. They talk about peculiarities, and the princess suggests revealing them to her interlocutor, who is surprised. The princess gently retorts, saying that he is ready to do this, because they will still act together. Tiger is puzzled. The interlocutor tells the man that his trait is resurrection as long as he has points. The princess is currently level 17, and her trait grants resistance to physical damage, elements, and a bunch of special attacks. The man asks Tiger to tell him about himself now, but he still doesn't feel at ease. The princess says that he searched the entire area to get the item he put out, and allows him to take it for only 10 points. Tiger is even more confused by this. He doesn't understand how someone could give away such value for such a low price. But the princess suggests simply taking it, since he decided to show sincerity so that they would believe him. Tiger can't help but remember how he met this man at the very beginning of the game. And during all this time, these two have been through a lot. Tiger recalls that among all the veterans, they were especially close. However, despite this, the man did not expect such kindness from this person. But Tiger accepts it, mentally thanking his old friend for this generous gesture. And she returns the favor by putting her lots up for sale, recalling the princess's tastes. The latter nods in agreement, amazed that monsters have already appeared in Tiger's city, but he retorts. He says that this is related to his trait and asks to also consider it a sign of trust. And Tiger doesn't mind that the princess comes to his city for him and communicates with him constantly. But there is a caveat. A man asks his interlocutor to put on clothes when meeting in real life so as not to attract attention. The princess remarks that it is okay to run around naked while he is alone, and to Tiger's crushing sigh, she bids him farewell. And then, after finishing the conversation with his old teammate, he eats normally for the first time in a long time. After this, the typhoon subsides, and the Rabbit Princess doesn't know whether to write it all off as a mere coincidence. After all, at that very moment, the man's room begins to be flooded with bright sun, and the Rabbit Princess finds no words to describe it better than divine revelation. Although there is another theory that his best friend, having become the last survivor in the game, finally acquired divinity. But regardless of any of these options, Stonebane decides not to delay. The surge of strength from the hope that has arisen in his heart allows him to be even more insane. After all, now the man decides to meet his friend at any cost, because after so much time, he gave Stonebane warmth again. However, there was one very significant problem standing in the way of the excited man. And at some point, Stonebane becomes puzzled, realizing that the building next to him is all too familiar to him. The problem with this man was that he had terrible topographic cretinism. 3 days pass from the day the typhoon finally subsides. Meanwhile, the gang from the gym is slowly adapting to life in the apocalypse. Velbane, having reached the 5th level, could now send his inventions much further than before. He tells Tiger that their group has moved to a taekwondo studio near his house, and Merritt and Violet are now dating. During this time, Smeshrid managed to reach level 10 and unlock the store. By receiving such notes, Tiger helps the children grow by suggesting pre-prepared points. In these places, one could farm without harming one's health, and the man still does the same. Tiger also did not abandon his old friend, the Rabbit Princess, maintaining contact with him. True, he answered very slowly. And the man could only guess what this man had been doing all this time. Tiger learned that in reality, after level 15, the required experience doubles, which is called hellish leveling. The man notes that points and levels are not directly related, but there is a rough correlation between them. He estimates that to reach level 16, he needs to kill about 100 zombies. Tiger believes that if he only did hunting, it would be possible. However, he has too many other concerns to implement this. 2 hours later, Tiger can't believe what he just learned. Holding a mithril knife in his hands, he turns to his interlocutors with a clarifying question. Tiger can't believe the bugs crafted the item themselves. But it is true. The man still puts up with it when these little ones break in to give him the rare ore they promised him. However, he can't figure out how the beetles managed to do such a thing. The leader of the insects is indignant. Tiger slowly begins to understand them and asks in a clarifying tone, meaning he just needs to give them a chance. The beetle confirms this. The man agrees, then offering the insects to craft something from the coin he holds out to them. The leader of the beetles is not embarrassed by this, and he, accepting the object, begins his work at the same moment. After some time, the coin begins to take on different shapes. And although the beetle is a little tired, he shows his partner what he has achieved in the end. Tiger can hardly believe what he sees, amazed that the insect actually succeeded. But he wonders why the mithril knife turned out so crooked if the beetles can sharpen it so finely. Something changes in these little creatures, and Tiger guesses that they are crying. But the man doesn't get lost and asks the beetles to draw everything properly, saying that he is ready to listen to them. The insects follow Tiger's advice and immediately begin writing their story on the board. Looking at the resulting drawing, the man comes to the conclusion that the goblins constantly beat them, which affected the quality of the work. Tiger asks where exactly these heartless creatures live, and the leader of the bugs shows him. When the insect points to the marked area, the man clarifies, wanting to dispel all doubts. Having received an affirmative answer, Tiger says that he will soon clear out this lair. The beetle is amazed. The man confirms his intention, but asks the insects to also contribute to this matter. He agrees, and Tiger, realizing that they have heard each other, clarifies the remaining details of the deal. The man asks the beetles to take the order right now and promises that the reward in this case will be worthy. Tiger is pleased with the perfect agreement and suggests that the insects continue to maintain friendly relations. So, having unexpectedly discovered the potential of the beetles, the man continues his usual farming with Dingo. While dealing with zombies, Tiger realizes that the monsters have become much stronger than at the beginning of the game. However, this does not stop a man from achieving his goals, but only strengthens him. He acts with great confidence, not afraid of being discovered and caught off guard by the undead in the process. In order to kill zombies, Tiger uses an ebony club, and he does this until the weapon becomes completely worn out. However, the man is not at all upset, because this item served him well. At some point, one of the zombies gets unacceptably close, but Tiger notices it. High perception and constant growth successfully do their job, each time sharpening the instincts more and more. So, killing zombies purely on reflexes, after clearing the area, Tiger heads to his goal, Villa Eden. As soon as the man gets there, he cannot contain his exclamation of admiration. Tiger says he finds the place very luxurious, and Dingo agrees. The man admits that if it weren't for all this mess, he wouldn't have set foot here. He suddenly wonders if Amelia is alive, and Tiger thinks about it. Looking at the business card, the man thinks that this is possible, because even those who are not awakened are alive. He also recalls the fact that those who have been in contact with the players do not become infected with the spores. This is precisely the reason why Tiger is not particularly worried, because at some point Amelia shook his hand. The man is much more concerned about the location of the villa. After all, it is located next to the golf club where Ruler Sway has a bunker, and the government shelter is nearby. With these thoughts, Tiger invites Dingo to climb on his back. The man considers such a place ideal for survivors to gather together. In other words, at the same time, these are ideal conditions for a sudden skirmish. Tiger grabs hold more firmly, finds support, and, exhaling exhaustingly, pulls himself up. He notes that an ordinary person in his place would have long since become exhausted just by climbing up here. Although the rope left like that gives rise to certain thoughts, Tiger assumes that this is Amelia's work and tries to remember the girl's apartment number. When a man knocks politely on the door, an irritated voice is heard from the other side. Amelia reminds that she clearly said that she would arrive at the meeting place on time as they agreed. At the same time, the girl adds that it is not worth coming to her, because there is a killer nearby. However, noticing Tiger, Amelia is slightly confused, and he laughs nervously and says that he is glad to see her again. The girl asks why he is here, and the man reminds her of their earlier agreement about the exchange. Amelia confirms that she remembers this, but suggests that Tiger is not quite himself either. Tiger is much more interested in what kind of killer they were talking about, and then the girl first invites him inside. But Alilia immediately warns the man that this conversation will be long. As soon as Tiger and Dingo settle in, the girl immediately starts chatting nonstop. She chatters so quickly that her interlocutor wouldn't be able to get a word in even if he wanted to. However, this allows Tiger to form a picture in his head while Alilia speaks. The point is that 3 groups live in separate zones around the temporary shelter. One of them, the so-called S group, consists of at least 10 people. And she suddenly suggested opening the shelter in order to get and divide the supplies. However, these conditions did not suit the other 2 groups. And as soon as they refused, the killer showed up. Tiger suggests that the leader of this group must be Ruler, and the killer must be one of his puppets. And the reason why this person decided to negotiate is probably because his skill has a limitation or condition. Tiger feels obligated to play dumb in front of Amelia because he doesn't want to drag her into this mess. The man asks why the killer showed up, and the girl says it's just a guess. Alilia shares that someone killed people from their team and B's team, but S didn't lose anyone. The girl doesn't understand why she needs to open the shelter now if it will open soon anyway. Tiger asks about Amelia's skill, and she calls it healing, but says it only heals light wounds. The man suggests that the girl then knows how difficult hunting is for the support class, and she agrees. Points are awarded for assistance, but the level does not increase, and this leads to one thought. Tiger begins to carefully approach the matter, suggesting that the leader of Team S is not a warrior. This means that he needs more resources to create weapons of mass destruction for rapid leveling. Amelia believes that this theory sounds very plausible, and then the reason to open the bunker is reasonable. Tiger continues to give hints, this time talking about managing an entire group. He considers this to be quite a headache, and Amelia again agrees with her interlocutor. Tiger assumes that the girl will soon have a meeting with her group, and she confirms these words. The man asks if they are going to farm now, but Amelia counters, believing that they are going to confess their love to her now. When Tiger is surprised by this, the girl says that, although she is ashamed to admit it, her team is a bunch of idiots. After all, of the 3 basic instincts, these pieces of muscle only have libido developed. Confused, Tiger agrees that it is a problem, but Amelia brushes it off. And after this, the girl says that, in fact, at heart, these guys are not bad. Amelia asks what Tiger himself will do, and he says that the first thing he will do is scout out the situation at the shelter. The girl reminds that the ES team is there now and expresses her concerns. Tiger reassures her by saying that he will not act rashly, but will watch everything from the shadows. And then he takes out some ore from his backpack and, handing it to Amelia, calls it a housewarming gift. Knowing what it is, the girl assumes that Tiger already has a store open. The man confirms this and therefore asks Amelia not to worry about him. And then he promises to return the debt for the medicine with interest if nothing works out. Looking at the shelter, Ruler asks his subordinates about how the cleanup is going. He is informed that at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the killer killed another one of B's team. They confirmed that the survivors were carrying supplies, so the sector clearing would be completed soon. Ruler inquires about Team A's situation and learns that they are still sitting quietly. Then the man thinks that another one of them needs to be removed, and the interlocutor agrees with him. And it informs that the group members are moving individually, so it will not be possible to keep track of everyone. For example, they recently saw a girl leave her house and head towards Eden Plaza. Ruler gives the order to send an assassin to this place and asks one more question. He asks if they were able to find that same guy, to which he receives the answer that they were unable to identify him. Feeling guilty, the man expresses deep regret about this, and Ruler, having heard such sad news, cursed mentally. The man thinks that he knows exactly what city this bastard is in, but he doesn't know where exactly. However, at the same time, Ruler is sure that he needs to catch this bastard as soon as possible. Especially now that the man knows his skill has a flaw, Tiger's words are confirmed. The Ruler doesn't gain any points or experience despite the fact that his pawns are being killed. The man is terrified at the mere thought of being eaten by a bastard with paralyzing poison. Besides, if he doesn't reach level 15 by the deadline, the other heads will laugh at him. Thinking about this, Ruler curses mentally, and at that very moment someone turns to him. Meanwhile, zombies were brought to him, and now they say that his order has been carried out. The man calls those who fulfilled his whim great and continues to follow his plan. In public, Ruler maintains a good demeanor, slowly approaching a horde of zombies. At the sight of the bottle with the flammable mixture, they calm down a little and study it carefully. However, this does not last long, because the next moment the space is torn apart by their frenzied roar. Thus, the ruler's level increases to 9 and the man receives 40 points. This means that there are still 6 levels left until the desired goal, and then he speaks. Addressing his subordinates, Ruler says that from now on they have only 3 tasks. The first of these is to find the hidden locking mechanism of the temporary shelter. According to the second, the henchmen should continue to catch zombies for him just as they do now. The man calls the search for the unknown his final task. At the end of his order, Ruler asks if his subordinates have understood, and they respond with impeccable agreement. Tiger is amused by the man's behavior because he really is on edge. Covering the lower part of his face, the veteran asks Ruler not to be so impatient, and he makes a promise to himself to protect Amelia at all costs. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guy falls to his knee in front of the same girl. Handing her a flower, he excitedly asks Amelia to be his girlfriend. The girl asks if this guy seriously thinks that this is the best moment for confession. As if not hearing the word about the killer, her interlocutor says that on the way here he used his skill. These words do not impress Amelia, because one of their people went farming alone and died. But the guy desperately assures the girl that this time he can definitely be trusted. Sighing heavily, Amelia says that this is exactly what she doesn't like, because nothing has even been confirmed. Her interlocutor stubbornly stands his ground, saying that if she agrees, he will become the best guy for her. Amelia asks to end it here, saying that she doesn't even want to listen to it, but the guy has a different opinion. He politely asks the girl to calm down and give him one last chance, but suddenly stops short. The guy admits that his heart is beating strangely, and Amelia immediately understands what it means. The girl comes to the conclusion that her interlocutor's information was again false. Amelia expresses confidence that she needs to leave, but the guy stops her. Already beginning to use his skill, he asks to be allowed to spot the killer again. He succeeds, and the guy tells Amelia that the killer is right in front of them. The girl angrily declares that everything always goes wrong with him, and her teammate stutters and apologizes for it. Amelia sees the positives in this, and she notes that at the same time they have discovered something important. The killer's clothes look exactly like those worn by the members of Team S. Meanwhile, the person who approached began to speak, activating the death field with his words. At that moment, a dome forms above them, and Amelia and her teammate try to figure out what it is. The guy asks her what they will do, and the girl suggests running and hiding. But her interlocutor considers the killer to be fast, Amelia counters, saying that during a deadly fight, the killer cannot run. The guy cautiously asks if hiding will help them, to which the girl tells him to shut up and get ready. Amelia suggests that if everything goes according to plan, a secret savior may come to their aid. The thought of this gives the girl hope, and she suggests that her failed lover hold out until then. And the killer is already very close to her and with a confident movement slashes the air. Amelia manages not only to successfully evade, but also to carry out her plan. Pointing the flashlight against the iron epidemic right into the opponent's eyes, the girl abruptly turns it on. The killer lets out a furious scream when he is blinded by a bright light that hurts his eyes. And Amelia screams with delight, because even she herself can hardly believe that it worked. She starts to say that everything went exactly as in the instructions, but stops. Swiftly flying away from the killer, the girl tries to take a breath, but nothing comes of it. As she sprawls on the ground, she realizes that, strangely enough, she is still conscious. Spitting blood out of her mouth, Amelia thinks that it was stupid and reckless of her to do so, and she shouldn't have rejoiced right in front of the enemy's nose, without expecting proper resistance. Finding a member of her group with her eyes, the girl asks him in a weak voice to help her. Seeing the guy running away to save his own skin, Amelia is mentally glad that she didn't accept his confession. Continuing to watch the man fleeing, the girl thinks that life is truly meaningless. Amelia's thoughts are filled with regret that she will die this way. But suddenly the girl hears a familiar voice that asks her why she closed her eyes. As Tiger parries the assassin's blow, Amelia calls out the veteran's name in a weak and surprised voice. The appearance of a third person comes as a surprise to the mercenary, so he is momentarily at a loss. And this is enough for Tiger, prepared for anything, to strike. Amelia watches what is happening, unable to believe it. Many questions spinning in her head. Well, Tiger approaches the girl and, holding out his hand to her, speaks up. Offering Amelia help, he says that it is too early for her to die. A little later, Tiger tells the girl about how the leader of Team S brainwashed his subordinate. The man is distracted by asking Amelia how her wounds are, and she replies that thanks to him, they are almost healed. Tiger says that it is not his merit, and thanks should be given to the girl's partner who became the bait. Emilia didn't know he was dead. Her interlocutor confirms this, but reminds her that they don't have time for sentimentality. Considering the killer's powerful regeneration and endurance, it is simply impossible to kill him now. Emilia suggests there is no way out of this situation, and Tiger says that is usually the case. After all, a Mortal Kombat is arranged in such a way that it is impossible to avoid meeting the killer. After all, even if someone dies and the death field disappears, the zombies will flock and block the escape route like a wall. There is one bug, though, and Tiger asks Emilia if she knows why he brought her here. And the man answers his own question, saying that it's all because there is an overpass between the buildings. Tiger reminds the girl of what happened at the very beginning of the fight, when that roar was heard. And he says that this will happen again, and the killer will again, at the peak of rage, flash his red eyes. At that moment, the death field will contract, and a gap will appear in the barrier through which it will be possible to break through. However, Tiger emphasizes that there will only be one chance for this. The man asks the girl, as soon as he gives her a chance, to run across the bridge and get out of the barrier. Emilia asks if Tiger can handle the killer himself, and he says there is no other way. The man notes that even if they activate the bug but don't manage to escape, the whole plan will fail. So, sending Emilia to the third floor, Tiger remains on the first floor to wait for the killer. Listening to his heart, the man notices that it begins to beat louder and louder. When it seems to him that the killer is already here and Tiger asks him to attack, nothing happens. This puzzles the man, and he wonders why his opponent does not show up. He doesn't have time to think about it for long, and the answer comes to Tiger's mind on its own. Another guess comes to his mind, and it is connected with an additional special skill of the killer. The moment the enemy appears very close, Tiger becomes convinced that this is walking through walls. The killer does not hesitate and takes a swing to get his victim. And Tiger at that moment realizes that due to the element of surprise, he does not have time to retreat. But he still tries to dodge, and the deadly weapon passes over his head by a few centimeters. Tiger realizes that in this situation, a surprise attack would be better and gathers his strength, after which he quickly implements his plan, hitting the killer hard with his shield. He does indeed fall out of reality for a few moments, but it doesn't last long. Where such a blow would be enough for an ordinary person to pass away to another world, it is not enough for a murderer. Tiger already knew this because he had encountered similar situations countless times. However, even in reality, this does not bother him at all, which is perhaps a consequence of mind control. After all, the killer's actions are primitive. Everything looks as if he is deprived of self-awareness. The problem here is only one thing, and it is a matter of time. Until the killer's rage reaches its peak, he will only become stronger. Tiger couldn't help but feel the urge to simply finish him off. However, the man very quickly dismisses this thought and thinks about something else. He's thinking about increasing the chances of eliminating Ruler with someone else's help, and that under no circumstances should I deviate from my plan. Analyzing the killer's condition, Tiger suggests that the second stage of rage will soon begin. But suddenly something happens that the man could not even imagine. When the killer gets close, Tiger realizes that not only his strength has increased, but also his speed. The man barely manages to put his shield in front of him to avoid serious damage. Mentally cursing, Tiger admits that he didn't think the assassin had an agility buff. The man comes up with a plan of what to do until the effect wears off, and he calls the first slot. While using the light stone, Tiger closes his eyes to avoid being blinded by its effect. And hitting it to activate it, he thinks that the best thing now would be to just stall for time. Sometime later, the man changes location to confuse his pursuer. Emilia happens to be nearby, and upon seeing her partner, she calls out his name. She says that the barrier is narrowing, and the zombies are already approaching it in a solid wall. But Tiger tells the girl that it is still too early and asks her to monitor the situation outside until he gives the signal. The man shares with Emilia his plan to detain the zombies on the second floor. The girl decides to trust him and tells him that she understands him. Noticing the killer, Tiger mentally notes that his dark aura has thankfully disappeared. But there is another problem, namely the level of rage, which is now almost at its peak. Tiger grips the shield tighter, thinking that he needs to hold on for a couple more seconds. And the killer rushes at his opponent, not even allowing him to finish his thought. As he begins to rain down blows on Tiger, the veteran notes that they have become stronger again. Out of helplessness, the man falls to his knees but asks himself to hold on a little more. With each passing moment, it becomes more and more difficult to withstand this beastly onslaught. But Tiger does not give up, and his efforts are rewarded because at some point the killer stumbles. This is a foreshadowing of his third stage of rage, which Tiger mentally notes. And at that very moment, the man, shouting Amelia's name, gives her a prearranged signal. Before starting to perform, the girl exhales slowly, tuning into the right mood. And then, saying that she then went, she proceeds to carry out Tiger's plan. As Amelia runs towards the hole, the horde of zombies gets closer and closer, climbing over each other's heads. This way, they manage to climb onto the bridge and appear on the other side of the resulting barrier. They stretch their hands towards the girl and growl terribly in the hope of grabbing her, but so far they have not succeeded. Amelia evades the bloodthirsty paws deftly, successfully maneuvering between the dead. There is very little time left until the final goal, and the girl, in order to finish everything faster, makes a jump. She cries out in delight, noting the fact that she managed to escape from the field of death. However, the girl understands perfectly well that she cannot hesitate. Otherwise, Tiger will be in trouble. So Amelia tells her partner that zombies are blocking the entrance. The girl asks Tiger to come out quickly, and he expresses his understanding. And then, at full speed, he rushes towards the exit of this damned place. But confirming his fears, the floor collapses, revealing a killer. Although Tiger knew the killer could punch through walls, he didn't think it extended to the floor as well. And then the man, turning to his opponent, suggests that he finish, since they had already had a good fight. But the killer is ruthless, because he is driven only by the desire of his master. Luckily, he misses, and as he starts looking for Tiger, he hears him say that he won't find him. The man mentally asks the killer to stand still so that he can save bullets. Noticing that he won't feel any pain, Tiger asks him to take a nap for a few minutes, and thinking that when he wakes up, the world will no longer be the same. The man looks for a place for himself. Having chosen the appropriate one, Tiger summons his interdimensional gate. By performing the manipulation of opening and closing them several times, the man ends up where he needs to be. Amelia greets him with a question about how he managed to break through the zombie wall. She still says she doesn't understand anything, and Tiger promises to explain it all later because now they need to run. He tells Amelia that once the death field disappears completely, the zombies will take them seriously. Moreover, the killer is still alive, so Tiger decides to take the girl to the shelter. Amelia doesn't understand why this is necessary, and the man says that this is bait for the killer and the S group. The girl recalls that the killer was controlled by the leader of the group, S, to which Tiger says that most likely the control had already worn off. He tells Amelia what the rules said about this, and hope begins to rise in her. The girl guesses that this was exactly Tiger's plan, and he praises her for her intelligence. The man says that they will kill the killer, protect the shelter, and frame the S team. And he asks the girl if it is unfair to respond to evil with evil. As soon as this person regains consciousness, only dark chaos reigns in his head. He doesn't understand what a simple technician like him is doing here, why his hand is clutching a blade. But the worst thing is that the man's entire body is covered in blood and he doesn't understand how he got here. However, this confusion lasts only for a moment. After this, disparate memories begin to form a coherent picture. And then the face of one bastard appears before the man's eyes. The one who dared to covet his well-being and use him for his own selfish purposes. The man screams, asking how dare Ruler break his word and turn him into a killing machine. Watching this spectacle from the sidelines, he continues to seethe with anger even more. And he is amazed that he was forced to go through all this hell, although they themselves farmed zombies for the sake of leveling up. A determination is brewing in the man's head, and he mentally suggests that Ruler prepare his neck. Turning to the person who did this to him, he thinks that the time has come to collect the blood debt from him. Amelia asks Tiger if it was necessary to set off these fireworks at all. Receiving no answer, she suggests that they be more vigilant than ever, and the man agrees. Tiger's plan is to stir things up until Team S's leader loses his nerve. Amelia says that the man scares her because his strategic abilities are impressive. Tiger pretends not to hear her, asking the girl to watch out for anyone else from their team to show up, but he himself notices the former assassin. The man calls this person one whose heart is consumed by the flames of resentment. Well, he already notices, even from such a distance, the object of all his misfortunes. The man believes that Ruler's arrogance is incurable, whether before the apocalypse or now. And without warning his tormentor, the killer gets straight to the point. And yet, Ruler manages to detect the presence of his former subordinate. and literally a moment before the irreparable, jump back and then turn to him. Casually calling out to the killer, Ruler asks him what the hell he's doing here, and he answers mockingly. The man, realizing that his spell has worn off, babbles in fear, telling the approaching man to get lost. He, in turn, orders his opponent to close his filthy mouth and activates the death field. Ruler feels uneasy and wonders what the hell is going on here. His enemy asks if he's so stupid that he hasn't understood anything yet, and he explains to his former master that his luck has run out. However, Ruler's loyal bodyguards come to his aid in time, knocking the killer off his feet. They ask their boss if he's okay, and he tells them to step back and keep their distance. When the order is accepted, Ruler tries to come to his senses, thinking about what happened. And without taking his eyes off his former subordinate, he thinks that he has no idea what kind of tricks he is playing. However, the man is almost completely sure that this guy has freed himself from his hypnosis. Ruler thinks that the death field will not disappear even if they try to brainwash the killer again. This only worries him at first, because the next moment he decides on a cunning plan. He gives his bodyguards the order to seize the killer and not allow him to take a single step. Those accepting the order pounce on the enemy with all readiness, and he speaks. The man tells Ruler's people that they are being used, but they can't even understand it. But since he knows that they will not listen, he resorts to radical methods. Unable to do anything else, the seriously wounded only groan and moan in pain, weakly moving their limbs. And Ruler, realizing that the situation is getting out of control, orders his still capable men to immediately attack the enemy. However, the killer is not afraid of such attacks. He tells his opponents in color that it is all useless. Ruler, deciding to get rid of the obstacle as quickly as possible, orders that Molotov cocktails be brought to him. And then he gives the order not to let the killer get close to him even at the cost of his own life, and the incredible happens. The man, not expecting such a turn of events, does not have time to get his bearings when he is attacked. However, he does not intend to give up, so he gets rid of the obstacle as best he can. Ruler says that the killer screwed up because he didn't kill him when he had such a perfect chance. He continues his bravado, saying that someone like him can't get him, because a killer can't escape from the death field. A man asks his silent interlocutor if he is ready to part with his illusions. Ruler believes that relying on the killer's strength was presumptuous and that it was his fatal mistake. The killer suddenly speaks up, and he sounds incredibly calm when the man asks about the mistake. The flame that burst from the broken bottle immediately and rapidly engulfs each of the three, sparing no one. And the killer continues to say that he does not know the meaning of such a word as mistake. The ruler rudely interrupts the man, starting to provoke him and put pressure on his sensitive areas. Hearing words about his wife and child, the killer does not utter a word. Noticing his bitter smile, Ruler asks if he really went completely crazy before his death. While talking, the man doesn't notice how an arrow flies past him and hits the killer straight. And then another one, and another, and the one they pierced understands that his savior has truly come. In a weakening voice, he thanks him for freeing him from his torment, and for allowing him to die while remaining human. As the man takes his last breath, Ruler curses, trying to understand what is happening. He is angry that he was deprived of his puppets and they dared to steal his loot right from under his nose. And then a theory comes to the man's mind that this person is the unknown. Desperately, but in vain, Ruler peers in the direction from which the arrows were flying because he cannot see anyone. And then he emotionally asks where his opponent is hiding, calling him a garbage rat. Desperate for helplessness, Ruler promises to tear the unknown into pieces next time. Tiger and Amelia are discussing today, finding it incredible in the bad sense of the word. The girl says she doesn't see the point in staying here, and the man gives her an option. Amelia thanks Tiger for saving her, even though she has a lot of questions for him. Lost in his reverent urge to say thank you, the man assures the girl that everything is fine. After all, if Amelia hadn't been keeping an eye on the situation then, they wouldn't have gotten out so easily. Then Tiger says that the girl can forget about Team S, which surprises her, and she asks about it. The man allows her to call it intuition, but it seems to him that very soon they will eat themselves. After the incident with the temporary shelter, Tiger decides to take a 3-day break. Even though the thirst for survival didn't work, the man's body still aches after the fight with the killer. However, despite this, Tiger does not sit idle and sorts out the loot on the very first day. A man decides to buy a normal weapon and spends 300 points on it. While he was setting traps for a warthog, he learned that the princess had wandered off into some wilderness. On the second day, Tiger uses bugs to repair a plastic shield that was cracked during the battle. And then he goes with these guys to the northwest to look for the goblin's lair. At the same time, they mark on the map the traps they encounter along the way. On the third day, Tiger checks the peppers in his garden, noting that everything is growing like crazy. On the fourth day, the man, as usual, goes out onto the veranda to exchange information. However, something unexpected awaits him, namely that the paper airplane does not fly back. Tiger begins to speculate about why this might be possible. Unfolding the message, the man is shocked because it is Merritt writing to him asking him not to write to Wellbane anymore. Tiger can't take it anymore, making a sarcastic remark and calling the kid a little shit. The man is shocked that after helping the group that Merritt is a part of, he dares to talk to him like that. At some point, emotions take over, and Tiger wonders whether he should finish off the impudent fellow. However, he quickly realizes this, asking himself if he too has gone crazy. After all, with such thoughts, he is no different from Ruler. Mentally, the man urges himself to pull himself together and stop giving in to emotions. He needs to think objectively. Recalling Wellbane's previous messages, Tiger remembers that Merritt is eyeing Smeshrid's place. The man believes that soon there will be an excellent opportunity to throw out the sweet couple, since they have joined forces with some other group. At the same time, Tiger thinks about Amelia, not wanting to abandon this girl to her fate. He reminds himself again not to give in to emotions and do everything his own way. And the most important thing for him now is to find and clear the goblin lair. Once the first part of this plan is accomplished, Tiger asks Dingo if he is ready for the next step. When the wolf cub answers him, the man notices that as he grew older, he developed a voice. After this, Tiger turns to the beetles, asking if they are ready as well. The man asks the insects if they did what he asked them to do. From this, Tiger understands that there are 3 hobgoblins in the lair, and the rest are of normal appearance. Glancing at the beetles, the man realizes that they are afraid that there is too much of it. The man slowly suggests that there are some things the insects don't understand, namely the one with whom they contacted, and who promises to do everything in the best possible way. Besides, Tiger's in a bad mood right now, so he's confident that he'll finish it quickly. And taking aim, the man suggests that his pets watch everything carefully, because now he will show you how to properly and effectively destroy goblin lairs. Tiger silently repeats to himself the most effective sequence of actions. He plans to primarily stun the monsters with an explosion and apply a negative effect. After this, you can attack, allowing your faithful wolf cub to cover you. Realizing they have been spotted, the man turns to Dingo, reminding him of their plan. When asked if his pet remembers him, the wolf cub responds with a confident bark. Running up to the highest point available, Dingo moves on to the next part of their plan. Without waiting for the enemy to approach, the wolf cub begins to howl loudly and long drawn out. Then the hobgoblins also react to it, and some ideas are already appearing in their heads. When the monsters also begin to take action, Tiger mentally rejoices because everything worked as it should. At the same time, the man thanks Dingo because thanks to him he was able to carry out his plan. Namely, he was able to get to the flank of these creatures, which made his job much easier. And now the man will be able to take them off one by one, which is basically what he is doing now. Hobgoblins don't like this arrangement. They quickly calculate the trajectory of the projectiles. However, just as they are about to attack Tiger, their attention is drawn to strange sounds from behind. The sight that appeared before the monster's eyes was not a pleasant one, and Dingo continued to roar terrifyingly. Noticing that the enemy ranks have thinned out enough, Tiger decides to leave his hiding place. He considers the situation to be perfect for trying out his new purchase. And with the words, "Let's go," the man rushes at his enemies. Those being caught between 2 fires are noticeably at a loss, babbling something in confusion. But Tiger doesn't even plan to stop, instead starting to cut down goblins left and right. When it's all over, he breathes out a sigh of relief and at the same time tiredness. The man admits that collecting loot tires him out more than the fight itself. Tiger turns to the beetles, asking if they were watching everything carefully. The system sends a notification about receiving points, and the man is upset that he was not given anything else. A bug comes to the owner's aid, asking Tiger not to be upset and to follow him. There, a jackpot awaits him in the form of a fiery bird, black coal, and poisonous toads in the cattle pens. Noticing how docile the birds are, Tiger suggests that they could be bred in a sanctuary. Noting Dingo's ravenous appetite lately, the man also talks about new friends for him. This lifts Tiger's spirits, because he had already thought that the raid had turned out to be a failure. Sometime later, wandering under such a scorching sun, the man sighs resignedly. He's glad he has an ice pack because this heat is a disaster. Tiger remembers that in the other world it is so cold that even the lakes freeze. However, the forest remains green and the harvest continues to grow just as quickly. Tiger is sure that whatever the case, there is some incredible power hidden in this land. However, thoughts begin to appear in his head that reality is no less strange. If only because for some inexplicable reason zombies do not respawn, as in the game. Thinking about this, the man catches himself coming to a conclusion that suggests itself to him. Tiger thinks that regular zombies don't appear without certain conditions. And by these conditions, the man means the appearance of guards and bone crawlers at dawn, and also about the summoning of enhanced zombies that appeared during the training. And then a sudden truth stuns him, and the man even stops to digest everything. He suggests that there might be no zombie waves if he builds a shelter somewhere in the wilderness. Additionally, during the week Tiger was away from the game, the rewards for various events may have changed as well. So the chain of his guesses continues to grow, and with these thoughts the man reaches the rice processing complex. Tiger grins contentedly and says that this is just what he needs. There is also food and all kinds of grain here. The man wants to tell Smeshred about this place later. And he, full of enthusiasm, is about to start moving things. The next morning, Tiger thinks about how important it is for a person to follow a routine. The man is confident that during the apocalypse, this is even more important than before. With this in mind, Tiger has recently started to follow 3 rules. The first of these is a conversation with Wellbane, the latter of which saw the younger one making excuses for the misunderstanding. The second condition was to explore the forest with Dingo, after which the boys would return home with a catch. And the third thing was a short greeting and checking the location of the rabbit princess. The latter happened through an auction, and now Tiger is surprised that someone secured their items there. Remembering that his old friend loves attention, the man considers the lack of personal communication with him a problem. Although on the other hand, there is nothing you can do about it, and you just have to accept it. Tiger justifies himself by saying that he and the princess were both busy and did not have time to come up with a code or signals. So, in such a situation, the man considers it necessary to first find out how many people are using the auction. Since complete anonymity is guaranteed, there is a possibility that someone did all this alone. Tiger thinks something that will attract attention is needed, like an ice pack. This is unlikely to give away his ability, but in this heat, people will definitely be interested in such a lot. Tiger puts the ice pack up for sale and sits back and waits for a while. His plan is crowned with success, and the reaction to such a prank is very violent. Tiger is overjoyed at this fact, and the messages keep pouring in. The man believes that this is definitely not a setup, and comes to the conclusion that there are at least 10 people sitting at the auction. However, he is angry that users insult him, considering that he does not force them to buy his item. At some point, this reaches its limit and Tiger starts yelling at these idiots, justifying himself. After all, they themselves are deceiving people without even changing objects. But fortunately, the outburst of anger quickly subsides. Tiger notes that he simply wanted to test the reaction and then withdraw the lot. However, he doesn't have time to do this because someone buys a bag of ice. When making a purchase, the woman is amazed that the ice turns out to be real. Sighing blissfully, she admits that she hasn't felt such coolness for a long time. Noticing that she is being called an idiot, the woman sees no point in worrying about some glasses. She activates her skill called Zombie Domination and addresses the monsters. And he asks them in a clarifying manner if these guys know what they need to do. And they know, because the very next moment they rush at each other and begin to kill. Well, in the midst of this whole brawl, the woman gets free points. She doesn't understand the arguments about getting points, believing that they are very easy to earn. And then the woman starts swearing, but for a completely different reason. She is upset because the ice she bought has already melted. She becomes curious about who the person was who put such goods on display. The woman assumes that it is someone with a special ability that allows them to use or create ice, and the thought of luring this man to her arises in her head. The impulse turns out to be too intrusive, and the woman immediately moves from words to deeds. She first says hello, then pauses briefly, and then, introducing himself, he asks the ice seller where he is now. Seeing a familiar nickname, Tiger wonders if he accidentally caught a big fish. Meanwhile, the auction chat is in full swing, with veteran Jack known to many, but our hero is skeptical. They try to lure the woman to their side, but she responds rudely, saying that she is only interested in the ice seller. Tiger considers this a great example of the strong with the weak with the strong. He begins to wonder if this is how things are in life. But now the man cannot reveal his identity. After all, if people find out that the ice seller is a roll lover, they will get even more enraged. Tiger agrees to put out the ice but doesn't want to give away his location, which only makes Jack more angry. But the woman pretends to give up, and the man decides to lay out the ice before the rabbit princess arrives. However, ironically, Stonebane arrives at the most inopportune moment and unwittingly exchanges greetings with Jack. The woman doubts that the princess is real since she usually says otherwise, but the man gently retorts. Stonebane talks about making a promise to a close friend, and Jack wonders who he could call that. The realization comes to her almost immediately. The woman successfully compares all the factors. And he's angry because Tiger, instead of greeting him after a long time, simply put out the ice and left. Jack invites Stonebane to stop by the diner, and he agrees, but warns that he will be a little late. Tiger notes that if Serve the First shows up, it will be almost like a meeting. When the auction hype dies down, the man goes to help Amelia move. Along the way, he manages to confirm several of his assumptions. The first of these is that the difficulty of the training level has been lowered, so there are more survivors. This can be easily identified by the pile of windows that have been boarded up and covered with thick curtains. Secondly, even in urban areas where there were a lot of people, zombies did not respawn. Tiger believes that if you act carefully, you can be safe for now. Anna asks the man to get up, saying that they were just about to have a snack. When Tiger takes up the girl's offer, already standing in front of one of his acquaintances, he chuckles thoughtfully. To ease the tension, Wellbane asks him why he has such a creepy face. Tiger gets annoyed but still explains, starting to list what the younger one told him. The man understands everything, but does not understand why Velbane kept silent about the wound on his hand. He begins to make excuses, saying that everything is not what it seems, and he simply got hurt on the way. Another excuse is found, but Tiger doesn't believe it either, asking the younger one if he's lying, to at least make it look believable. Because the man believes that anyone will notice that this is a different kind of wound. Tiger seeks support from Amelia, and the girl confirms his words, saying that it is a wound from a crossbow bolt. The doctor says that something like this cannot be hidden from Tiger's eyes, and adds that Velbane was clearly being targeted intentionally. These words puzzle the man, but they tell him that everything will be explained now. Anna joins the conversation, saying that everything happened about an hour ago. She lifted large items onto the roof, while Velbane carried small items downstairs. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, when suddenly the girl heard a scream. She immediately had a bad feeling, so she rushed to check on Wellbane. Anna saw her teammate being attacked by 3 guys dressed in hiking gear. They apologized, saying something like their hand shook. But even Anna then understood that they did all this on purpose. Tiger was inclined to believe the girl. After hearing this story, the man sank down heavily and began to think feverishly. He discusses how Velbane will be his eyes and ears, while Anna is responsible for mobility. Amelia is also not idle because this girl specializes well in treatment. Tiger is figuring all this out in order to deal with those guys in hiking clothes at any cost. When Wellbane says it's nice, Anna tries to say that now is not the time for that, but he interrupts her. What the guy means is that even though Tiger and Amelia aren't in their group, it feels like they aren't. Meanwhile, the doctor asks why Smeshred didn't come, although he said he would be here. Velbane tells the story of how Violet and Merritt ignored their duty at the base and went off somewhere. Tiger asks where they are going, but no one knows. Then the man asks if the doll is on the base, to which he receives a positive answer. Then Tiger offers to visit Smeshred, saying that he just needs to tell him something, and Velbane agrees. The boy says that all 3 are at the base, but thinks they should check everything first. It turns out that they are glaring at each other using physical enhancement. Tiger asks Anna to take them to the base, to which the girl expresses uncertainty, but the man insists. The awakened one expresses her understanding and asks the potential passenger to be careful. Turning around to get into a more comfortable position, the girl activates the feature. The move is indeed not the most pleasant. Tiger feels dizzy, and yet he pulls himself together. But Smeshred, noticing the new arrivals, is surprised. He approaches Tiger with a question, but the man says he will explain everything later. The veteran suggests they quickly sort everything out and go their separate ways, and these words immediately send Merritt into a frenzy. The boy tells Tiger to stop acting like a boss and threatens that without them, the group's fighting strength will decline. The veteran doesn't think so, saying that instead of these 2, he and Amelia will join this squad. Merritt says that Tiger talks too much, and Tiger, teasing the boy, calmly retorts, The man suggests that his opponents at least behave decently and speak like civilized people. Merit digs in his heels, asking who Tiger thinks he is to command them. Smeshrid interrupts him, taking his friend's side and saying that he also thinks the fight is pointless. Merit says that this is exactly the reason that irritates him. That Smeshrid always agrees with Tiger, but rejects any idea proposed by him. The man says that this is not the case, and he actually agrees that Tiger is more suitable for their group. Smeshrid continues, saying that if Merit's words had any sense, he would have supported him. The boy tries to say something, but Tiger interrupts him, suggesting that they stop this circus. He believes that, whatever the case, this does not relieve Merit of his responsibilities to the group, because this isn't even just any office, but an apocalypse, where following the rules is even more important. Tiger begins to list the reasons why these two could be kicked out, and he turns to Smeshrid, asking if he is wrong. Violet asks her to listen, saying that there was a misunderstanding and they did everything for the team. And with the other group, they hunted because they needed to get to the auction as quickly as possible. She talks about differences of opinion and making sacrifices for the group, and Merit supports the girl. When talking about supporting the veteran, Tiger wonders why the two are looking at him. Violet counterattacks, citing the fact that he himself has been in contact with Velbane all this time. Anna comes to Tiger's defense, recalling that the man helped them without asking for anything in return. The girl reminds that they themselves benefited from the veteran's help, but that group never helped them. Anna says she doesn't want Tiger to be lumped in with those whose names they don't even know. Merit expresses understanding and formally apologizes, but again says that they did not act out of personal greed. Therefore, he offers to forget all the grievances, but the guy is unable to finish. Smeshrid interrupts him. The man says he will choose the option in which the couple leaves and Tiger joins his group. Merit asks him to wait, but Smeshrid says that he is not saying this out of anger at all. He simply decided that this would be the last chance for them all to part on good terms. Smeshrid is even ready to help them move if they agree to these conditions. And then the man talks about the real reason why Merit stayed in the group all this time. Hearing the talk of supplies, Merit cautiously asks if it has really become that obvious. Smeshrid reminds the boy that he was his client for 3 years before the apocalypse, so he knows him well. And the man again suggests that they separate on good terms, while there is still a chance. Oddly enough, they agree, saying that they will figure out the move themselves. Smeshrid thanks them for their understanding. When the door slams behind the couple, our trio watches them for a while, as if expecting a trick. And then Smeshrid says that he won't be able to go through something like this again. Anna expresses relief. She was scared. Then Tiger is asked if he's really going to join them, and the man plays dumb. Smeshrid asks if his friend really thought he was that stupid. He doesn't want to force him. The man admits that he was going to end it all even without Tiger's participation. The latter says that he will indeed be able to join them soon, but only if he is given freedom of action. The two can't believe their ears, so they ask again if it's true. Tiger agrees, but warns that he will need to monitor the situation for a few more weeks. While the two discuss the affairs of their group, the man mentally expresses joy for them. And then he says that he actually brought a gift for them. And he asks them to be sure to read all of this and remember it carefully. Life Survival Game is a game with a special slogan. And it sounds like hell on earth is going to break out one day. And, as Tiger has said more than once, the survivalist system is extremely merciless. Therefore, the data the man gave to Smeshrid was more like a diary of the experiences of a game veteran. Because in reality, there will definitely be things that get bumped, changed, or added again. Even so, the general course of things has not changed, especially in one particular thing. And it was that portals could be summoned. But they didn't look like personal portals. They were lairs, dungeons, or labyrinths, depending on their size. And they served as the spawn point for monsters and the trigger for various events, being an indispensable system in the game. Having made sure that Amelia is in the squad, Tiger begins to search for information through the portals. He recalls that earlier, after the event with the animal attack, goblins began to appear through the portals. The man considers this cruel because the developers gave a way to get meat and then immediately added goblins. No matter how much Tiger searched, he couldn't find the exact time of the goblins' appearance. However, he thinks that he can estimate and roughly guess when all this will happen. Because when the zombies in the game changed their gait, Tiger realized that the first event had begun. Besides this, he's interested in whether his old friend's group is preparing well. After all, unlike zombies, goblins actively hunt people, so it is important to protect yourself with barricades. Tiger expresses confidence that the boys will cope, but even if not, He's ready to step in and help them. To prepare for new events, the man decides to try out a new weapon. Having chosen the right one, Tiger begins his diligent training. In his free time from such practice, the man is engaged in other important matters. So as soon as the summer heat begins to drop, Tiger's stats begin to rise. By that time, the paralyzing poison begins to take effect, and Tiger gets a new skill called paralyzing poison resistance. The man talks about how great it would be if it were complete immunity. On the 10th day, when he feels that all preparations are complete, he's informed of the appearance of a tiger. And at that moment, Tiger realizes that the apocalypse is really beginning. Looking at the animal, Wellbane cries out in admiration, admitting that he considers this madness. He can't seem to come to his senses, for which Amelia teases the younger one. Smeshrid also doesn't let him relax, asking if this is all he sees. After all, as soon as you come closer to such a pussy, she will immediately tear you to shreds. Anna asks where this tiger could have come from, and Amelia suggests that it came from the zoo. She suggests that they may not see many animals because their numbers are declining. Tiger says that animals were summoned in the game, but in reality, not a single such scene was observed. Anna suggests that the animal attack event was also staged to look like reality. Amelia calls out to Tiger and, approaching him closer, asks the man a question. She asks him what they will do, but the veteran is puzzled, because the leader of the group is Smeshrid, not him. The man counters by saying that everyone present, except Wellbane, was essentially gathered by Tiger. The latter expresses understanding of this and agrees to explain the role of each. The first thing their group will do is hunt animals to get food. Wellbane and Amelia will provide rear support for the entire team. They both need to be aware of their surroundings and be ready to react quickly. Smeshrid will be with Tiger on the front lines. He offers to leave the hard work to him. Anna occupies a key position, as it is the link between the front and the rear. Tiger asks the girl not to worry about anything, as he sees potential in her, and she says that she will try her best. The man expresses his satisfaction and asks if anyone else has any opinions on the matter. He feels awkward about his new role, so he asks the guys to correct him if he said something wrong. But they are more than satisfied, while Smeshrid is even a little offended by the youth's words. Tiger reminds everyone that they are not hunting the tiger. Amelia clarifies who they are targeting then. The man replies that everything depends on the boss. He himself is not sure what will happen next. They ask him again. Tiger begins to talk about what his pet did along the way. And the thing is that Dingo, on his way to this place, caught the scent of several victims. The wolf cub literally breaks free from his chain, running away as if enchanted, and Tiger barely manages to catch up with him. It seemed that he had completely forgotten about his master, leaving him far behind. He is obsessed with only one goal, which he achieves just at this moment. But the creature that seemed so harmless suddenly shows its teeth. The wolf cub did not expect that they would dare to resist him, but he does not intend to retreat. Dingo growls in displeasure, wanting to show the herbivore who is boss. But the ram turns out to be not such a fool, bleating his displeasure in response. He does not intend to become a victim of the young wolf, even though he understands that he is inferior to him. In order not to lose his courage, the animal decides to act first. And Tiger, who had arrived at this time, praises his pet for finding their prey. While loading his crossbow, the man decides to wait a bit to ensure the shot is accurate. But the ram moves constantly, so when the projectile is released, the animal screams wildly in pain. Tiger curses under his breath, wishing he could have finished it all off with one hit. Meanwhile, zombies begin to gather in response to the screams, joining the ram's cries with their hoarse roars. Tiger orders Dingo to continue driving them towards their goal. The man figures to himself that among these zombies there are many who have already had their fill. If Tiger had fought them for real, he would have killed them. But right now, numbers are important to him. So the man turns to his connecting bridge, giving an order to Anna. The girl immediately appears nearby, and Tiger warns her that she might have to use jump several times. He asks her if she can handle it, and Anna says that she can handle it because she constantly goes on extreme rides. Tiger then expresses his satisfaction and they move on, preventing the zombies from getting to them. The man says that everything is as expected. Anna has great potential. The girl thanks him. Calling out to the boys, Smeshrid says that they missed one, but someone else is beside themselves with delight. Tiger offers to help the man, but he refuses, saying that he can handle everything himself. He says that he hasn't had a chance to really let loose for a long time and he wants to enjoy it. Noticing Smeshrid's injury, Tiger and Anna scream and begin to inquire about his condition. The guy with the crossbow says his hand slipped, and the veteran realizes something. He remembers seeing these guys at the gear store, but there's more to it than that. Anna says that these people are the ones who shot Velbane with a crossbow back then. Tiger asks the enemy team what they want, and one of them is amazed at his insight. The man, noting that they had killed 2 rams, said that they would take one. Checking Smeshrid's condition, Tiger agrees to these conditions. However, he says that before they go their separate ways, he has a question. Tiger wonders if these 2 broke their promises just to get into such a team. The man says that they are retreating now, but next time everything will be different. Later, the silence is broken by Smeshrid's uncertain voice. He says that he doesn't know how best to say it. But in any case, everyone is safe and they have meat, so he thinks that everything is fine. Emilia agrees with this only technically, but she is against always being kind. Anna has the same opinion. Welbane encourages the man that sometimes it's better to let things go, but he is interrupted. Tiger remembers the words Smeshrid said to him at the store and asks if his friend remembers them. And he says yes. The man says that he knows his place, so he will not argue with the team leader's decision. Yet he believes that they should not bow to evil, although he does not encourage murder. Tiger suggests, however, to leave it at that and just enjoy the evening. After all, they might not